Chapter 2134. Sigh. When Gang Lan heard that sigh, it caused him to tremble from the depths of his soul. He suddenly stopped moving forward with murderous intent, as if his life would be in danger if he took another step forward. Gang Lan suddenly stopped and seemed as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This caused everyone to be stunned, and they looked towards the surroundings with astonishment. They didn't think that there was anyone capable of stopping a saint that was determined to kill. Buzz. The sheathed saber that had fallen not far away suddenly emitted a faint halo and slowly floated up, stopping above Zi Chen. Gang Lan's gaze landed on the long saber with a scabbard. He had just seen Zi Chen draw his saber. That saber was very sharp and seemed to have locked onto Luo Fei's aura, causing Luo Fei to suffer. However, that saber could not even kill Luo Fei, let alone him. It was not a threat to him at all. But at this moment, facing the saber and sheath personally, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if a pair of eyes had appeared on the sheath and were staring at him, making him feel great danger. The sheath suddenly floated in the air and attracted the attention of others, but they did not understand what was going on. Xing Chen stood at the back and looked at the sheath in front of him with a blank expression. But soon, he seemed to remember something and his expression changed slightly. The brilliant light had been guarding Zi Chen and was also very curious about this abnormality. There was silence as everyone looked at the sheath that was confronting Gang Lan. The halo on the sheath flowed and did not seem to be abnormal, but it stopped Gang Lan's next move. Looking at the sheath, Gang Lan felt a sense of danger, as if there was a powerful spirit hidden in it. Once he moved forward, the spirit would be forcefully sold. He was sure that the sigh came from the sheath. That sigh was bleak and ancient, as if it had been asleep for a long time. It made his soul tremble, but there was no killing intent. But he knew that the sigh was a warning. If he continued forward, the strange sheathed saber would be unsheathed. He had no confidence in blocking the powerful saber that might appear. Even if he could, he might be seriously injured. And when that time comes, Gang Lan looked at Xing Chen. This was an existence with a saint-level physical body that was envied by others. Apart from a true saint-level expert, no one could kill him. Her gaze swept past the other servants. Their auras were ferocious, and they were not afraid of death. In the end, his gaze rested on Luo Fei. Obviously, if he was seriously injured by the saber in the scabbard, then he would end up like Luo Fei. After various considerations, the cautious Gang Lan began to retreat. He only had one life, and he couldn't take the risk. However, since he had appeared this time, he couldn't return empty-handed. With a flip of his hand, a stream of energy fell on the dead Luo Fei, bringing Luo Fei's body up. Luo Fei was dead, and Gang Lan had her eyes on the energy saint crystals in his body, as well as Luo Fei's wealth. No one could stop a saint-level expert, and no one dared to stop him. Everyone could only watch as the other party took away the spoils of war that should have belonged to Zi Chen. Gang Lan and Luo Fei disappeared together. The light on the scabbard also disappeared, and fell on Zi Chen's body. The others around also breathed a sigh of relief. It was just that Gang Lan had taken away Luo Fei's wealth. This kind of shameless behavior made everyone angry. The saint-level expert retreated like this, which was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Gang Lan was scared away by the scabbard, which surprised Chen Kuan. It seemed that Zi Chen had many secrets. After seeing Gang Lan scared away, he decisively shouted, "Everyone, now all those who have servants, please give them freedom. You can go to my Chen family to ask for compensation. My Chen family guarantees that you will be satisfied, but if anyone hides their servants and refuses to hand them over, then don't blame my Chen family for being ruthless." After this sentence spread, the other forces were secretly angry, wondering why they didn't think of this. Now that Gang Lan had retreated, Zi Chen would become the undisputed #1 person in this star field. If they could form a relationship with him, then when it came time to distribute the Luo family's wealth, they would definitely be able to get a lot of benefits. After today's battle, they had seen Zi Chen's strength. If they continued to hold on to their servants, not only would they be courting death, but they would also implicate their entire family. Therefore, many people gave their servants their freedom on the spot. Darren rushed out of the pill cauldron early, leading many servants around. This time, Chen was safe, so he wanted to save more servants. What are you looking at? Do you still remember this young master? Hurry up and let these people go. As he walked, Darren happened to see the young man who had deliberately squeezed him out of the Fort Gang's trading area. The young man used to rely on the Luo family, but now, that tree has collapsed. He stared blankly at Darren, his face full of shock. Soon, he recognized Darren, and the shock on his face turned into horror. Damn it, I thought you were still human, but I didn't expect your reaction to be so slow. Your grandpa Darren is talking to you, and you don't even have the slightest reaction. Darren's face showed a touch of anger, but before he could give the order, a golden light flew from the distance and landed on the several servants behind the young man. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the servants, and the heavenly soldier immediately cut through the young man's neck. Killed in one slash. The headless corpse spurted blood, splashing Darren's body. He stood there in a daze, not knowing what had happened. Don't talk nonsense, end this quickly. Brilliant's voice came from where Chen was. If she hadn't acted in time, the young man, who knew he was going to die, would have destroyed all the servants under his control in an instant. The panic on his face just now was just to confuse Darren. This time, the Rakshasa starfield will face a real purge, and all the families related to the Luo family will be in the purge. The battle between the families will undoubtedly be tragic, but all of this has nothing to do with Chen and the others. In this incident, the Chen family will play the most important role, but the head of the Chen family, Chen Kuan, didn't participate in the command. He led a few people through the fierce-looking servants and came to Chen. He asked with concern, "How is Chen?" "It's nothing serious." Although he didn't want to pay attention to him, Chen knew very well that there were still many things he needed him to do, so his attitude was neither cold nor warm. When Chen Kuan heard this, he smiled and showed a relaxed look on his face, as if he was very concerned about Chen's life and death. Chen needs to rest now. Come with me to the Luo residence. I think they should have already cleaned it up. It wasn't a good idea to park on the streets all the time. Chen nodded and followed Chen Kuan with Chen. The Rakshasa starfield was now in a full-scale war. The people of the Chen family had already begun to arrange everything when the war began. After Luo Fei died, they launched a surprise attack immediately. By the time the other forces reacted, the central mansion of the Luo family had already fallen. When the group arrived at the Luo family's mansion, they couldn't see a single Luo family cultivator. The dilapidated building told the story of the battle that had happened here not long ago. Although the other places had been cleaned up and the ground had been cleaned up, the smell of blood in the air couldn't be dispersed. Chen took people and occupied this place. Chen was recuperating here. Within a few miles of the Luo family's mansion, it was quiet. However, a few miles away, an extremely fierce battle was taking place. This time, the Chen family had made thorough preparations. In addition to the Luo family's mansion being destroyed in one fell swoop, many other shops that were most important to the Luo family were also destroyed in the first place. During this period, there were also news of false saints dying in battle. The Luo family had suffered heavy losses due to their lack of foresight. By the time other forces joined in, the Chen family had already made great gains. Under the alliance of many forces, the Luo family was declared to be destroyed. Even the families that had once relied on the Luo family to survive showed signs of defection. The large-scale battle soon came to an end. As for the small-scale battle, it would probably last for a long time, possibly decades. It would probably take as long as 100 years to completely destroy the Luo family. However, these were not things that Chen should consider. Perhaps it was because Geng Lan had taken away Luo Fei's wealth, but after Chen Kuan defeated the Luo family, he didn't plunder the wealth here. Instead, he left all of it to Chen. While Chen was unconscious, Chen led the others to do their best to handle this matter. The brilliant light guarded by Chen's side. During the chaotic battle, there were free slaves coming from afar every day, heading towards the Luo family's mansion. Most of these slaves came from other forces. As for the Luo family's slaves, some had already died in battle, while others had their souls forcibly extinguished in anger after learning that Chen had killed Luo Fei. This kind of thing was unavoidable, because there were always sacrifices in battle. However, from now on, he believed that the people who came to the Rakshasa starfield would be treated fairly. This was because Zi-Chen had helped many forces along the way. Time flew by, and soon, a month had passed. During this month, the situation in the Luo Sha starfield gradually stabilized. However, in the outer regions, there were occasional incidents of Luo family fanatics attacking trading places. The huge Luo family couldn't be taken down by the Chen family alone. If the Chen family insisted on taking it all for themselves, they would probably be robbed by other forces after fighting with the Luo family. Therefore, many forces joined forces to encircle and annihilate the remnants of the Luo family. During this month, Zi-Chen still hadn't woken up. He was still in a deep sleep, but there were rays of light emitting from his body. Within these rays of light, one could faintly feel waves of saint aura. When Xing-Chen heard about the situation and rushed over, he was pleasantly surprised when he sensed the saint aura on Zi-Chen's body. "What's going on?" The brilliant light didn't understand the situation and asked in confusion. Chapter 21:35. Saint-level physical body. Hearing Xing-Chen's words, Brilliant's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She knew very well how difficult it was to attain a saint-level physical body. Out of 10 saint-level saints, no, out of 100 saint-level saints, there might not even be one with a saint-level physical body. This was also why after seeing Xing-Chen's saint-level physical body, Genglan disregarded her dignity as a saint-level physical body and attacked him in front of so many people. Xing-Chen was special, so Brilliant wasn't surprised at all that he had a saint-level physical body. It was also because of this that he couldn't unleash the full power of a saint-level physical body. However, Zi-Chen was just a cultivator, yet he could possess a saint-level physical body without breaking through his own realm. This was something that Brilliant couldn't understand and was very shocked. He's a heaven-defying person, the only one in the world. It's understandable that this would happen. Seeing Brilliant's expression, Xing-Chen guessed what she was thinking. After he wakes up, his physical body will enter the saint level. Brilliant was still in disbelief because she knew how difficult it was. "I'm not sure about this, but his physical body is indeed transforming into the saint level physical body. It seems that this time, although we didn't get Luo Fei's wealth, it's a surprise that Zi-Chen could break through. This way, when we go deeper, we'll have more strength to protect ourselves. Zi-Chen, keep an eye on the situation here. I'll go deal with those family heads first." Brilliant nodded and Xing-Chen turned to leave the room. Heaven-defying person, saint-level physical body. Brilliant looked at Zi-Chen and muttered to herself. During this time, the family heads who had stabilized the situation in the Rakshasa starfield often came to visit Zi-Chen. However, Xing-Chen couldn't drive them away because every time they came, they would bring some servants with them, saying how far away they found them and personally deliver them. Regarding this, Xing-Chen could only express his gratitude and tactfully inform them that Zi-Chen still hadn't woken up, so these patriarchs could only leave resentfully. Xing-Chen announced to the public that Zi-Chen was fine, but Zi-Chen still hadn't woken up, so it was inevitable that people were worried. The light radiating from Zi-Chen's body grew brighter and brighter, and his saintly aura grew stronger and stronger. Xing-Chen tried to probe Zi-Chen's body with his spiritual senses, but it was blocked by an inexplicable force. "No, my perception is blocked. The energy is very strong. It should be coming from Zi-Chen's heart," Xing-Chen said as he shook his head after retracting his spiritual thoughts. At this time, Zi-Chen was quietly sleeping. His breathing was even and his heart was beating rhythmically. The previously dormant Empyrean god's blood essence surged out along with his heartbeat, spreading throughout his body. As for Zi-Chen's body, after absorbing the energy of the Empyrean god's blood essence, it underwent a change. This was a metamorphosis, but the speed was not fast. It wasn't easy to become a saint. It was even more difficult to become a saint with one's body. Back then, Zi-Chen had been right not to listen to the bewitchment of the Empyrean god's heart. How could becoming a saint be so easy? The Empyrean god had lied to Zi-Chen that he knew nothing about becoming a saint. Even if Zi-Chen could save the Empyrean god and prevent the Empyrean god from killing him, he definitely wouldn't have the means to help Zi-Chen become a saint. Of course, if it was a Empyrean god at his peak, it would be a different story. Time passed, and Zichen's body continued to strengthen. Soon, half a year had passed, and Zichen still hadn't woken up. The people waiting were very worried and anxious. Brilliant had been guarding Zichen and paying close attention to Zichen's movements, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Outside Zichen's room, there were layers of cultivators guarding it. It seemed that he had reached the critical moment of a breakthrough, and the saint aura on Zichen's body grew stronger and stronger. This strong saint aura began to spread in all directions, making people feel a sense of oppression. In desperation, Xing Chen could only seal this place with a restriction. However, that aura couldn't be completely sealed. To become a saint with one's body, one must communicate with heaven and earth and be recognized by heaven and earth. Therefore, the entire Rakshasa star was filled with an oppressive aura. At first, this aura was only oppressive and didn't have any saint aura. When the foreign races on the Rakshasa star sensed it, they felt a great sense of oppression in their hearts. This kind of oppression was like the birth of a great treasure, and also like the awakening of a peerless evil. The energy on the entire Rakshasa star became unstable. Whether it was the former or the latter, it was a big deal for the Rakshasa star that had just been in turmoil. Therefore, for the first time, the attention of many forces moved away from Zichen, who was in the Luo family's mansion, and began to search for the source of this oppressive aura with all their strength. However, after searching for half a month and even turning the entire Rakshasa star upside down, they still couldn't find the source of the oppressive aura. The only thing that hadn't been explored, other than the underground of the Rakshasa star, was the Luo family's mansion where Zichen was. Therefore, some family heads once again found some servants and went to the Luo family's mansion with the excuse of personally seeing them off. This time, as usual, they saw Xing Chen and then asked about Zichen's situation with concern. The latter told them that Zichen still hadn't awakened, but he would wake up soon. After expressing their concern, these family heads said goodbye and left. After seeing the family heads out of the mansion and watching them leave, Xing Chen frowned. "Chen family head, did you sense anything unusual?" On the way back, a family head asked Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan nodded with a dignified expression. Although Xing Chen's restrictions were very clever and everything was done flawlessly, the family heads weren't ordinary people and could naturally perceive the unusual situation. It seems that the source of the oppressive aura is the Luo family's mansion, but it's not clear whether there is a treasure or something else here, another family head said with a frown. The Luo family has a long history and extraordinary heritage. If we hadn't caught them off guard this time, it would have been unrealistic to try to annex the Luo family, Chen Kuan said in a deep voice. Hearing his words, the other family heads nodded in agreement one after another. Even if they were caught off guard, the Luo family's heritage was still terrifying. The forces that participated in the encirclement and suppression also suffered a lot. Although they succeeded in destroying the Luo family, they also suffered great losses. Moreover, there were still many remnants of the Luo family outside, who would launch large-scale destruction from time to time. For such a family with a long history, it was reasonable to say that there was a treasure hidden underground. Could it be that Zichen woke up a long time ago, but found something in the Luo family and is now exploring it? Another family head said with a surprised expression. Of course, this was also a possibility. The others pondered and remained silent. All of this was just speculation after all. The other family heads looked at Chen Kuan. This time, because of Zichen, the Chen family was the biggest beneficiary. Naturally, they were now the largest force in the Rakshasa starfield, just like the Luo family in the past. It's hard to say. If it wasn't for the birth of a treasure, what if the oppressive aura itself was Zichen? Chen Kuan said with a frown. What he said was absolutely not groundless. Almost everyone saw the battle that day and knew how strong Zichen was. Especially Zichen's last move. Two completely opposite energies existed in the same body, and the energy that erupted directly killed Luo Fei. Chen Kuan believed what Xing Chen said. In such a situation, it was normal for Zichen to be in a coma. Perhaps Zichen was facing some kind of crisis at the moment and could not survive. But once he survived, he might be able to make further progress. Thinking of Zi Chen's realm after he advanced, Chen Kuan's heart suddenly trembled. That was a saint. If a heaven realm expert could kill a saint, then once Zi Chen became a saint, he would definitely be one of the best saints. Don't mention this kind of thing again in the future. I think we will naturally understand the situation after some time. Chen Kuan waved his hand and said, moreover, even if the Luo family has a treasure underground, it belongs to Zi Chen. Since I have given the mansion to Zi Chen, I will definitely keep this promise. Yes, a promise was a promise. Chen Kuan suddenly remembered what Zi Chen had said before. When he heard it, he was very moved. At this moment, he said in a more serious tone, I, Chen Kuan, am a man of my word. How can I take back what I have given away? After saying that, he left alone, leaving the family heads looking at each other in dismay. When the family heads came to their senses, they all cast disdainful looks at Chen Kuan. A man of his word. This sentence was a complete joke on the star path. Whoever said this word, water was the root of the joke, the source of the joke. Of course, Zi Chen was an exception. Because he was a man of his word. The oppressive aura on the entire Rakshasa star was getting stronger and stronger. Then, a faint saint aura appeared in this oppressive aura. After feeling this saint aura, the family heads suddenly realized what was going on. At the same time, they secretly cursed Chen Kuan for being so despicable. They thought that he had already noticed it and knew that it was not the birth of a treasure. That was why he said such nonsense. Perceiving this saint aura, all the cultivators and family's attention fell on the Luo family mansion again. Obviously, everyone expected what was going to happen. In addition to being shocked, they were also very envious. After a desperate battle, he was unexpectedly able to make a breakthrough by chance. This saint aura was getting stronger and stronger, and the aura on the entire Rakshasa star became more and more chaotic. Finally, one day, this saint aura broke out to the limit, and a strange phenomenon appeared between heaven and earth. Is he going to make a breakthrough? Everyone looked at the Luo family mansion where Zi Chen was. However, the saint aura that shrouded the entire Rakshasa star disappeared in an instant, as if it was an illusion in a trance. The strange phenomenon between heaven and earth also dissipated at an extremely fast speed. Just when everyone was wondering whether Zi Chen had succeeded or failed, Zi Chen, who had been in a coma for 7 months, woke up. Chapter 2136. Zi Chen opened his eyes and saw Brilliant and Xing Chen. Both of them were looking at him with excitement and anticipation. What's wrong? Zi Chen got up and looked at the two of them blankly. Hurry up and sense your body. See if there are any changes. Xing Chen urged. He was very excited. Body. Zi Chen was stunned. Then, he used his spiritual senses to sense the abnormalities in his body. After using his spiritual senses to check his body, Zi Chen shook his head and said doubtfully, "There's nothing wrong." "That's impossible." "Sense it again." Xing Chen's tone was firm. Zi Chen had no choice but to sense it again. Sure enough, he found that there was something wrong with his body. However, he did not care much and said, "It's just a little stronger than before." Other than that, Zi Chen knew that his body had become stronger when he fought with Luo Fei. Now that he sensed it again, he was not too surprised. However, at this moment, Zi Chen felt an unusual energy in his body. This energy seemed to be the power condensed from his body. After exclaiming in surprise, Zi Chen stretched out his finger and guided the energy to his fingertip. As the energy flowed out of his finger, a pure holy aura was emitted from the golden energy. The holy aura instantly shrouded the entire room. Seeing the energy condensed from his body, Zi Chen's eyes immediately widened and he exclaimed, "This is holy energy." That's all. After Xing Chen and Brilliant saw it, a hint of disappointment appeared on their excited faces. "What's with this holy energy? Why did it appear in my body?" Zi Chen asked after retrieving the remaining holy energy. Xing Chen told Zi Chen about the changes in his body. Zi Chen was surprised that he had slept for so long. "I thought that your physical body could enter the saint plane directly. It seems that my expectations were too high. In just a few months, it's already very good to be able to condense one ray of saint force." Xing Chen shook his head and smiled again. Then what realm am I in now? Saint, half-saint. Zichen was very confused about his own realm. You've only condensed a trace of saint force, so you should be considered a half-step saint. If you're a saint, you'll need to condense even more saint force. Moreover, your body will need to advance to the saint tier. Although I dare not say that your body will be comparable to a powerful saint weapon, it definitely won't be shaken by ordinary saint force attacks, said Xing Chen. After knowing that Zichen might have attained physical sanctification before him, Zichen once again sensed his own condition. After inspecting his physical body, his spiritual sense sank into his heart. The reason why he had such an opportunity this time was, of course, inseparable from the help of the heart of God. Fortunately, this heart was still shining with golden light and contained the energy of the God of God. This made Zichen feel much more relieved. At this moment, the energy of the God of God was being transferred to Zichen's body with the beating of the heart. Zichen's physical body was slowly changing. Now, Zichen almost didn't need to deliberately cultivate. After a certain period of time, his physical body would be able to directly advance to the saint tier with the help of the heart of God. It was just that this period of time was relatively long. It might take decades or even centuries. Obviously, this period of time was too long. Zichen couldn't wait because he wanted to reach the saint tier quickly and return to the lifestar as soon as possible. He didn't know how the war there was going. Since the key point is here, everything will be easy. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Zichen made a decision. Then, he looked at Xing Chen and asked, "How's the matter here? The Luo family has been destroyed. The situation has been stabilized. There are more than 6,000 free slaves and more than 15 false saints. We can leave at any time now," Xing Chen said. "There's no hurry. A trace of saint force is indeed too little. It's not enough for one strike. I still need to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Next, you signal those family members to try their best to find the slaves under control. Everything will wait until I come out of seclusion." After instructing everything, Zichen went into seclusion again. The power of the physical body was not comparable to one's own energy. Although Zichen had the golden body, it was still only an energy clone. Zichen only had one physical body. If he wanted to condense a physical body, Zichen could only do it himself. An avatar would not play any role. The power of a cultivator was divided into 3 types, namely essence, qi, and spirit. They corresponded to the physical body, energy, and soul. Zichen had once refined the heavenly book, so these 3 types of energy were perfect. Among them, the energy that represented qi was divided into yin and yang attributes. This time, after learning that the physical body could become a sage, Zichen needed to improve the strength of his physical body. This kind of power could also be used to attack. However, most cultivators used energy or soul to attack. Very few people used the power of the physical body. Only some specialized martial arts cultivators would focus on developing the power of the physical body. However, it had to be said that this kind of power was very powerful. In a battle with energy, it had a great advantage. However, it was very difficult to improve this kind of power, so many cultivators abandoned it. With Chen Kuan in the lead, the patriarchs once again came to seek an audience with Zichen. Obviously, their true intention was to find out whether or not Zichen had made a breakthrough. However, they were destined to return without success once again. Whether Zichen had broken through or not had become a mystery on the Rakshasa planet. There were all kinds of speculations. Xing Chen did not give any response to these rumors. Zichen, who was in a state of seclusion, first used his spiritual thoughts to stimulate his heart to beat violently, so that more Skyguard's energy would surge out and fill his body. Zichen's perfect body was in full operation. It was almost devouring the energy of the Skyguard's blood essence. Compared to when he was in a coma, Zichen's progress was faster under the condition of deliberately squeezing the Skyguard's heart. The volume of the physical body saint power that he had previously condensed was also undergoing obvious changes. Chen Kuan and the others still did not see Zichen, but they were very sure that the saint power was created by Zichen. However, the saint power suddenly disappeared. Something must have happened. Time passed, and soon, half a year had passed. Zi-Chen, who was in seclusion, came out. After coming out, Zi-Chen called Xing-Chen and asked about some of the things that had happened in the past half a year. How much has your saint power increased? Xing-Chen asked. It has increased a lot. I can use pure saint power attacks twice, Zi-Chen said. It's a life-saving measure. 2 attacks is enough. Oh right, are we going to go deeper? Xing-Chen asked. Yes, we have stayed here for too long. It's time to go. Zi-Chen nodded. Since we are going, I think you should have a good talk with Brilliant before we leave, Xing-Chen said after pondering for a while. What's there to talk about with Brilliant? Zi-Chen was a little surprised. After you killed Luo Fei that day, the saint who severely injured Luo Fei appeared again. He wanted to take you and Brilliant away, but I could see that he did not do it because of Brilliant's appearance. He seemed to have known Brilliant before. I suspect that Brilliant did not come from the Life Star. Also, at the critical moment, it was your scabbard that saved us. Oh, so many things have happened. Hearing Xing-Chen's words, Zi-Chen was surprised. After Xing-Chen left, Zi-Chen thought about it carefully and felt that it was necessary to have a good chat with Guangyao. Before, he didn't care about Brilliant's mysteries because he thought that since she came from the Life Star, her secrets had nothing to do with him. But now, Brilliant might not be from the Life Star, and she knew the saint of the Geng family. Before going to the next area, Zi-Chen had to know more. After hearing the news that Zi-Chen had come out of seclusion, Brilliant proactively came to find Zi-Chen. She was still dressed in purple. She was tall and slender, and her beautiful face was naturally cold. I want to know where you are from. After exchanging greetings, Zi-Chen got straight to the point. Hearing him, Brilliant's beautiful face looked bitter. Her cold face had a gleam of loneliness. Even if you don't ask me, I will tell you where I am this time. You and I don't come from the same place. I come from the Nickel Star area, which is where you will go next. In that star area, there are 2 ruling families, the Geng family and the Nico family. The place I'm from is a secret area where my people live. Zi-Chen's expression changed when he heard this. Clansmen? You still have clansmen? Yes, I still have people. I believe that in your world, people think that our clan has disappeared. Brilliant shook her head. Actually, we haven't. We've always existed. However, we live in the Star Passage and can never leave. Our clan is called the Glory Clan. She has another name, the Heavenly Sun Clan. You're indeed a member of the Royal Clan. Zi-Chen's face changed dramatically. When his realm was still low, he knew that the ancient clan had 4 great royal clans, the Sun, the Moon, the Star, and the Thunder clans. Zi-Chen was a member of the Thunder Clan. On the Life Star, he had only met members of the Thunder Clan. At the beginning of the Star Passage, he had met the Star Clan and met Xing-Chen there. He had never thought that he would meet a member of the Glory Clan here. Our clan lives in a secret area. However, it's not a secret to the 2 ruling forces. Geng Yuankai, the youngest disciple of the Geng family, also the one with the highest potential, once visited my clan and fell in love with the Heavenly Sun woman of my clan. Brilliant glanced at Zi-Chen but didn't continue. Zi-Chen knew this kind of melodramatic story too well. Apparently, Brilliant was that Heavenly Sun woman. Because she didn't want to be threatened, she ran away from home. Coincidentally, she came to the Reichen Star Domain and met Zi-Chen there. The Geng family has 4 saints including Gang Lan. All of them have been at the Saint Realm for a long time. Although our Glory Clan has some means, we can't resist the Geng family. Geng Yuankai is a spirit devourer. It's said that he has a great chance to become a harmonious spirit master. Due to the pressure of survival and Geng Yuanchi's terrifying potential, the Glory Clan had to compromise. Indeed, what Brilliant said was the same as what Zi-Chen had guessed. However, he was a little surprised that Geng Yuankai was a spirit devourer. However, what Brilliant said next was beyond Zi-Chen's expectation. Chapter 2137. Brilliant's answer was once again out of his expectations. Zi-Chen originally thought that he was only pursuing freedom and not being coerced to leave. He didn't expect that he would follow him back to the Geng family. Despite his surprise, Zichen didn't interrupt and listened quietly. I was still in the heaven realm at that time. I didn't want to be controlled by fate. After I followed Geng Yuanchu back to the Geng family, I used a secret method to help me escape from the Geng family. When I used the secret method, I vaguely sensed that the hope of freedom seemed to be in this starfield, so I came here. Brilliant smiled, and the room was suddenly filled with light like 100 flowers blooming. I traveled all the way to this area, bypassing the Rakshasa starfield that was a threat to me. I deliberately let the slave hunting team catch me in a remote area. My idea was very simple at that time, to control the future master and obtain freedom. But I didn't expect to meet you there. That was what happened. After Zichen heard everything, he was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, Gang Lan recognized you last time. That's why she took you away." Brilliant nodded. That should be the case. Although he didn't see me, he could sense my aura. Zichen looked at Brilliant and said, "But he didn't take you away by force and didn't let anyone catch you afterward. There should be a reason." Brilliant's expression dimmed, and the room seemed to have lost its light. It's fine if they didn't know where I was, but since they already knew, they didn't send anyone to take me away by force. They were waiting for me to go back. They knew that I had clansmen, and I had to go back for them. "How many saints are there in your tribe?" Zichen asked. "Not a single one." Brilliant shook his head and gave Zichen an unexpected answer. Zichen's expression fluctuated. He was a little shocked and a little confused. There wasn't even a single saint. How did this tribe survive in the cruel star path? As if he had guessed Zichen's doubts, Brilliant explained, "Back then, my clansmen lived a very difficult life, not much better than those slaves. But when our clan was facing a crisis of survival, a man came and changed our fate." A person, could it be? Zichen's heart skipped a beat, and the existence that was known as taboo appeared in his mind. "This person is called Limitless. You might know him. He left us some life-saving methods. Although these methods won't allow us to dominate a starfield, they can still protect us. However, after so many years, many of those life-saving methods have been used up. Now, their deterrence has been greatly reduced. That's why this happened." Suddenly, Brilliant's eyes lit up. She looked at Zichen and said, "Maybe you can help us. My physical body hasn't completely broken through yet. How can I help? In the past, Senior Wuji left behind some life-saving methods for us. Among them was a kind of yin-yang seal. However, this seal consumed too much energy, so its power was greatly weakened. It was said that only the same amount of energy could fill it. When you fought with Luo Fei before, I felt the same amount of energy. Perhaps it could." Brilliant's eyes shone with hope. "However, my cultivation level is too low. The level of energy is completely different. However, I can give it a try. If it really doesn't work, everyone in your tribe can leave with me. The cauldron of all creation is very large. I believe it can take all of your people with it." "That's impossible. My clan has been cursed. We can't leave the planet we're on. That's why the glorious clan hasn't been able to produce a saint all these years." Brilliant shook his head, his face full of frustration. "Curse? What kind of curse?" "I don't know the details, but in our tribe, only I can leave with a special identity. The others can't leave the tribe." "Didn't Wuji go back then? Could it be that even he couldn't break the curse? This is a secret of the tribe. I don't know, but it's said that the curse is related to Wuji himself. It seems that because of his appearance, the glorious tribe received protection, but also suffered some kind of curse. As such, Zichen became more and more curious about the glorious tribe. No matter how difficult the matter was, Zichen definitely had to help Brilliant. He decided to go to the glorious tribe first to take a look. Before leaving, Zichen naturally had to arrange things here. He signaled Xing Chen to invite Chen Kuan and the other family heads over. Half a day later, all the family heads of a certain scale in the Rakshasa galaxy had arrived. When they saw Zichen, they all bowed respectfully. Although Zichen's current aura was still in the heaven realm, he was qualified to receive the treatment of a saint since he was able to kill Luo Fei. "Everyone, I've gathered all of you here today to first express my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for your contributions during this period of time, allowing many slaves to regain their freedom. Zichen's politeness made the family heads feel flattered. At the same time, their anxious hearts also relaxed. Recently, they had often come here. Besides investigating Zichen's situation, they were also worried that Xingchen would ask them for the Luo family's resources. The family heads politely expressed that it was what they should do. After Zichen thanked them again, he said, "Besides, there's one more thing I need to trouble you all. Zichen, if you need anything, just tell us directly. It's too distant to call us trouble. To be honest, without you, we would still be under the control of the Luo family. We would still be in deep trouble. To be honest, we should thank you more. You've saved us," said Chen Kuan. The other family heads nodded continually. "It's like this. I'm going to leave this star area and go to the second star area. However, before I do that, I'm worried about the adventurers who have come to this life star area. I hope you all can tell them that when you meet them, I don't want to make it easy for them, but I hope you won't trouble them. They're the same as the others. They just need a place to train." Zichen's words were very sincere. Without any hesitation, Chen Kuan said solemnly, "Zichen, you're treating us like outsiders. This is the Star Road. All the Heaven Realm warriors are qualified to come here for training. Freedom is the most basic thing. However, before this, everything was controlled by the Luo family. That's why this kind of thing happened. Don't worry. From now on, we will treat all the participants who come to this star area with respect. That's right. We will treat them with respect. We will give them the same amount of resources." With the assurance of the family heads, Zichen relaxed. He nodded and said, "Then, I'll have to trouble you all." After the family heads had left, Zichen signaled the others to prepare to leave. This time, he had gathered more than 6,000 slaves, which meant more than 6,000 Heaven Realm warriors. Once he brought them to the Life Star, it would cause a big commotion. This time, Zichen didn't need Darren to deceive the others. He had become the steward of this team. After collecting all the slaves, Zichen took Xingchen and Brilliant to the Star Road. The mansion that belonged to the Luo family was returned to Chen Kuan. Zichen didn't know whether the latter would dig underground to find the precious treasure or not, and he didn't have time to care. Accompanied by a group of patriarchs, Zichen cupped his fists towards the crowd and disappeared. After leaving Rakshasa Star area, Zichen's aura changed. Since Brilliant had a grudge with the Geng family, he couldn't use this identity anymore. Zichen decided to use his identity as a spirit devourer. Xingchen and Brilliant were his servants. Besides them, there were 2 false saint slaves accompanying Zichen. With his identity as a spirit devourer, it was normal to have such servants. The area between Rakshasa Star area and Nickel Star area is a no-man's land. Some Star Road bandits live here. They rob people for a living. After leaving the Star Road, Brilliant became the guide and introduced Zichen to different places. "How long will it take to get through this area?" asked Zichen. "If we take the shortest route, we can reach Nickel Star area in half a month. However, the shortest route is guarded by bandits. If we change the route, it will take us more than a year," said Brilliant. "It took me 3 years to get to Rakshasa Star area. Who are those bandits? Are there any saint experts among them?" "No, the strongest among them is just a false saint." "If that's the case, let's go slower." Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Brilliant looked at Zichen in confusion. "You mean," Zichen smiled faintly, "we have more than 6,000 Heavenly Realm experts now. It's a waste if we don't use such a huge force. Since they are bandits, they are naturally the cancer of the Star Road. Fortunately, we have to remove them and contribute to the future generations. Moreover, there are so many people following me. I have to let them live a better life. Moreover, if we don't think of other ways, when can we let them enter the Saint Realm?" After hearing Zichen's words, Brilliant's eyes lit up. Even Xingchen looked at Zichen in amazement and said, "If that's the case, your identity as a spirit devourer has advanced." As soon as these words came out, even those false saints who were calm before couldn't remain calm. Once a spirit devourer advanced, it would be a harmonious spirit master. Such an existence could create saints on a large scale. In the outer region, such an existence was almost impossible to find. Even in the depths of the Star Road, such an existence was a high and mighty figure. Looking at their expectant expressions, Zichen shook his head and said, "Not for the time being, but I can already extract the saint force from the false saint crystals. I believe that it won't be long before I can take the last step. Before that, we need to find more saint crystals to practice." Speaking of saint crystals, Zichen thought of Wu Xing, Lei Dong, and the others. In the beginning, they chose to step on the Star Road because they were afraid of him. Before that, each of them held a saint crystal, thinking that it was an opportunity to enter the saint realm. But now, Zichen was very clear that this piece of saint crystal definitely wouldn't be able to help them break through. It was fine if they didn't refine it, but if they failed to refine it, that would be the best outcome. Once there was a possibility of them breaking through to the saint realm, their potential would be completely wasted. While he was lost in thought, rays of light appeared from afar and surrounded the group. Chapter 2138. These people appeared very suddenly, and their speed was also very fast. By the time Zichen recovered from his daze, he was already surrounded by others. This was a team of 10 people, led by 2 false saints. Their bodies were surging with the aura of saint power. Their eyes swept past Zichen and stared straight at Brilliant. Their eyes moved up and down. "Hihi, I've just come out and I've already met such a good guy. It seems that my luck has been good recently." One of the false saints looked at Brilliant and chuckled, his eyes revealing undisguised greed. "It seems that we've met a big fish this time. The harvest should not be small." The other false saint looked away from Brilliant with some difficulty and swept past Zichen and the others. Hearing the words of the 2 false saints, there was a burst of laughter. These people were very relaxed and did not feel the slightest bit nervous. It was unknown if they did not notice the 2 false saints in Zichen's team or if they had great confidence in themselves. Zichen did not say anything, and the others did not move either. They just stood there and looked at the crowd quietly. They're not saying a word. Could it be that they're scared out of their wits? One of the thinner heaven realms said as he looked at the silent crowd. "It doesn't look like it." The slightly fatter person next to him shook his head and said, "It looks like they're very confident." "Ha ha, confident? That's stupid." The person who spoke earlier laughed. "It's indeed stupid to be so confident after seeing us. I say, are you 2 in charge of being funny in the team?" Zichen looked at the 2 Heaven Realm experts and said, "What did you say?" The thin man stared at Zichen with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "He said you're in charge of being funny," the fat Heaven Realm expert next to him added. "Idiot, it's not just me. It's you too." The thin Heaven Realm expert roared at the fat Heaven Realm expert. "I say, if you 2 are in charge of being funny, can you please stand further away? Don't splatter blood all over you when you fight." Zichen looked at the 2 of them and teased. Beside him, Xing Chen and the others could not help but laugh. The 2 Heaven Realm experts, one thin and one fat, were indeed too strange. "Damn it, you actually laughed at us." Slimming Heaven Realm appeared to be even more infuriated. However, it was at this moment that a cold voice rang out, "Enough. You 2 idiots. Get the hell away from me. I've already told you guys not to spout so much nonsense. Yet, you're still spouting nonsense every single time." One of the pseudo-saints finally couldn't help but shout angrily. Skinny Heaven Realm's heart skipped a beat. He glared at Zichen fiercely and retreated. Fat Heaven Realm muttered something under his breath and also retreated without saying a word. "You're just 2 pseudo-heaven teams, yet you dare to ignore us, the Black Mountain Bandits. You're pretty good at courting death." The false sage from before said coldly to Zichen. He had already seen that Zichen was the leader of the 5 people. "Black Mountain Bandits, you're from the Black Mountain Bandits." Brilliant was a little surprised to hear this. "Isn't your base near the Nickel Star sector? Why are you here?" They had just left Rakshasa Starfield. Even if they encountered space pirates, they should be ordinary space pirates, not the biggest space pirates in this area. "Hihi, little beauty, You must be frightened by the name of the Black Mountain Bandits. Don't worry, as long as you come over obediently, I promise not to make things difficult for you. As for your doubts, I can answer them for you. It's because it's time for the big hunt again. We've begun to move around this star field and hunt down all targets. Looking at the puzzled Zi Chen, Brilliant, who had already understood, explained, this is also considered a star field. The biggest space pirates are the Black Mountain Bandits. Every once in a while, they will go out to hunt. Although it's called hunting, they are actually patrolling their territory to consolidate their reputation as the strongest space pirates. At the same time, they will also bully other space pirates and snatch some resources from them. Beauty, you're right in the beginning, but I don't want to hear the rest. What do you mean by bullying? What do you mean by robbing? That's the protection fee they should pay. If it weren't for us, the Black Mountain Bandits, guarding this place against the two aristocratic families of the Nickel sector and the other families, they wouldn't be able to live such carefree lives, the fake sacred said unhappily. Zi Chen looked at Brilliant with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The Black Mountain Bandits are indeed powerful. Their total number of experts is no less than that of the Chen family. They have a lot of fake saints, but they are not as united as the aristocratic families. Every time there is a big hunt, there will be other fake saints joining the Black Mountain Bandits. What he said just now was just boasting. If the two aristocratic families of Nickel attacked, the Black Mountain Bandits would be wiped out in an instant, Brilliant explained again. Hearing that this girl didn't give them face, the two fake saints showed anger on their faces. Even the faces of the other heavenly state cultivators turned ugly. Zi Chen ignored the change in their expressions and asked, if that's the case, as long as we go to the Black Mountain Bandits, it's equivalent to finding all the fake saints in this star field. Although I don't dare to say that I've found all of them, at least 80% of the fake saints came from there. That's enough. Zi Chen nodded and said, kill the two of them and leave the rest of the heavenly state cultivators alive. Yes. Behind Zi Chen, the two fake saints nodded and rushed forward to besiege a fake saint. At the same time, Xing Chen also took a step forward and rushed toward a fake saint. You're the first one who dares to attack the Black Mountain Bandits. The fake saint smiled coldly and flew back. He didn't attack immediately. He looked at Zi Chen and said coldly, next, you'll have to bear the wrath of the Black Mountain Bandits. How dare you attack the Black Mountain Bandits? Your entire family will be killed. At this moment, a loud roar came from the distance. Then, the auras of two fake saints quickly approached them. We knew that you had two fake saints. We called for help from the beginning, Skyrealm, who had retreated far away, said with a smile. That's right. I was stalling for time just now. I was also laughing at you for being stupid. Skyrealm also laughed. Zi Chen looked at the two of them and said seriously, you two are the real idiots. After saying that, Zi Chen didn't look at their changing expressions. He rushed forward and directly rushed toward the two fake saints in the distance. Skyrealm, who was angry again because of Zi Chen's words, looked at Zi Chen in astonishment and said, what is that idiot going to do? He just scolded us and felt ashamed. He must have committed suicide, Skyrealm said seriously. You two are really stupid. Zi Chen's voice sounded again. His body flashed again and disappeared into the distance. A fake saint's roar came from the sky. Then, saint power began to surge. The wind and clouds in the sky rolled and the world began to lose its color. Powerful energy waves kept spreading in all directions. Skyrealm snorted after seeing this scene. Humph, at least he knows what's good for him. He even knows to commit suicide. Skyrealm added, he also knows to commit suicide. He shouldn't be stupid. It's just that he's not very smart. Surging energy resounded in the sky. Zi Chen, who had just gone out, came back again. This time, he held two fake saint crystals and two heaven-grade weapons in his hands. Skyrealm looked at the heaven-grade weapons in Zi Chen's hands and said in shock, those are heaven-grade weapons of Wavelight and Grand Prosperity. They are the two saints who just came. Skyrealm exclaimed, those two fake saint crystals are their energy crystals. I can feel the same aura. I said that you two are really stupid. Waving the things in his hands at the two, Zi Chen showed a faint smile on his face again. The others were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. It was obvious that this heaven-grade weapon had used some unknown method to kill 2 fake saints. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying energy shockwave rang out. Then, a shrill scream resounded through the world. It was the false saint who was fighting against Xing Chen. His body was directly blown apart by Xing Chen's fist. Seeing that a half-saint had killed a fake saint, the shocked people's eyes immediately widened. Their eyes were full of disbelief. On the other side, in the situation of 2 against 1, the fake saint kept retreating. In the end, he was killed by Yi Futian's sword. The fake saints on Zi Chen's side were all carefully selected by Zi Chen. Although they were fake saints, the rules they refined did not conflict with themselves. If they had the opportunity, they could still break into the saint realm. The battle ended in an incredible way. The 8 of them were all stunned. They stood there motionless and even forgot to run away. After taking away the other 2 fake saint crystals, Zi Chen said to the 8 people who were obviously frightened, "Everyone, take us to your base camp. Let me see how powerful you Black Mountain bandits are." The 8 heaven-grade weapons hadn't reacted yet. It wasn't until Zi Chen repeated it again that they realized that Zi Chen was serious. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 4 fake saints. Not only did he not run away, but he also wanted to go to their base camp. What was he doing? His crazy, Skyrealm weapons murmured. His indeed crazy, Skyrealm weapons repeated in a low voice. "You too, be responsible for making fun of me along the way." Zi Chen pointed to the 2 of them and said. Under the leadership of the 8 fake saints, Zi Chen and the others went straight to the base of the Black Mountain bandits. During this time, Zi Chen signaled these people to keep sending signals for help, attracting all the fake saints around. Xing Chen killed these fake saints without hesitation. If they were heaven-grade weapons, they would be taken as hostages and follow them into the Black Mountain bandits. During this time, some who resisted were killed by force. Damn it! Who the hell is this guy? His followers are each more terrifying than the last. Who knows? He has killed 8 fake saints along the way. Did he intend to go to the Black Mountain bandits and kill all the fake saints? The skinny man and Butterball were frightened along the way, so they had to follow Zi Chen's orders obediently. After a few days, they killed more than 13 fake saints. For a long time, they didn't encounter any other fake saint space pirates. Even heaven-grade space pirates were very rare. It seems that they have been alerted. Now they may have ended the hunt and summoned everyone to the Black Mountain bandits. Xing Chen, who went out to inquire and found nothing, said. "That's good. We don't have to look for them one by one." Zi Chen smiled faintly. In this way, they went straight to the base of the Black Mountain bandits. Chapter 2139. The Black Mountain bandits' lair was in a relatively remote area. It was surrounded by desolate planets without any signs of life. Such a place was actually not conducive to survival, and there were no resources that could be exploited. However, those people were space pirates in the first place, and everything they did was based on looting resources. They did not care if there were other resources that could be exploited. At this moment, in the stronghold of the Black Mountain bandits, Xia Hand was standing on a high ground and giving a speech. "Everyone, we've been established for so many years. Even the people of the Nickel Star Zone don't dare to behave atrociously in our territory. We're famous. How can we be bullied? It's just a few people. How dare they target us? They're simply courting death. I, Xia Hand, haven't fought for many years. It seems that many people have forgotten my reputation as an invincible false saint. Well, I'll do it myself this time and let the others in this star zone see that I, Xia Hand, deserve my reputation." Xia Hand was a burly man with a rough appearance. He used to be called an invincible false saint. For the Black Mountain bandits to grow from a small space pirate to their current reputation, Xia Hand had played a huge role. After the death of the big leader, he had taken over the position of the big leader. Listening to Xia Hand's impassioned speech, many people in the heaven realm in the distance were excited. Even many false saints among them were moved. A middle-aged man stood up, clasped his hands, and said, "It's just a few thieves. There's no need for the great leader to take action. We have dozens of saints, But we can't deal with a few thieves. The middle-aged men looked around and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the information is clear. There are only 2 saints among them. One of them is a half-saint whose battle strength is comparable to a saint, and the other is a heaven realm whose battle strength is also comparable to a saint. They only have 4 saints in total. Can't we, the Black Mountain Bandits, deal with 4 of them? Do we have to trouble the great leader?" The saints they mentioned were actually false saints, but most of them considered themselves saints. These people had been called back by sheer hand during the big hunt. Many of them did not know what had happened. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, one of the fake saints stood up and said, "It's just 4 saints. I, Hu Wei, will kill them." After that, he quickly pointed at 3 people and said, You, and you, the 3 of you come with me." The 3 false saints stood up, their killing intent surging. "Brother Hu Wei, please wait for a moment. Although this person is only equivalent to 4 saints, his battle strength is not weak." Seeing Hu Wei's slightly ugly expression, the other party immediately changed the topic and said, "Although I believe that Brother Hu Wei can kill him, this battle is not only to kill him, but also to spread the name of the Black Mountain Bandits and show the power of the Black Mountain Bandits. So, I'll have to trouble Brother Hu Wei to bring a few more saints." "That's good too." Hu Wei nodded. Then, he picked another 7 saints in one go. A total of 10 people walked out. "We await Brother Hu Wei's triumphant return. When Brother Hu Wei returns, you will be the 3rd leader of our Black Mountain Bandits." As soon as the middle-aged man said this, the other false saints around him were all moved. There were a total of 9 leaders in the Black Mountain Bandits. 3 of them had died in battle years ago, but the position had been empty. They did not expect that this time, they would take it out for the sake of 4 saints. "Ha ha!" Hu Wei laughed loudly. The other leaders, who had been indifferent before, also had ugly expressions at this moment. Obviously, they had not heard such news before. Otherwise, it would definitely not be Hu Wei's turn to take action. Xia Hand, who was standing on a high ground, said, "Since someone wants to fight on my behalf, I can't disappoint everyone. Whoever comes back with the heads of those guys will be the 3rd leader of the Black Mountain Bandits." After that, Xia Hand turned and left. The middle-aged man followed, leaving the others looking at each other and talking. It seems that these 4 people are not easy to kill. Hu Wei, who had been laughing, turned solemn after turning and leaving. Being able to become a false saint proved that there was no problem with his intelligence. This time, the military counselor of the Black Mountain Bandits deliberately gave this task to him. In addition to the personal friendship between the 2, it was also because this matter was troublesome. "Sir, I've found out. During this period, more than 10 saints have died in the hands of the other party. After using some of his power, Hu Wei learned everything. Indeed, the data showed that the enemy this time was very difficult to deal with. Do you have accurate information about their realms?" Hu Wei asked in a deep voice. "There are a total of 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. One of them is a half-saint, 1 in the heaven realm, and 2 saints. The woman is in the heaven realm and has never fought. The man in the heaven realm seems to be the leader and can fight above his realm. Is this news reliable? They can't be real saints, right?" The news is absolutely reliable. Hu Wei, who was a little worried, was completely relieved. As long as the other party was not a real saint, then he, who had 10 people with him, could still win this battle. For the position of 3rd leader, I'll go all out. A cold light flashed in Hu Wei's eyes as he led the 9 people to the transmission array. As the 3rd leader of the Black Mountain Bandits, it was not as simple as a title, because as the 3rd leader, he could receive a forbidden weapon from the armory pavilion. Of course, the forbidden weapon here referred to something that was equivalent to a true saint's attack. It was equivalent to a trump card and could be used as a life-saving measure. It was a world of difference from the forbidden weapons that were used for self-entertainment in the Tianwu continent. In the entire Black Mountain Bandits, only the 3rd leader was qualified to receive a forbidden weapon. Of course, the 2nd leader and the great leader also had one. As for the 4th leader and the rest, they did not have this privilege. They only had a broken forbidden weapon, and the attack power it contained was only slightly stronger than a false saint. It was far from a true saint. Hu Wei knew that this matter would definitely cause a commotion. If he had acted a little later, perhaps the other leaders would have acted first. After several transmissions, Hu Wei finally met up with Zi Chen's group of 5. The Heaven Realm cultivators who were forced to follow Zi Chen became excited when they saw Hu Wei. Some of them were even crying out for help. "Lord Hu Wei, save us. Lord, we're being held hostage. Come and save us." Seeing that Hu Wei had brought a lot of false saints, these heavenly realm no longer cared and began to disperse. In this regard, Zi Chen did not stop them. He just quietly looked at Hu Wei in front of him. He thought that the next battle would break out in the Black Mountain Bandits' lair. He did not expect the other party to take the initiative to attack and send out 10 false saints at once. He had to admit that this was a big move. 10 false saints are equivalent to 10 saint power chips. Not bad. Looking at the 10 people in front of him, Zi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Swoosh. Xing Chen rushed forward after receiving Zi Chen's signal. His physical body was at the saint level. Although he could not exert the power of a saint for the time being, it was obviously unrealistic for others to destroy his physical body. Do it. Hu Wei waved his hand, and a group of false saints displayed their heavenly path spells. Above the sky, energy surged, and attacks with powerful auras appeared. These attacks were all directed at Xing Chen. Boom! Waves of energy landed on Xing Chen and exploded, forming a terrifying wave that spread out in all directions. Behind Zi Chen, the 2 false saints took the opportunity to rush forward and choose 2 opponents. The brilliant light stayed where it was, and Zi Chen flashed forward. "How dare you resist our attacks?" It's simply. Looking at Xing Chen, who was drowned in energy, Hu Wei snorted coldly, and a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he saw Xing Chen rushing out of the violent energy unscathed and into the crowd. Damn it, is this guy even human? He can withstand so many attacks with his body. Before Hu Wei could continue to be shocked, Xing Chen rushed towards the false saints. Hu Wei shouted, and his aura surged, trying to stop Xing Chen. "Your opponent is me." A cold voice suddenly came from Hu Wei's side, and then a dangerous aura came towards him. Hu Wei's face changed drastically. He clenched his right fist, turned around, and punched. Boom! Hu Wei quickly threw out a punch, blocking Zi Chen's punch. A powerful energy exploded out, and Hu Wei cried out miserably as he was sent flying. In the process of flying backward, his entire right arm was shattered by the energy. Daring to confront Zi Chen head-on was undoubtedly courting death. Now, Zi Chen's physical body was moving towards the saint level. What the hell is this? Feeling that his right arm was completely shattered, Hu Wei's face was once again filled with unconcealable shock. The half-step saint from before had shocked him very much. He had blocked so many heavenly path attacks with his physical body, and the guy in front of him was only at the heaven realm, but he had shattered his right arm with one punch. This simple confrontation made Hu Wei feel that this matter was more troublesome than he had imagined. Unless, Hu Wei was a little hesitant, and there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. At this moment, there was a scream not far away. It was the heaven realm expert who had just shattered his right arm. He flashed behind a false saint, and with one punch, he shattered the other's internal organs and annihilated the other's soul. That was the scream before death. And this scream was like a fuse. Soon, there was a chain reaction, and screams rang out one after another. Looking at the other saints who fell to the ground one by one, Hu Wei's heart sank completely. He had never seen someone who could fight against someone who was at a higher level than him, and kill people so quickly. It was not a killing at all, but a massacre. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Wei Li, you're clearly harming me. Hu Wei let out a roar and no longer hesitated. He painfully took out a piece of golden paper. There were many cracks on this piece of paper and it looked like it could fall apart at any moment. However, it gave off a powerful aura of a saint. This was an incomplete forbidden weapon that Hu Wei had accidentally obtained in his early years. He had only used it once since he had obtained it, and that time he had destroyed his opponent. After that, He was no longer willing to use it. This kind of forbidden artifact was a consumable item. The more it was used, the less it could be used. Now, there was only one use left. Chapter 2140. The golden paper left his hand and flew towards the sky, exploding in mid-air. Seeing this scene, Hu Wei's face showed a pained expression. Sure enough, this incomplete forbidden weapon only had one last attack left. His pained expression was quickly replaced by a cold expression. He stared at Zi Chen, his aura locking onto his opponent. The paper exploded, and a powerful aura emerged in the sky. Feeling this aura, Zi Chen stopped flying because he felt an aura locking onto him. This aura was so strong that he had to take it seriously. When he turned around, he saw a large patch of golden light in the sky. The golden light was wriggling like water, and soon formed a giant golden snake. The giant snake's eyes fell on Zi Chen, and the aura locking onto him became even stronger. Before Zi Chen could understand what was happening, he saw the giant snake's body flash with golden light again. It was as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning, and it quickly rushed towards him. This attack was so fast that Zi Chen felt like he was facing an attack from a saint. Although it was not as strong as a saint's attack, its speed was not any slower. Die. Feeling the change in Zi Chen, Hu Wei's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. He had suffered such a great loss, so he had to kill at least one person first. This is a forbidden weapon. Feeling the energy fluctuation on the other side, Xing Chen turned around and saw the powerful light rushing towards Zi Chen. His expression changed. A small black mountain bandit actually has such a thing. On the other side, Guang Yaro, who had not made a move, had a strange look in her beautiful eyes. The two of them recognized the forbidden weapon, but there was not much worry on their faces. Zi Chen, who could kill a true saint, would not be afraid of a forbidden weapon that had lost most of its power. In Hu Wei's opinion, Zi Chen had no time to react in the face of this attack. He could only clench his fists and cross them in front of his chest, urging the golden energy in his body to resist the powerful attack. Boom! The lightning-like energy exploded in front of Zi Chen's chest. The destructive power instantly destroyed Zi Chen's defenses. Then the powerful energy entered Zi Chen's body. Powerful fluctuations spread out as Zi Chen's body fell to the ground. Haha, the strike of a forbidden weapon will definitely kill you. Looking at the falling figure of Zi Chen, Hu Wei laughed out loud. In his opinion, Zi Chen was the strongest among the four, and the remaining two false saints were nothing to be afraid of. As for Xing Chen, he only had a strong physical body, but his attack power was slightly lacking. Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy. At this moment, there were still 5 false saints. 5 against 3. In Hu Wei's opinion, this was a complete victory. In the distance, the Heaven Realm cultivators hiding nearby cheered when they saw this scene. As expected of Lord Hu Wei. Truly formidable. Sky-skinned Sky Realm murmured. He is indeed powerful. Fatty Heavenly Realm nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. Peng. At this moment, the energy on the ground shook, and the mountain rocks completely exploded. In the billowing smoke and dust, a golden figure rushed out and stopped Hu Wei. You, looking at the guy in front of him who should have been dead but was standing in front of him unscathed, Hu Wei's face was full of horror. He pointed at Zi Chen and was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Let alone a Heaven Realm cultivator, even a false saint of the same level would have died from that blow. Hu Wei had witnessed this with his own eyes. Back then, his opponent had almost killed him. At the critical moment of life and death, he had used a forbidden weapon. The power at that time wasn't as strong as this time, but it had killed his opponent. But now, not only was his opponent not dead, but there wasn't even a slight injury on his body. Looking at his opponent, Zi Chen smiled faintly, then clenched his right fist and punched out. Damn it. Today's scene was beyond Hu Wei's expectations. Everything was extremely abnormal. At this moment, feeling the pressure in Zi Chen's punch, he didn't have time to be shocked. The false saint power in his body surged, and he attacked Zi Chen again. Boom. The energy sounded again. Zi Chen's body shook slightly, and Hu Wei's body flew backward. He was decisively defeated by this blow. In a flash, Chen rushed forward again and punched out again. Boom. This punch landed on Hu Wei, who didn't react at all. The golden energy completely exploded. Hu Wei's body flew backward again, and the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. As a false saint, Hu Wei's vitality was still very strong. Chen's blow didn't kill him. Swoosh. Chen rushed forward again and punched out again. Hu Wei coughed up blood again and again. In the distance, the Heavenly Realm people who were cheering before had their expressions frozen at this moment. They stared blankly ahead, where Chen was punching again and again, leaving Hu Wei with no room to resist. Terrible, really terrible. Is this guy human? The thin Heaven Realm person's face showed shock again. No, he doesn't look like one at all. Humans are not so powerful. This guy is not human. The fat Heaven Realm person kept shaking his head, and his expression was almost dull because of shock. After Chen punched out the 5th time, a louder energy shock came out, and the battle was over. The 10 false saints who came were killed by Chen and the other 3. Chen once again obtained 10 false saint crystals. The Heavenly Realm people in the distance didn't dare to escape. They stood there almost petrified. Their understanding of the world was completely subverted. The realm that they once yearned to reach was shaken today. In their hearts, they all had a goal of becoming a false saint, but today, their goal was easily killed by these 4 people, and 2 of them were only Heavenly Realm. How could this be? They didn't understand. How could this be? The news brought a great shock to the Black Mountain Bandits. They also didn't understand why all of this had happened. 2 saints, 1 half-saint, and 1 Heavenly Realm. They actually killed Hu Wei and the other 2. Who are they? How powerful are they? The leaders who were a little restless before now sat together, and their expressions became extremely solemn. They didn't get accurate information and didn't know that Hu Wei had used a broken forbidden weapon. If they knew this news, they would be even more shocked, and their desire for the position of 3rd leader might be slightly reduced. Those guys may have some skills, but their realms are still limited. As long as we join forces, we will definitely be able to kill them, a leader said in a deep voice. The others were silent, but their eyes flashed. The temptation of being 3rd leader was too great. Even if they knew that the other party was a little tricky, they still wanted to try. Because it represented a complete forbidden weapon. Even when facing a true saint, after using the forbidden weapon, they could still threaten the other party and save their lives at a critical moment. But at this moment, there were a total of 6 leaders, but there was only 1 position for 3rd leader. Obviously, they couldn't join forces because of benefits. What? Hu Wei is dead. Hearing this news, Xia Hand was obviously shocked. Yes, all 10 of them were killed. Wei Li, the confidant of the great leader and the military counselor of the Black Mountain Bandits, said. Hu Wei had a broken forbidden weapon. Could it be that he couldn't defeat the other party? Xia Hand felt a little incredulous. This time, they intentionally led Hu Wei to go because they knew Hu Wei's skills. No one knows the exact details of the battle. As for whether or not Hu Wei used a broken forbidden artifact, we do not know. However, the leaders are currently gathered together. They should be discussing how to take action. Although Hu Wei did not succeed, we have achieved our objective. For the sake of the position of 3rd leader, I believe they will take action, Wei Li said. These damned things. Why do they have to come looking for trouble at this time? I hope they won't ruin our plan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xia Han's eyes flashed with a cold light. If the great leader attacks, of course he can kill them. But in this situation, there's no need for the great leader to show up. Wei Li's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Xia Han nodded and said, "Indeed, it's not easy to fight now. If they fail again, you go and inform the 2nd leader and let him attack by force. If he loses a forbidden weapon during this time, I will compensate him after the battle." Speaking of forbidden weapons, Xia Han's eyes flashed with pain. Such things were hard to come by. Every time one was used, there would be one less. It was a really terrible thing. Damn it, damn it. But as long as we can get that thing, everything will be worth it. Wei Li, you go and arrange the next things. Wei Li nodded and turned to leave. Half a day later, the 8 leaders and the 9 leaders left the Black Mountain Bandits together. When the 2 left, they each brought 5 false saints with them. There were a total of 12 people. As for how the 2 of them discussed, no one knew. But this time, the other leaders were unwilling to let the 2 of them go. But unfortunately, they didn't reach an agreement. If they killed each other, who would take the position of 3rd leader? Sacrificing 2 broken forbidden weapons to get a complete one. This is a good deal. In a castle, after a gloomy man heard this news, he muttered, however, how could those fellows be so easy to kill? The reason why I sent Hu Wei was because he had a broken forbidden artifact. Xia Hand thought this was a secret, but he didn't know that I already knew about it. You deliberately used the position of the 3rd leader to arouse their fighting spirit and make them attack. Xia Hand, what are you thinking? For many years, I have suspected that you were the one who killed the 3rd leader, but I couldn't figure out the reason. Could it be that the depletion of heaven and earthling chi here is related to you killing the 3rd leader? This man was the 2nd leader that Xia Hand mentioned. He was also the 2nd leader here. When the Black Mountain Bandits were established, he had always been here. He was one of the few elders. The other leaders hadn't come to a conclusion yet, but soon, the people they sent out returned with news. The 8 leaders and the 9 leaders were dead, and the saints they brought were all killed in battle. During this time, the 2 leaders used forbidden weapons, but they couldn't kill each other. Chapter 2141. A forbidden weapon was something that could only be condensed by a saint. It could even be said that only the strongest among the saints could condense it. The attack contained in it was equivalent to a saint's full-strength attack. There were many consumables for this kind of thing, and the cost was even higher than condensing a heaven-grade weapon. It was also very time-consuming, and there was a high failure rate. The value of a forbidden weapon far exceeded that of a heaven-grade weapon, and was even more precious than the saint power law. Only some of the real big families had the strength and foundation to condense a forbidden weapon. Take the Luo family as an example. When they were in their heyday with Teng Shi Saint in charge, the family had the ability to refine forbidden weapons. Unfortunately, after the war and the crisis the Luo family faced, all the forbidden weapons were used up. Although Luo Fei was a saint, he didn't have the strength to condense a forbidden weapon. Therefore, the entire Luo family had no forbidden weapons. Forbidden weapons? Listening to Xing Chen's explanation, Zi Chen couldn't help but think of the forbidden weapons he had encountered before. In the era when Dan Yuan could be called old monsters, the power of forbidden weapons was also very great. Zi Chen had suffered a lot because of it. Although there was a great difference in power between both forbidden weapons, the principle was still the same. Looking at Xing Chen and brilliant solemn expressions, Zi Chen said, "Is it not normal for the Black Mountain Bandits to have forbidden weapons? After all, they're a force that has existed for many years." Xing Chen shook his head and said, "You don't know. There are many consumables for forbidden weapons. Usually, some families treat them as a foundation or a trump card and won't sell them. Although the Black Mountain Bandits have existed for many years, they definitely shouldn't have these things, even if they're incomplete." Brilliant nodded and said, "That's right. If the Gung family had such things, we wouldn't be surprised at all. However, it's not normal for a mere pirate to have them. You two, come here." Xing Chen pointed at the fat and thin Heaven Realm masters. The 2 walked over from afar and were very honest. What role do the 2 who had the forbidden weapons play in the Black Mountain Bandits? "My lord, these 2 are our leaders. They are the 8th leader and the 9th leader." The thin man rushed to answer. "Do you know where their forbidden artifacts came from?" Xing Chen asked again. "My lord, it is said that he received it from the treasure pavilion. There has always been a rumor that the treasure pavilion of the Black Mountain Bandits has a forbidden weapon. However, we are too weak and have never entered, so we are not sure." This time, it was Butterball who spoke. He said in one breath, "There's a rumor among the Black Mountain Bandits that once you become a leader, you can get a forbidden weapon. Oh, there are only 9 leaders, and there won't be more after that." Xing Chen turned to look at Zi Chen and said, "You might not be able to find even one of these things in the entire Luoshostar zone. Perhaps the Chen family has one, but all the leaders have one. Now, you should have noticed something wrong. In that case, there was indeed a problem. Chen looked at the two of them and said, "Why do you want to get it from the treasure pavilion and not from your great leader?" Great leader. The two of them were slightly startled. Then the thin man said, "The Black Mountain Bandits are the Black Mountain Bandits. The great leader is the great leader. This is different. Even the great leader has no right to get everything from the treasure pavilion." "Oh," Chen said in surprise, "wasn't the Black Mountain Bandits founded by your great leader?" "Of course not. The Black Mountain Bandits were founded by the former great leader. However, the former great leader died in battle. The current great leader is the former second great leader, who took over the position of the great leader." "Oh, our current great leader is known as the invincible false saint. He is the real #1 person below the saint realm," Butterball said. This was a secret of the Black Mountain Bandits. Outsiders didn't know much about it. At this moment, looking at Guang Yaro's surprised expression, it was obvious that he didn't know about it before. Waving his hand, Xing Chen smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect a mere bandit nest to have such a secret." Chen looked up at the void and murmured, "It seems that it's really necessary to go to the Black Mountain Bandits' stronghold to have a look. Invincible False Saint, what a great title. I'd like to see it." After the two great leaders died in battle and all the false saints they brought were destroyed, no one in the entire Black Mountain Bandits clamored to kill the 4 people who dared to provoke the Black Mountain Bandits. All the great leaders chose to remain silent. Even the great leader didn't say anything. The entire stronghold of the Black Mountain Bandits became very quiet. On the dilapidated planet, there were many star bandits living there. Magnificent castles stood tall, and practitioners went in and out. They were silent and in a hurry. The atmosphere was quiet, depressing, and depressing. A group of great leaders gathered together all day long, discussing something. The second great leader, who had been in seclusion all year round, came out of seclusion with the help of the military counselor to discuss the next crisis. No one knew what the military counselor promised, but the second great leader summoned the other 4 great leaders for a meeting that day. After that, it was still quiet. This kind of silence was more like the calm before the storm, which made people feel depressed. After killing the 2 great leaders, Chen didn't see any other Black Mountain Bandits, other star bandits during the rest of the journey. Even some of the people who were monitoring him couldn't see him. If Chen wanted to leave now, he naturally wouldn't encounter any obstruction. Unfortunately, this time, the Black Mountain Bandits provoked an existence that they shouldn't have provoked. Chen still wanted to explore the secrets of the Black Mountain Bandits, so he didn't want to leave just like that. The captive Heaven Realm experts followed Chen's group of 5. After seeing how powerful Chen was, they no longer had the slightest thought of escaping. Under the guidance of the fat and thin Heaven Realm experts, Chen's group of 5 arrived at the stronghold of the Black Mountain Bandits. As far as the eye could see, this place was desolate. It was completely a dead planet without any signs of life. However, to Chen's surprise, there were many buildings built here, like a small city. It could be seen that the Black Mountain Bandits had developed this place very well. After appearing in the teleportation formation, the previously invisible Black Mountain Bandits began to appear. One figure after another appeared, standing on high ground, looking at Chen's group indifferently. Their expressions were cold, and their auras were hidden, forming a kind of might and creating an oppressive feeling. More figures appeared. Some stood on the mountain peak, some stood in the clouds, and some stood on high ground. They all stared coldly at Chen's group. When the Heaven Realm experts who appeared behind them saw the dense crowd, their expressions became uneasy. This was because they weren't sure whether the Black Mountain Bandits would punish them for being traitors after this. Oppressive auras, huh? When Chen raised his head and saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on his face. This kind of method might work on others, but it was completely ineffective against Chen. This was because ever since Chen's debut, the method he was least afraid of was being surrounded. Not to mention that these were all Heaven Realm experts. Even if they were half-saints or false saints, they wouldn't be able to make Chen feel the slightest sense of retreat. Of course, if these were all real saints, Chen would turn around and leave. Stepping forward, Chen's expression was calm. Brilliant and Chen followed on his left and right. Behind them were two false saints. In the face of such a lineup, the two of them were still a little nervous. However, since Chen wasn't worried, they had to bite the bullet and follow him, and they had to look very relaxed. After the heaven realm came the half-saints. As if to fully demonstrate the strength of the Black Mountain Bandits, more half-saints walked out, and their auras were much stronger than the heaven realm experts. However, this kind of oppression was still ineffective against Chen. In the center of the stronghold, the second leader of the Black Mountain Bandits stood there. Next to him were the other 4 leaders and dozens of false saints. Oppressive aura was the second leader's idea, but from the information he received, this move didn't work well. Are you not afraid at all? Then let me see where your confidence comes from. With a cold smile, the second leader waved his hand. His oppressive aura was still there. He didn't believe that the appearance of so many people couldn't shake the other party's mind. However, to the disappointment of the second leader, Chen's expression didn't change at all when he walked in front of them. When he was 100 meters away from the second leader, Chen stopped. Beside him were the fat and thin heaven realm experts. He knew that was the second leader. As for the big leader and the military counselor, there was no trace of them. The false saints all around were sizing up Chen, looking at the existence that brought great pressure to the entire Black Mountain Bandits. At this moment, seeing him with their own eyes, they were undoubtedly surprised because this person looked too young. Who are you? The second leader stared at Chen and asked in a deep voice. He had killed dozens of their false saints, but they didn't even know his name. This was undoubtedly a kind of irony for the Black Mountain Bandits. Chen, from the Lifestar, Chen replied. We Black Mountain Bandits shouldn't have any grudges with you, right? The second leader said with a frown. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen's face. You're space pirates, and I'm an experiencer. Tell me, do you think there's any enmity between us? If I wasn't strong enough, I would have become a corpse long ago. There's indeed no deep enmity between us. There's only a battle to the death. A battle to the death. Do you think that with just the 5 of you, you can leave this place alive? Or do you have the confidence that the 5 of you can annihilate the entire Black Mountain Bandits? The second leader sneered at Chen. Chen shook his head. What? You know you can't leave here alive. Are you going to beg for mercy? But I can give you a chance to beg for mercy. The second leader's eyes fell on Brilliant, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is that I don't need 5 people to destroy you. 2 people are enough, Chen said indifferently. What? The second leader was stunned, as if he had heard a great joke. After being stunned for a while, the other false saints around burst into laughter. The second leader stared at Chen and said, Your joke is not very funny. Because it's not a joke. As soon as Chen's voice fell, a light flashed on his body. Brilliant and the 2 false saints disappeared in front of him, leaving only him and Chen. Chapter 2142. Chen's words sounded like a joke to everyone. However, Chen did not think so, and neither did Chen. Therefore, when Chen answered them seriously, they only responded with wanton ridicule. As soon as Chen finished speaking, his figure flashed and he rushed to the left. Chen turned into a streak of starlight and rushed to the right. They wanted to use practical actions to tell these people that what they had just said was really not a joke. The false saint, who was still laughing, did not expect Chen to suddenly attack. Therefore, when Chen came in front of him, he was shocked and looked very surprised. However, he also reacted as quickly as possible. First, he naturally put up a light shield, then he retreated and a weapon appeared in his hand. As long as he took a step back, he could launch an attack as a false saint. However, this short step was like a short distance away. His saint power light shield did not play any protective role in front of Chen. Puff. As the light shield was penetrated, Chen pointed between the eyebrows of the false saint. The heaven-defying energy in his body surged and entered the false saint's sea of consciousness, forcibly annihilating his soul. A false saint had died in a single exchange. Puff. The same sound was heard from the other side. Unexpectedly, Xing Chen's killing speed was not slower than Zi Chen's. Sneak attack, damn it. Retreat, retreat quickly. Keep a distance. Don't let them get close. After the two false saints died and fell, the voices of the other leaders were heard slowly. Their expressions changed one after another, and their faces were full of disbelief. In the face of so many false saints, just 2 people dared to launch an attack. This was something they had never expected. However, these 2 people succeeded after the attack and killed the 2 false saints in an instant. How could this be? The second leader's face also turned ugly. Obviously, the other party was telling him with facts that they were not joking. The group of false saints moved like rays of light. Although their reaction was slightly slow, their speed was very fast. However, Zi Chen and Xing Chen were even faster than them. The second attack of the 2 fell. Even though the pseudo-sanctuary was already alert at this moment, he still couldn't resist the powerful attacks of the 2. Pu. Another 2 false saints fell and died. After that, the 2 of them also turned into rays of light and began to chase after those false saints who were retreating quickly. Die. A false saint retreated to a safe distance and cast a heavenly path spell with pure saint power. This powerful attack went straight for Xing Chen. Xing Chen, on the other hand, didn't even try to dodge the attack. Instead, he took the initiative to crash into it. Boom. Under the complacent expression of the false saint, Xing Chen smashed the opponent's attack and rushed forward without stopping, arriving in front of the opponent. How could this be? The false saint was horrified. This was the first time he had seen someone who could block such a powerful attack with his body. Bang! Xing Chen, who was rushing forward, came in front of the opponent and punched him in the face. Starlight began to shine, and pure star power poured into the opponent's body, destroying his vitality. Such a barbaric way of killing the enemy stunned the 2 false saints not far away. A hint of fear naturally appeared in their eyes. Run! The 2 of them ran toward the back without any explanation. At this moment, other attacks arrived. The violent energy instantly drowned Xing Chen, preventing him from chasing after him quickly. After a brief moment of panic, these pseudo-saints also came to their senses and began to attack. There were heavenly soldiers and heavenly path spells among them. The aura of these attacks was naturally full of destruction. The leaders didn't move. They silently watched the battle in the field, but the shock on their faces couldn't be concealed. Xing Chen rushed out of the violent energy. Other than his clothes being torn in many places, there were no injuries on his body. Then, he rushed toward a false saint. None of the false saints that he came into contact with could survive. How could this be? One of the leaders looked at Xing Chen, who was killing, and exclaimed. On the other side, Zi Chen was not as decisive as Xing Chen. In the face of many energy attacks, he used his extreme speed to dodge. The heavenly thunder wings on his back kept flapping, and waves of mysterious energy scattered in all directions. When the attacks paused for a moment, they brushed past them. Puff! After dodging those attacks, Zi Chen, who instantly accelerated, displayed a powerful lethality. This lethality even surpassed that of Xing Chen. One has an indestructible body, and the other has extreme speed. The second leader looked at the 2 people in the field, and his expression became gloomier and gloomier. Second brother, what should we do now? These 2 fellows are complete lunatics. They might really kill all the saints. One of the leaders said anxiously. Up until now, more than 10 false saints had died, but the 2 of them were not injured at all. Moreover, looking at the situation, the 2 of them had completely taken the initiative. In the distance, the cultivators who were in charge of suppressing them were completely stunned when they saw such a one-sided battle. They retreated far away and looked at the field in shock. These 2 are pure non-humans. Even though he had seen the 2 of them fight, Thin Heaven was still very shocked when he saw this scene. I've already said that they are non-humans. This time, the Black Mountain Bandits might really be finished. After so many years of accumulation, they still can't defeat these 2 non-humans. Fat Heaven sighed with a complicated expression. Second brother, if we don't do anything, they might all die. Another leader said anxiously. Indeed, This battle will end before the two of them run out of energy. Moreover, our people are already afraid of this kind of killing. The second leader shook his head and said, "It's a pity. If they weren't afraid, they wouldn't be so weak. Forget it, use the forbidden weapons." Following the second leader's words, the remaining 4 leaders nodded and took out their forbidden weapons. Among them, the fourth leader took out a long spear with cracks on it. Obviously, he only had one attack left. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the pain in his heart. After taking out the long spear, he threw it at Zichen. The long spear turned into a ray of light and whistled through the air, tearing through the space and going straight for Zichen. Just as the aura of the forbidden weapon surged, the other false saints all around also retreated. "Heavenly fire thunder!" The fifth leader shouted in a low voice and threw the flaming talisman in his hand into the sky. As the talisman exploded, a flaming thunderbolt locked onto Xingchen's aura and went toward him. Bang! Another talisman exploded in the sky and turned into a long sword. On the long sword, the sound of the sword resounded and sword intent lingered around it. Together with the long spear, they attacked Zichen from the left and right. The last attack was a palm print with a destructive aura. It fell from the sky and pressed down on Xingchen. In an instant, the 4 leaders used the 4 forbidden weapons. The surrounding space began to distort crazily, and terrifying energy filled every corner of the field. The world within a radius of dozens of miles was distorted at this moment. The earth shook, the ground cracked, and the mountains collapsed. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The others had already retreated far away. The power of the forbidden weapons was too strong. Even if they were enveloped by the energy aftermath, their lives would be in danger. The long spear and the light sword exploded in front of Zichen. With a loud bang, they shattered the energy fluctuations in this space and directly swept Zichen in. On the other side, Xingchen's figure could no longer be seen. All that could be seen was the boundless energy fluctuations and the void that was constantly being torn apart. The 2 figures completely disappeared, leaving only the terrifying energy raging between heaven and earth. The pseudo-saints who had retreated earlier all looked at the 2 terrifying energies. Under the illumination of the energy light, their expressions constantly changed. "Are they dead?" A moment later, a false saint muttered to himself. "They're only in the heaven realm. They should be dead in the face of the attack of the 4 forbidden weapons," a false saint next to him said with uncertainty. Other than some whispers, the atmosphere in the field was very oppressive. It was unknown whether it was because of the explosion of the forbidden weapons or because the 2 of them were too powerful and brought too much pressure to everyone. Such an attack, let alone a heaven realm expert, even if we're careless and get involved, will die without a doubt, a leader said as he looked at the energy that was not spreading. "In that case, the 2 of them are already dead?" Another leader asked. "It's hard to say. The possibility of them dying is very high." Hearing the discussion of the people beside him, the second leader smiled faintly and said, "Don't be nervous. Even if they don't die, they'll be seriously injured by the attack of the forbidden weapons. At that time, they'll still die without a doubt." As he spoke, the second leader waved his hand, signaling the false saints who had retreated earlier to move forward again. Obviously, he wanted to verify the life and death of the 2 of them. The group of false saints stepped forward nervously. At this moment, they were so nervous that they did not notice that there was suddenly some shining Xingchen in the sky. Those Xingchen were connected together, forming a sword-shaped pattern. Buzz! In the sky, starlight flowed and connected into a line, forming a sword of Xingchen. An energy star sword appeared from the star chart and slashed downwards. "Be careful, above!" A loud shout came from afar. Some false saints raised their heads and saw the star sword falling from the sky. Puff! The star sword was so fast that it instantly flashed past the bodies of several false saints. Their defenses were cut open by the star sword. The sword light flashed past their bodies, and even a few heavenly weapons were cut in half. Buzz! Such an unforeseen event shocked everyone. However, at that moment, an energy vibration suddenly sounded from within the berserk energy. Immediately after, a bright blade light emerged from the berserk energy. The saber light was in a horizontal slash. It was very bright and fast. In an instant, it flashed past the shocked false saints. Those false saints were stunned. Their bodies were cut in half and fell to the ground. Chapter 21:43. The vibrating energy continued, but nearly 10 of the false saints who had rushed forward had fallen. The remaining ones were also seriously injured and were retreating in horror. Obviously, the joint attack of the 4 forbidden weapons had failed to kill the 2 existences. Even the forbidden weapons can't kill them. The leaders were shocked speechless. At the same time, they were extremely regretful. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have set up such a big encirclement. Now, they had provoked these 2 terrifying existences. Zi Chen and Xing Chen walked out of the violent energy almost at the same time. Above Xing Chen's head, the star sword was still there. It moved in the same direction as Xing Chen, while Zi Chen was holding the sheathed long saber in his hand. The 2 of them appeared. Except for their tattered clothes, they were still unscathed, which caused exclamations in the surroundings. The false saints from before felt real fear and began to retreat involuntarily. During this period, the second leader frequently gave orders, but in the face of such terrifying existences, no one obeyed the orders and went forward to die. Run! Looking at the 2 people who kept moving forward, someone shouted, and the remaining false saints turned around and ran. A group of false saints was scared away by 2 Heaven Realm experts. Buzz! Energy surged on Xing Chen's body, and the star sword above his head chased after the fleeing false saints. At the same time, Xing Chen followed closely behind the star sword. He knew what Zi Chen needed, so he tried his best to kill as many false saints as possible. As for Zi Chen, he didn't chase after them. He held the sheath in his left hand and turned to look at the second leader. At this time, the second leader was staring at Zi Chen. In his cold eyes, there was a hint of surprise, but there was no fear. Beside him, the 4 leaders were already terrified. If it weren't for their own identities, they would have abandoned the Black Mountain Bandits and run away. Fortunately, they hadn't used their greatest trump card yet, so they were terrified but didn't run away. Your combat strength is very strong, which surprised me, but everything should end now. The second leader took out a talisman paper from his hand. The surface of the talisman paper emitted a bright light. As the talisman paper appeared, an icy aura emerged, causing the surrounding temperature to rapidly drop. The faces of the 4 leaders paled, and their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. The chill surged over, causing Zi Chen to involuntarily shiver. Even with a perfect body, this chill was still unbearable. This is also a forbidden artifact, Zi Chen said as he looked at the talisman in the second leader's hand. To be precise, it should be a complete forbidden artifact. Raising the talisman in his hand, the second leader said, "It's equivalent to the full power attack of a saint. Even when facing a true saint, it can still make them fear it, and it can even heavily injure them. It's even more powerful than the previous 4 forbidden weapons combined, so I said it's over." Hearing the second leader's words, the crowd cheered. Zi Chen was only in the Heaven Realm. No matter how strong he was not a saint. Naturally, he was not a match for a saint. And a complete forbidden artifact was equivalent to the attack of a true saint. These words spread far and wide, causing the fleeing false saints to heave a sigh of relief. However, the pursuit continued, and they did not dare to stop. Xing Chen, who also heard these words, did not seem worried at all. He continued to chase after the false saints. From the fluctuations emitted by the talisman paper, Zi Chen could feel how powerful the energy contained in the talisman paper was. If all the energy was converted into an attack, it should be stronger than Luo Fei's World Annihilation Fist. Zi Chen's expression gradually became solemn. This was the strongest attack he had encountered. "It's over." Smiling ferociously at Zi Chen, the second leader crushed the talisman paper in his hand. The terrifying energy contained in the talisman paper instantly spread out. A pure saint aura instantly spread out and enveloped the entire land. The majesty of a saint and the oppressive aura caused many Heaven Realm cultivators to collapse to the ground, their faces full of horror. The talisman paper shattered, and the saint power in it began to condense, finally turning into a fist. The fist seemed to be carved out of 10,000-year-old ice. The aura emanating from it could even freeze the air. Go to hell. With a sinister laugh, the fist, which exuded an icy aura and was completely composed of pure saint power, punched towards Zichen. Buzz. In the face of such an attack, Zichen naturally could not hide his strength. He fully activated his perfect body, and the saint power condensed in his body was displayed at this moment. A wave of saint power was released from Zichen's body. The moment this aura appeared, Zichen's figure seemed to have grown much taller and more imposing, like a giant that needed tens of thousands of people to look up to. This was only a change in aura. In fact, Zichen's body did not change at all, but the saint power he emitted made everyone pale. That's saint power. He's not a heaven realm cultivator at all. He's a saint. No wonder he's so powerful. He's a saint. He's always been one. Exclamations rang out in the distance. Everyone was completely stunned after sensing the change in Zichen's aura. The second boss had the urge to curse out loud. He did not know how those damned fellows from before had provoked such a terrifying existence. A saint. His opponent was actually a saint. How could this be? The four leaders were also completely dumbfounded. They really could not figure out how their opponent had become a saint when he was only a heaven realm cultivator. One should know that a saint could suppress his aura, but once he fought, his saint power could not be suppressed. Moreover, saint power and heaven realm energy were completely different concepts. They could not be converted at all. Pure saint power appeared from Zichen's body and gathered on his fist, emitting a dazzling light. This was pure physical saint power, the power of the perfect body. It was also golden. Saint power poured into his fist. As Zichen clenched his fist, he felt a powerful force in his hand. With this power, he felt that he could seize the stars and pick the moon. The frost fist came close, distorting the space. Its aura was completely locked onto him. The next moment, it was going to destroy Zichen's body. Boom! Zichen punched out, shattering the void. The golden fist collided with the frost fist. The two types of energy first trembled, then clashed with each other, causing the void to distort crazily. Finally, they exploded with a boom. After the energy exploded, Zichen's body flew backward. As he flew backward, the powerful energy vibrated in his body. Zichen coughed up a mouthful of blood. But this was also the most serious injury that the forbidden weapon had caused to Zichen. The remaining power was dissolved by Zichen's punch. Looking at Zichen, who was spitting blood but not seriously injured, the second leader's ferocious expression turned into deep shock. Even an ordinary saint would find it difficult to block the attack of a saint, but Yi Futian blocked it so easily. Not only that, Yi Futian still had the power to fight, but he did not have a forbidden weapon to use. Meeting Zichen's cold gaze, he felt his murderous intent. So he no longer hesitated and turned to run. As the second leader ran, it indicated the defeat of the entire Black Mountain bandits. It's too late to leave now. Zichen's cold voice sounded. He stepped forward like a giant stepping on the air. The void suddenly shook. His right hand rested on the scabbard. The saint power in his body flowed along the scabbard to the blade. Hum. The scabbard trembled, and another burst of saint aura was released. The long blade trembled, golden light flashed, and saint aura surged. Whoosh! With a cold glint in his eyes, Zichen unsheathed his blade. A golden blade radiance, carrying with it pure saint power, slashed forward horizontally. The blade light was less than 1 meter at first, then it expanded to dozens of meters. When it reached the second leader, it had expanded to 100 meters. Whoosh! The 100-meter-long blade light slashed across the second leader's body and continued forward. In the same horizontal path, the other 4 leaders could not escape the fate of being slashed by the blade light. After extending for dozens of meters, the golden blade light dissipated. The originally quiet heaven and earth became silent at this moment. Even the energy fluctuations could not be heard. Everyone who was still alive had their eyes fixed on the 5 leaders. They wanted to know how the 5 leaders were faring after facing the golden blade light. The 5 of them were motionless in the air as if they had been immobilized. This situation did not last long. The vitality of the 5 people quickly dissipated. At the same time, their bodies were split in half and fell to the ground. With one slash, the 5 leaders were killed. Looking at Zi Chen again, the long blade had already been sheathed. He stood in the air as if everything just now was just an illusion. In his sight, except for the heavenly realm and half-saints who were almost petrified, there was no trace of any false saint. Xing Chen had already chased them away. Obviously, the task of cleaning up the battlefield would be handed over to Zi Chen. Just as Zi Chen was thinking about cleaning up the battlefield, his expression suddenly paused. He frowned and said, "Where are your invincible false saints?" He had felt that something was missing. Now he finally remembered that the great leader and counselor Wei Li seemed to have not appeared. After hearing Zi Chen's words, the group of people who woke up from their petrification also looked at each other. It seemed that these 2 powerful beings had disappeared for a long time. Whoosh! Zi Chen waved his sleeve, and the false saints appeared one by one. There were 15 of them in total. After they appeared, they bowed to Zi Chen in unison. "Let's go together and see if there are any false saints hiding around," Zi Chen ordered. The group of false saints nodded and turned to leave. Zi Chen waved his sleeve again. This time, thousands of heavenly realm and half-saints appeared. In the blink of an eye, the place that was previously empty was already full of people. "My lord," these people shouted in unison. "From now on, you will take over this place. Now, clean up the battlefield. Guangyao, follow me to the treasure pavilion," Zi Chen ordered. Those people in the distance were already extremely shocked. At this moment, when they saw Zi Chen actually bring out several thousand heaven realm experts as if he was performing a magic trick, all of them looked at each other in dismay. No wonder he was not afraid of them before. It turned out that he had so many powerful people here. "You too, take me to the treasure pavilion." Zi Chen pointed to the fat and thin heavenly realm experts behind the crowd. Chapter 2144. Under the lead of the 2 heavenly realm experts, Zi Chen and Brilliant soon arrived at the treasure pavilion. It was a 3-story hall, and a plaque with the words Treasure Pavilion hung outside the hall. The words were flamboyant and majestic. When Zi Chen's gaze fell on the 3 words, his expression changed a little. He sensed a faint energy fluctuation from the 3 words. It was the energy fluctuation of saint power. The fluctuation was very faint. If it was not for his perfect spiritual sense, Zi Chen would not have sensed it at all. Obviously, this was a plaque that had been carved by a saint himself. Why would there be such a thing in the nest of space pirates where no saint had ever appeared? No one knew. The saint power was very faint, and only those with perfect spiritual sense could sense it. Brilliant did not sense anything unusual, and his expression did not change at all. At this moment, the door of the treasure pavilion was closed. The 2 heavenly realm experts came to the closed door and bowed respectfully to the door. Then, they said, "Lord Door God, please open the door." Door God. Zi Chen was slightly stunned. He looked forward, and Brilliant's beautiful eyes flickered. "What's the matter?" A cold voice sounded, and a burly man appeared out of thin air outside the palace door. This person appeared without warning, and there was no aura around him, but he gave Zi Chen a dangerous feeling. Zi Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the other party. "It's you too. What's the matter?" The strong man looked at the 2 heavenly realm experts, ignoring Zi Chen and Brilliant. We. The 2 heavenly realm experts looked cautious and did not know how to answer. "You want to go in and get something, right? Give me Xia Han's warrant, or don't even think about going in." As soon as the strong man finished speaking, Zi Chen clearly sensed that there was a strange law here. This law was very unique, and it seemed to have turned the entire treasure pavilion into one. It was as if it could not be opened. Big leader is missing. Black Mountain bandits have been wiped out. We came with these 2 lords, Thin Skyrealm expert said nervously. Gone missing. Destroyed. The burly man stared blankly for a moment, as if he had yet to react. After a while, he looked at Zi Chen and Brilliant and said, "It's the 2 of you who occupied this place." "That's right," Zi Chen said calmly. He still couldn't see through the other party, Nor was he clear about the other party's background. You want to open this place? The muscular man asked again. Yes. Zichen nodded and said, everything here belongs to me now. Oh, so that's the case. In that case, you are the big leader. Then you don't need a warrant. You can go in. The brawny man understood Zichen's meaning and nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the feeling of completeness that Zichen felt from the treasure pavilion disappeared. The doors to the hall slowly opened. With just 2 simple sentences, he easily opened the treasure pavilion. The other party didn't even verify it. This made Zichen a little surprised. While he was surprised, his heart was filled with vigilance. Aren't you going in? Why aren't you going in? The brawny man looked at Zichen and asked curiously. Zichen remained silent and just looked at the other party. What's your name? Seeing that Zichen still didn't respond, the brawny man asked. Zichen replied. I already remember your name. Now that you have occupied this place, you need to refine a warrant. From now on, I will only recognize your warrant and not anyone else, the brawny man nodded and said. Seeing that Zichen still didn't respond, he asked again, aren't you here to take something? Why aren't you going in? I'll go take a look. Brilliant entered the hall and the brawny man didn't stop him. Zichen still couldn't see through the other party, so he stood outside and waited. The fat and thin Heaven Realm masters curiously looked inside. This treasure pavilion had 3 floors. Brilliant's voice soon came out. You can't go up to the 2nd floor. Are you going to open all the access? The brawny man asked. Yes, all the access, Zichen said. Good. The brawny man nodded. The 2nd floor is open. Brilliant's voice sounded. Zichen's eyes flashed. Just now, his perfect spiritual sense was locked on the other party. He didn't notice any abnormal movements, but the restriction was opened. If there was anything abnormal, it would be the other party nodding and saying good. Moreover, the other party's attitude was surprisingly good. It was so good that Zichen felt it was very strange. If the other party was guarding this treasure pavilion, when he heard that the Black Mountain bandits had been destroyed, he should have assumed a fighting stance or a submissive stance. But he didn't. The other party's expression was very natural, as if he had nothing to do with the Black Mountain bandits and was just a neutral party. It didn't matter who was in charge of this place. Filled with doubts, Zichen asked, Who are you? I'm the door god, the brawny man answered. Door god. Are you in charge of guarding this treasure pavilion? Yes. The brawny man nodded at first, but soon shook his head. No, I don't need to guard this place. This is my place. Your place. Who arranged for you to come here? Zichen asked again. Zichen, you talk too much. I'll give you what you want. Why are you asking so many questions? For the first time, dissatisfaction appeared on the other party's face. Under the clear perception of Zichen's spiritual senses, the other party tried hard to think for a moment, but soon, he frowned. The frown was very sudden, as if he had suddenly suffered some kind of intense pain. It was a subconscious action. After that, the other party's face fell. There's something wrong with his memory. Zichen came to a certain conclusion. Previously, he was still a little puzzled as to why the other party was so strange. Now, he knew that his memory was incomplete. In layman's terms, this was a fool who was missing some of his soul's memories. Soon, Brilliant walked out of the treasure pavilion. Her hands were empty. After coming out, she shook her head and said, I didn't see a single forbidden artifact. So you're looking for forbidden artifacts? Then you should have said so earlier. The forbidden artifacts here are all gone, the brawny man said again. After realizing that the other party might be a fool, Zichen understood the other party's overly straightforward and not hostile way of speaking. He directly asked, Where's the forbidden artifact? Sheer Hand took it away. He said that the Black Mountain bandits were about to face a crisis, so it would be safer to leave it with him. In fact, it would be safest to leave it with me. Unfortunately, he insisted, so I gave it to him, the brawny man said. What? The great leader ran away with the forbidden artifact. When the 2 Heavenly Realm experts heard this, they looked at each other. When did this happen? Chen asked in a deep voice. Even the second head was so confident. The other party couldn't have run away so early. It happened just now. Not too long ago, the brawny man said. Obviously, this happened after Chen blocked the second head's powerful attack. The great leader must have been secretly observing. After seeing that the forbidden artifact was ineffective, he took the forbidden artifact and left. However, what Chen didn't understand was how the other party escaped his perception and disappeared. If he used the teleportation array, Chen didn't sense the fluctuations of the teleportation array at all. However, if he flew, he would have sensed it long ago. This was not very realistic. At this moment, he spread out his spiritual senses and found nothing unusual. Without the forbidden artifact, Chen was a little disappointed. However, he was a little curious about this door godfall, so he asked again, "You just said that it's safest to leave this thing with you. What do you mean?" "It's very simple. If I don't want you to have it, then you can't take anything here." "You're so sure?" "Of course. As long as I say the word, this place will close. Take a look now." Sure enough, the entire hall closed again, and the feeling that it gave Chen before appeared again. As long as this door is closed, you won't be able to enter, and you won't be able to get anything. Oh, I have to remind you that this treasure pavilion is very special. Even a saint can't break it. Chen had no doubt about this because in his spiritual senses, the hall had become one with the protection of the rules. These rules couldn't be broken even with the power of a saint. A mere Black Mountain bandit couldn't even break the treasure pavilion, and there was a forbidden artifact inside. Obviously, this place was very unusual. Moreover, this place had been established for so many years and hadn't been destroyed by other forces. It seemed that everyone in the world had underestimated this star bandit lair. "Can I still go in and take a look?" Chen pointed to the treasure pavilion behind the brawny man. "Of course you can." With that, the door of the treasure pavilion opened again. Chen stepped in and smiled bitterly in his heart. Previously, he was very afraid of the brawny man, but he didn't expect that the brawny man was a fool who lacked some soul memories. After entering the treasure pavilion, rays of light reflected in Chen's eyes. There was the light of heaven crystals, law crystals, and heaven weapons. There were also some other materials that emitted multicolored lights. These were the wealth that the Black Mountain bandit lair had robbed. All of them were here and hadn't been taken away by sheer hand. His spiritual senses swept through the first floor, but there was nothing else worth looking at. Chen continued to step on the second floor. On this floor, he felt the fluctuation of saint power, and then he saw saint power crystals and some saint crystals. After seeing these things, Chen was even more certain of his guess. Sheer hand had left in a hurry and didn't have time to take these things away. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 100 pseudo-saint crystals and more than 200 saint power crystals here. It was definitely a huge fortune. Even a saint like Gang Lan would be moved after seeing it. Chen did not go to the third floor to take the items here. If he was not mistaken, this floor should be filled with forbidden artifacts. As expected, when he arrived here, it was empty, with nothing to show for it. The area here was not as big as the second floor. Chen's spiritual senses swept through every corner of this place. Previously, when he was on the first and second floor, he carefully explored every place. He felt that the strange door god should have something to do with this treasure pavilion. Using his spiritual senses, he didn't find anything unusual. However, Chen was a little unwilling to give up. He calmed down and released his perfect spiritual senses to sense the surroundings. After a while, Chen felt a trace of inexplicable energy fluctuation in a very inconspicuous corner. He opened his eyes and looked in that direction, but he couldn't see anything. However, under the detection of his perfect spiritual senses, Chen sensed that there was something wrong there. "You can't go there." Chapter 2145. The burly man suddenly appeared in front of Chen. There was a hint of coldness in his originally dull expression. He looked at Chen and said coldly, "You can't go there." Chen looked at him and asked, "What's there?" "Nothing. You can't go there." The burly man's attitude was very tough. "Sheer hand is there, right?" The forbidden artifact is there too, right? Zichen stared at the burly man. He thought the burly man was a fool, but he didn't expect himself to be the fool. If he hadn't checked again and again, he would have missed this place. No, he's gone, and the forbidden artifact has been taken away. The burly man shook his head and said, "You can take everything here, but you can't go there." Zichen also shook his head and replied, "I can take everything here. I just want to see what's there." No. The burly man shook his head decisively and said coldly, "Zichen, don't force me. I can let you in here, and I can make you stay here forever. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly." "Are you threatening me?" "Zichen, what's going on?" Brilliant's voice came from the outside, but the sound of the door closing accompanied it. "I don't want to kill you. If you retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened," the burly man said. "Then let me see how you're going to kill me." Zichen smiled coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Golden light surged around his body, and he chose to take the initiative to attack. This burly man was very strange, and he didn't seem to be joking. He should have some strong means. "Since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude." A cold light flashed in the burly man's eyes, and he also chose to attack with his fist. When the two fists collided, a muffled explosion erupted, and a powerful energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. Zichen's body swayed, and he retreated directly. The burly man also did the same. The two of them stepped back and looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Swoosh! Zichen hadn't expected his opponent to be so strong, so he didn't hesitate to charge forward and use haste. In this narrow hall, Zichen's figure completely transformed into a ray of light. However, to Zichen's surprise, the burly man's figure also turned into light, and his speed was not slower than his extreme speed. "Your speed is not bad, but in this place, no one is my opponent." The burly man's words were cold. With an inconceivable speed, he appeared behind Zichen and punched at Zichen's back. The fist passed through Zichen's body, but it was only an afterimage. Zichen, who appeared after it, also missed. The two of them transformed into two streaks of light, constantly chasing each other and exchanging blows. From time to time, their fists would collide and explode with loud booms. The scattered energy waves naturally dissipated upon contact with the surrounding walls. Even a saint could not break through this place, so the energy of a heaven realm cultivator naturally could not destroy this place. Boom, boom, boom. In terms of speed and strength, Zichen could not gain the slightest advantage at this moment. Zichen could feel that there was a mysterious power of law in this hall that had completely fused with the burly man. This power had the effect of isolating one's aura, so Zichen could not detect his opponent's true realm. However, his combat strength was not inferior to his at all. He had never expected such a mysterious and powerful existence to be hidden among the Black Mountain bandits. As for the burly man, who had fused with the hall's rules, it was as if he was in his own world. This was his world, and both his speed and strength were enhanced. As the battle continued, Zichen could clearly feel that his strength and speed were gradually being suppressed. In the treasure pavilion, the sound of tremors continued. Brilliant could tell that Zichen and the burly man were fighting, but Brilliant, who knew how strong Zichen was, found that the battle was still not over, and his face was filled with worry. The fat and thin heaven realm cultivators were also shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that the door god here would have such terrifying combat strength. Xing Chen returned from chasing the half-saints and came outside the treasure pavilion. Seeing Brilliant's anxious face, he asked, "What's wrong?" Brilliant told Xing Chen what had happened, and the latter's face was filled with surprise. After that, he carefully looked at the treasure pavilion that had been perfectly integrated and could not be broken by external forces. The other false saints also came after hearing the news and surrounded the place. In the treasure pavilion, the battle was still going on, and Zichen still could not gain the upper hand. Swoosh! Taking advantage of the momentum to retreat, Zichen unsheathed his long saber, and a flash of saber light suddenly appeared and slashed forward. This was the pinnacle of the saber drawing technique. It was so fast and sudden that the burly man had no time to react. Puff! The saber light flashed past, and the burly man's cold expression froze, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Obviously, he did not expect such a scene. His body was split into two, and then turned into energy and dissipated. Zichen frowned, but he did not relax. His spiritual senses were vigilant as he looked around. In front of him, energy surged, and the burly man's figure appeared again. He looked at Zichen and said coldly, "I can't die here." "Is that so?" Zichen's expression was cold, and he unsheathed his saber again. Swoosh! The saber light flashed past, and the burly man's body was split again. Few people in the world could resist such a move. However, it was useless. This saber could not kill the burly man's soul. In other words, Zichen could not find the source of the burly man's soul, so the burly man was immortal in front of him. How could this be? After failing to kill the burly man's soul several times in a row, Zichen could not help but frown, wondering where the burly man's soul was. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked at the place where he had detected the abnormality earlier. Was there really no forbidden weapon there, but the burly man's soul? Just as Zichen's expression changed slightly, the burly man's body condensed again. The burly man looked at Zichen and said indifferently, "You found something you shouldn't have. Everything should end now. You asked for it." As soon as the burly man finished speaking, the entire hall began to tremble. Then, the power of the rules appeared in front of the burly man. Like a beam of light, it cut horizontally toward Zichen. Zichen's figure flashed and dodged the attack. "It's useless. This is an inescapable net. You can't stop it." The burly man's voice sounded. A beam of light disappeared, and then two more appeared. After the two, there were 4, 8, 16, and so on. Zichen's figure changed frequently, and at the same time, he kept retreating, getting further and further away from the burly man. "It's over." He glanced at Zichen coldly. In front of the burly man, the light beam of the rules had completely turned into a dense net. The large net occupied the entire space. Within the range of the large net, Zichen's physical body had no place to hide. Damn it! Cursing silently, Zichen's body shone with golden light. His saint aura spread, and golden energy filled the surface of his body, forming a defense. The net instantly enveloped Zichen, but when it encountered the golden saint aura, it was suddenly blocked. The power of a saint. I didn't expect you to have such a thing on you. But you're not a saint after all, and saint aura isn't endless. When you run out of saint aura, it will be time for you to die, the burly man said coldly. Seeing that the door of the hall had not opened for a long time, and the violent energy fluctuations surged, the surrounding people were very worried. "How is it? Did you see anything?" Brilliant looked at Xing Chen and asked anxiously. From the moment Xing Chen appeared, his eyes were constantly looking at the hall, and his expression was constantly changing, as if he had seen something. After a while, Xing Chen exclaimed, "If I'm not wrong, this treasure vault should be made by a natural weapon spirit." Natural weapon spirit? Brilliant was puzzled, and the surrounding people were also puzzled. This is a very rare thing. It must be made of high-quality materials, and in addition to that, it must awaken the spirit, and then use a forging method that is almost lost to history to create such a treasure vault. Looking at the still puzzled Brilliant, Xing Chen explained, "You can think of him as the soul of this hall. Both sides are one. The hall is him, and he is the hall. You can also say that this hall is his world. He is a cultivator, and also not a cultivator. As long as he is outside the range of the hall, he has no attack power. But if he is inside the hall, his combat power is unimaginable. You can think of him as a miracle." "Then how can we beat him?" Brilliant asked. Xing Chen shook his head and said, "In his world, he is the master, and no one can beat him. He is also the safest treasure vault in the world." "Then isn't Zichen in danger?" Brilliant was anxious. "Strictly speaking, it is. Even a saint wouldn't dare to rashly enter such a thing. Once the weapon spirit becomes hostile, even a saint would die without a doubt." Hearing Xing Chen's unhurried words, Brilliant said angrily, "Then why are you still talking nonsense here? Why don't you hurry up and think of a way to save Zichen?" Xing Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm only talking about under normal circumstances, but the situation in front of us is obviously not normal. If the weapon spirit wants to exert its greatest power, it needs to borrow the power of heaven and earth. But on this planet, there is no energy to operate, and there is no energy to borrow, so its power is greatly weakened. Under such circumstances, Zichen can still hold on for a while. How do we break it? Brilliant asked. Under normal circumstances, there is no way to break it. But now, if I'm not wrong, this weapon spirit has no master, so it is an ownerless object. The only way to make it stop is to control the artifact spirit. Control it from the inside? You must control it from the inside. Xing Chen nodded. It's over. Brilliant's face instantly turned pale. This place blocks all spiritual sense transmissions. Even if you know the method, you can't pass it to Zichen. If Zichen doesn't know the method, then isn't he in danger? Chapter 2146. This was the most difficult opponent Zichen had ever encountered. He was even more difficult than Saint Luo Fei. All of his powerful techniques were unable to threaten his opponent. It was as if he was fighting against a shadow. At this moment, his greatest reliance was his physical body that was almost at the saint level. Even if Luo Fei was standing here at his peak, he would most likely be at a disadvantage. However, in front of his opponent, such a powerful physical body could only be used for defense. The strong man stood in front of him, looking at Zichen coldly through the dense net of rules. The golden light on Zichen's body was getting dimmer and dimmer. The saint power around him could disappear at any time. It could be said that this time, he was at his wit's end when facing the strong man. His life was even in danger. At this moment, Xing Chen's words were transmitted to Zichen's mind. He has no master now and is very dangerous. However, he can't mobilize the energy of heaven and earth, so he can't exert his full power at the moment. Now, use your perfect spiritual sense to carefully sense your surroundings. There is a very mysterious place where his soul is located. As long as you control his soul, not only will you be safe, but you will also obtain a miraculous treasure. Unless you have the power to forcibly break into this treasure vault, you will never lose the things you put here. Hearing the voice transmission, Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. The remaining saint power in his body began to surge and instantly gathered on his fist. An even stronger wave of saint power emerged. It's useless. You will definitely die today, the strong man said coldly when he saw Zichen mobilizing his saint power. Is that so? Zichen smiled coldly. He threw a punch that contained pure saint energy at the big net in front of him. Under the powerful energy fluctuation, the punch instantly shattered the big net. At the same time, the fist light continued forward, shattering the big man's body along with it. What can you do? I am immortal and indestructible. Not only will you not be able to kill me, but you will also die even faster if you continue to waste your energy like this. The muscular man looked at Zichen with a mocking expression as he reappeared. Is that so? Why don't you take a look and see what's over there? Zichen smiled at him. The burly man subconsciously turned around and saw another Zichen standing behind him. He was smiling coldly at the burly man, and golden light began to shine around his body. No. The burly man's expression changed greatly. He wanted to launch an attack, but it was obviously too late. He only had time to let out a roar. Boom. Zichen's perfect spiritual sense landed somewhere in the void. The space there began to distort and then was torn apart. In the torn space, a transparent crystal appeared. The soul of the strong man was inside the crystal. However, the brawny man in the middle of the crystal had a blank look on his face, and his eyes were lifeless. Zichen's spiritual senses quickly entered the crystal and imprinted itself on the burly man's body. The crystal suddenly burst out with a bright light. The eyes of the soul in the middle of the crystal lit up. It was as if an incomplete soul had become complete. Those lifeless eyes shone brightly. His gaze moved and fell on Zichen. There was a touch of gratitude in the eyes of the burly man, and he silently called out to his master. The net of heaven and earth that appeared once again disappeared behind Zichen. The crazy man stayed where he was, and golden light emerged from his body. If one looked carefully, they would be able to sense that the golden light on his body had an aura similar to Zichen's. In front of Zichen, The spirit crystal turned into light and dissipated. The entire treasury began to tremble and burst out with a dazzling light. The void that was forcibly torn apart by Zichen's spiritual sense healed and returned to normal. This time, even the perfect spiritual sense could not sense it. Zhongdian greets the master. Just as Zichen's face revealed a surprised expression, the strong man's voice sounded behind him. He was kneeling on one knee, and his face was filled with regret and fear. Zichen turned around and looked at the burly man named Zhongdian. That was his name. Previously, my soul was incomplete. I only knew that the thing inside was very important to me and that outsiders were not allowed to touch it. During that time, I almost threatened the master. I hope the master will punish me, Zhongdian said while kneeling. Get up. This matter is not your fault. Zichen waved his hand and did not seem to care. However, just now, he really did feel that his life was in danger. If not for Xingchen's warning, he would probably have died here. Zhongdian got up and stood behind Zichen. At this moment, Zhongdian's incomplete soul was replenished by Zichen. He was no longer stupid and had become an existence with normal thinking and wisdom. Xia Hand really took the forbidden artifact? Zichen asked. Yes, he took all the forbidden artifacts. Zhongdian nodded and said. This is the Black Mountain Bandits' territory. An existence like you shouldn't be here, right? Yes, I used to belong to the Luo sect. After the Luo sect was destroyed, I was taken away by the master. When I appeared again, I was in the Black Mountain Bandits' territory. Oh, it's the previous master, the founder of the Black Mountain Bandits and the real leader. Unfortunately, he died in battle. When the previous master was mentioned again, Zhongdian's expression seemed a little sad. Zichen had never heard of this sect, so his expression did not change. He just nodded and motioned for Zhongdian to open the door. The feeling of being whole disappeared and the door to the treasury slowly opened. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Zichen walked out of the treasury. Zhongdian followed behind Zichen with a respectful expression. When the fat and thin Heaven Realm Masters saw Zhongdian being so respectful, their expressions looked as if they had seen a ghost. They had been with the Black Mountain Bandits for quite some time and had seen Zhongdian many times. Coincidentally, they had seen Zhongdian talking to the great leader. It was a completely equal attitude. Zhongdian even seemed a little impatient, and great leader Xia Hand even seemed to want to curry favor with him. However, at this moment, Zhongdian was as docile as a little lamb in front of Zichen. He was like the most humble servant. Therefore, the two of them looked at Zichen with even more admiration. Congratulations. Seeing Zichen walk out, the others also let out a big sigh of relief. Xingchen said with a smile. Dazzling had obviously learned about the use of the treasure pavilion from Xingchen. She looked at Zichen enviously. She was surprised that Zichen had such luck. However, it was also full of danger. If Zichen did not have perfect spiritual senses, he might have really died in there. Zichen nodded at the two and said, "How is the situation?" "The situation has stabilized. I did not make things difficult for those Heaven Realm Masters. Some have already left and some have chosen to stay. However, I have not promised them," Xingchen said. "Sir, please accept us. In the future, the two of us will definitely follow your lead." The fat and thin Heaven Realm Masters quickly ran over to express their intentions. They had already seen how powerful Zichen was. They should not be at a disadvantage if they followed such a powerful existence. "Let's talk about this later." Zichen waved his hand, feeling a little speechless. On the Life Star, Heaven Realm Masters were high and mighty existences. They were the real big shots. Wherever they went, they would receive the highest level of reception. However, on this Star Road, where Heaven Realm Masters finally gathered, ordinary Heaven Realm Masters were the lowest existences. They were in a precarious situation. Zichen had not decided whether to build a force on this Star Road. Therefore, he had not thought about whether to recruit these former space pirates. The situation here had stabilized. Next, Zichen went to Xia Han's residence. It was an independent and grand castle. Now, it had become Zichen's residence. Chen would stay here for a while to study how to extract the saint energy precepts, as well as how to fuse them. Before that, Chen had to borrow his own saint power. Unfortunately, in the previous battle, he had used up all his saint power. He could only wait for it to recover slowly. In the living room, Chen and Brilliant walked in to report the situation here to Chen. After a while, Chen, who had finished his report, asked, "Did you ask why such a rare thing would be among the Black Mountain Bandits? Where did they come from?" "Yes. They said they came from a place called Luo Sect." Luo Sect. It sounds familiar, but I can't remember. Chen shook his head in confusion. Brilliant was the same. He felt familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it before. Suddenly, Brilliant's expression changed. He said in disbelief, "Could it be the Luo sect that is rumored in Nickel Star area?" Chen asked curiously, "You know this Luo sect?" "I've only heard a rumor about this area. It is said that this star area only had one name a long time ago, and that is Luo. This star area is also under the control of the Luo sect. It is an overlord force in the star path. It is said that when it was strong, it had many saints. But because it was a sect, the upper echelons of the Luo sect came from various places. Those upper echelons used the sect's resources to develop their own forces. As these forces expanded to a certain extent, there was an internal turmoil. The Luo sect fell apart and disappeared completely. It is said that the two families in Nickel, the Nico family and the Geng family, were once from the Luo family." Hearing Brilliant's words, Chen was shocked. "There's such a thing." Chen sighed. "If that's the case, then it makes sense that there is such a miraculous treasure in this little nest of galactic bandits. I believe that these two families have never given up on searching for the Luo sect's treasure. But who would have thought that it was hidden right under their noses? As the saying goes, the most dangerous place may also be the safest place. This is just a rumor I've heard. I don't know whether it is true or not," said Brilliant. Chen smiled. "It doesn't matter whether it is a rumor or not. What is important is that we have obtained this thing, so it is naturally ours. Oh, I forgot to mention that this thing is not only the safest treasure, but it is also a portable treasure. When we leave, we can take it with us." Hearing Chen's words, Chen was also moved. He said, "Since the original owner of the treasure was from the Luo sect, is it possible that there are other good things here? For example, these halls. Maybe they can be stored away. Maybe they are the same kind of treasure." "Yes, it is possible. The three of us will investigate carefully." Chen nodded. Chapter 2147. Among the Black Mountain Bandits, there were many buildings. Among them, the 9 leaders were the leaders, and each leader was in charge of an ancient castle building. Chen and the other 2 came to these ancient castles and carefully explored every corner, not missing a single corner. After a few hours, the 3 of them met outside with disappointment written all over their faces. "We were too greedy. Just one of those items could already be considered a supreme treasure. Yet, we actually wanted more. Furthermore, after so many years of squandering, even if there were any good items here, they would have long been squandered away." Chen shook his head. This place was created by Zhongdian's first master. At first, it was just an inconspicuous galactic bandit lair. However, the first master died in battle early, and Xia Hand took over this place. With the title of Invincible False Saint, he developed the Black Mountain Bandits into the #1 bandits in this area. During this period, he must have squandered a lot of resources. In fact, Chen guessed that the real intention of the Great Leader was to maintain this galactic bandit lair, not to really expand it because he wanted to hide his identity. However, after the Great Leader died in battle, and Xia Hand did not know why, so things went awry. Whether this was the case or not, it was meaningless to Chen. He had nothing to do with the former Great Leader. Even if he knew his secret, he would not be able to find the other treasures of the Luo sect. As for the Black Mountain Bandits, although they were a good force, Chen could not stop because of them. He would only rest here for a short while, and then continue to go deeper. After a fruitless search, Chen returned to Xia Han's original residence. The consumed saint power had almost recovered, and he could try to extract the saint power precepts. Zichen had no experience with spirit devourers. Fortunately, the precepts he comprehended were very unusual. When Zichen drew out one of these precepts and filled his body, it was as if he had unlocked a memory inheritance. It was as if he had been guided by his soul, and he naturally knew what to do next. Saint energy surged from his fingertips as Zichen mobilized the spirit devourer's laws. He pointed at the saint energy crystal and infused his saint energy into it. Soon, he sensed the saint energy law among the many heavenly laws. Using the law as a guide, the saint energy turned into a silk thread that wrapped around the saint energy law and forcibly extracted it from the saint energy crystal. To be able to do this, one had to be a saint-level spirit devourer. The reason why the combat strength of a false saint was not strong was that they only had one saint rule in their bodies. The other rules were all heaven realm. Back then, Zichen had said that false saints were heaven realm beings who had taken a fork in the road. This statement was very correct. A false saint was like giving up an ocean and obtaining a well. He could only unleash the power of that well. All of this sounded simple, but when it was put into practice, Zichen realized how difficult it was. He experimented more than a dozen times until the saint energy that had just condensed in his body was completely exhausted. Only then did he manage to extract one saint energy law. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zichen looked at the law crystal in his hand and sighed, "I didn't expect it to be so difficult. In this case, it will take a long time to condense a complete saint energy crystal." Zichen was very dissatisfied with his speed. However, if the saints from the outside world knew that Zichen could successfully extract a saint energy law with just a little bit of saint energy condensed in his body, they would undoubtedly be stunned. At the same time, it would cause a huge commotion. This was because under normal circumstances, it would take several days to extract a law, and that was for those who were proficient. If it was for those who were not proficient, it would probably take more than a month. It was Zichen's first time trying to extract the saint energy law, and he had such a result. In the eyes of those who were truly knowledgeable, this was undoubtedly a monstrous existence. At the same time, they would also be shocked by the purity of Zichen's law. Zichen was not satisfied with his speed, but he soon discovered that when he was extracting the saint energy law, the speed at which his body condensed the saint energy had increased by a lot. This was a complete surprise, so Zichen focused on operating the perfect body to restore the saint energy. After the saint energy was restored, he continued to consume it. During this repeated process, the speed at which Zichen's saint energy increased was not inferior to the speed at which he was previously in seclusion. This unexpected surprise made Zichen make up his mind to continue staying here for a while, and then try his best to extract all the saint energy law from all the crystals that contained the saint energy law. In his spare time, Zichen would also go out for a walk and investigate the situation around him. At the same time, he would satisfy the idea of finding treasures that had dissipated in his heart. After that, Zichen discovered a very strange phenomenon. On this planet, other than cultivators, there were no other signs of life. However, the buildings here were not only magnificent, but each of them had an array formation. However, without the support of the heaven and earth powers, these array formations were undoubtedly just decorations. Logically speaking, such a galactic pirate lair should not be placed on such a dilapidated planet. This was because no one could guarantee how long these planets could last before they were naturally destroyed. If one really wanted to establish a faction, then those intact planets were truly suitable places. Zichen, who was puzzled, called over the fat and thin heaven realms. "Sir, you've misunderstood. This used to be a complete world. All the array formations could be activated. However, something has happened in recent years. The spiritual energy on this planet has begun to flow away, showing signs of destruction. It's not just this planet, but the other nearby planets as well," said Thin Sky Realm. "There's such a thing. Have you guys gone to investigate? What's the cause?" When this situation was first discovered, everyone was very excited. They all thought that a great treasure had appeared in this star sector. Great leader Xia Hand even personally went around to investigate. However, even when all the planets were destroyed, they still could not find the source of the abnormality. In the end, Everyone gave up looking for the source and was overjoyed. Over time, everyone got used to it. After that, Chen asked the two of them some more questions, but he did not find any useful clues. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this place would not flow away for no reason. Moreover, it was flowing away together with the energy on the surrounding planets. There was something strange about this. Could it be that the great leader back then did not come here to establish the Black Mountain Bandits simply to hide? Instead, he discovered something here and established a galactic pirate lair, which was just a cover. Yes, that must be it. The Luo clan has been destroyed for too long enough for the two great families to forget about them. The other party might not have come here just to hide. He might have discovered the secret of this place and was just faking his death. This was also a possibility. He deliberately gave up on Zhongdian's soul control and faked his death. However, when Chen thought about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. This was because the Black Mountain Bandits were created by the other party. Since he had discovered the secret long ago, he could have lived here in seclusion without establishing the Black Mountain Bandits. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Chen did not expect that he would see such a place full of secrets just by staying here for a short period of time. Almost all the people related to the great leader back then had died in battle. Even if they did not die, they had been killed by Chen in this battle. Only Xia Hand and the military advisor had run away. It was proven that the other party did not run away back then. They only ran after he blocked the attack of the second leader's forbidden weapon. However, Xia Hand was the only one. The military advisor was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had run away long ago, or perhaps he had been killed by Xia Hand. However, there was no doubt that all the problems lay with Xia Hand. Chen called the fat and skinny Heaven Realm experts again and asked them about Xia Hand. We don't know the specifics. We haven't seen the real great leader. When we first came here, Xia Hand was the great leader. Back then, in a large-scale battle, almost all of those people died. In that battle, the great leader died, the fourth leader was heavily injured, and the second leader, Xia Hand, was also injured. Only he and the fourth leader survived that battle. After that, Xia Hand became the great leader, the fourth leader became the third leader, and the third leader became the second leader. You have already killed the other party. Oh, the military advisor also participated in the battle back then. It is said that he was also injured. Do you know who he fought with? Chen asked. I'm not sure. It is said that it was an aristocratic family, but I don't know which aristocratic family it is. This matter has passed for tens of thousands of years and has long been forgotten. We just overheard a few words when others were chatting. Oh, there is also a piece of gossip. It is said that the great leader's title of Invincible False Saint has long been lost. In the battle back then, he was seriously injured and has not recovered yet. His combat strength has also been greatly reduced. After that battle, the great leader has been talking about his title of Invincible False Saint, but he has never taken action. The two of them left. Chen went out to investigate. He used his perfect spiritual senses to investigate carefully, but he did not find anything unusual. Perhaps there was a secret here, but too much time had passed. Even if there was a secret, it had been taken away by someone else. However, Chen had other thoughts about Xia Hand, who had disappeared inexplicably. He vaguely felt that Xia Hand might not have escaped and was still somewhere here. As for the battle back then, Chen had a different opinion in his heart. For example, Xia Hand, who had the title of Invincible False Saint, was injured. His opponent was definitely not a saint. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive. Chen knew very well how powerful an existence with the title of Invincible False Saint was. He could completely kill someone of the same level. In a battle with someone of the same level, he should not have been seriously injured. However, if the opponent had extraordinary means, then it was another story. What if the great leader had been the one who had fought with Xia Hand? The other party's combat strength might not have been strong, but he had the treasure pavilion and endless means. In a desperate battle, it was still very possible for him to seriously injure Xia Hand. In that battle, only 3 people survived. However, The 3 leaders who survived died again not long after, leaving only Xia Han and the military advisor. As the great leader's confidants, the 2 of them did not know the magic of the treasure pavilion. It was obvious that the great leader did not trust the 2 of them. Chapter 2148. This was just Zichen's guess without any evidence. It was a guess he made based on his own personality. If he had a supreme treasure on him, he would definitely show it off to the people around him. For example, he would show it off in front of evil good monk. Moreover, he would definitely mention it more than once. Even in front of the devil ape, Zhong Haotian, and the others, Zichen would take the initiative to mention this matter. This was not to show off, but to show off. But the great leader didn't tell Xia Han about the treasure vault, so Zichen guessed that the 2 weren't on good terms. Since they weren't on good terms, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Xia Han knew the great leader's secret and killed him. If it was really as Zichen had guessed, then Xia Han must know the reason why the world energy in this place was flowing away. The fact that he had brought people to search for it was just a cover. As for Xia Han, as the great leader, he could take away the forbidden item in the treasure pavilion at any time, but he never did. Instead, he continued to maintain the operations of the Black Mountain Bandits and did not leave this place. Clearly, although he knew about the secret of the loss of heaven and earth spiritual power, he did not get it for some reason. Perhaps the timing was not right, so he continued to stay here. Even when Zichen arrived, he still hadn't given up. He was waiting for the second leader to use the forbidden weapon to kill him. Unfortunately, when he saw the second leader defeated, he decisively took the forbidden weapon and left. However, Zichen was certain that the other party had not gone far. This was only Zichen's guess, but he believed that it was not too far from the truth. Xia Han had not left. He was nearby, waiting for the secret to appear. After figuring this out, Zichen called Xingchen and Dazzling over and told them his idea. The 2 of them looked at Zichen strangely. "What's wrong?" Looking at the strange expressions on their faces, Zichen asked in confusion. "I wonder what is in your head. How could you come to such a conclusion based on such a few useless clues?" Xingchen said. "What? You don't believe me?" Zichen looked at him. "In this world, anything is possible, and your guess is very reasonable. I think we should look for it, but I'm very curious, how did you connect these things together?" Zichen smiled and said, "It's very simple. I'm not satisfied with my current situation. I hope to gain more." Indeed, Zichen wasn't satisfied with just obtaining the treasure vault. He felt that the great leader must have left behind many good things. Since he was here, he couldn't miss it. On that very day, Zichen ordered everyone to go out and search. Their target was all the nearby ruined planets, and they searched for any abnormalities. They also left a large number of people on this planet to search. Zichen continued to stay in his residence and continued to extract the saint power precepts to strengthen his own saint power. Every time the saint energy in his body grew stronger, his physical body would also become stronger. When his body was completely filled with saint energy, it would be the time when his physical body entered the saint grade. Buzz. Zichen, who was condensing the saint force principles, suddenly felt a tremor. His hand movements instinctively stopped, and the saint force principles that were about to be extracted returned to the saint crystal. Has it finally woken up? Zichen took out the rosefinch seal with some anticipation. Rosefinch opened its eyes. Its entire body was burning with golden flames. After it appeared, the hall was filled with an extremely strong pressure. In the battle with Luo Fei, Rosefinch's soul seal was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. It hadn't woken up until now. After waking up, Rosefinch's soul seal had become even stronger. Judging from the aura emitted from its body, it was already stronger than most false saints. Because it had devoured too many Ting serpent souls, Rosefinch's soul was slowly awakening. Rosefinch opened its eyes and saw Zichen. It transformed into Rosefinch's body and intimately rubbed Zichen's arm. Obviously, it was not limited to Zichen's spiritual sense. Congratulations on waking up. Now, enjoy your meal. Zichen flipped his left hand again, and the souls of the Tung serpents appeared in his hand. These souls were all sealed and did not die. Some of them were obtained by Zi Chen, and some were deliberately left behind by the Chen family and other families when they fought against the Luo family according to Xing Chen's instructions. These Ting serpent's souls were to strengthen Rosefinch's soul seal. When the latter saw this scene, its small eyes began to shine. Then, it opened its mouth, and with a cry of a bird, it devoured all the souls. After devouring all the souls, the golden flames on Rosefinch's body burned even more fiercely. Painful cries could be heard from its body from time to time. Obviously, Rosefinch was refining those Ting serpents. Rosefinch closed its eyes, and the golden flames on its body burned even more fiercely. Zi Chen put Rosefinch aside and continued to extract the saint energy precepts. As the number of saint energy precepts extracted increased, Zi Chen's movements became more and more skillful, and his speed became faster and faster. Xing Chen, who had some understanding of soul devourers, was always shocked by Zi Chen's speed. Others would take a lot of time, but Zi Chen could easily extract the precepts from them, just like a natural soul devourer. Soon, a week had passed. During this period, Xing Chen returned twice to inform Zi Chen that he had found several dilapidated planets. He and Dazzling had personally investigated them, but they did not find any trace of Xia hand, nor did they sense any abnormalities. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Zi Chen could not help but feel a little shaken. Whether it's right or wrong, let's find some time first. We have nothing to do now anyway. Xing Chen seemed to be very open-minded. Then, he thought of something and said, "Oh, by the way, the fat and skinny duo has been very diligent recently. They seem to be determined to follow you. Recently, they have been very close to Darren, and it seems like they want him to be their boss. What do you think about this? Darren has been following us all this time, and he has done his best. Let's just follow him," Zi Chen said with a faint smile. After Xing Chen left, Rosefinch's soul seal, which had been refining the Ting serpent's soul, woke up again. This time, he had devoured a lot of Ting serpent's souls, but they were not very strong. However, it made Rosefinch's soul more condensed, and his eyes became more lively. The real good stuff is here. Zi Chen waved his hand at Rosefinch's soul. He was holding a round ball in his hand, and inside the ball was a ferocious Ting serpent. This was the Ting serpent that Luo Fei had condensed back then, and it surged with the aura of a saint. Although it did not belong to a true saint, it was still condensed from pure saint power. Once Rosefinch refined it, it would definitely greatly increase the strength of Rosefinch's soul. However, it was obviously not easy to refine this ferocious fellow. Rosefinch's eyes were fixed on the Ting serpent sealed in the round ball. His lively eyes revealed greed, desire, excitement, and nervousness. Battle intent spread and surged from his body, but there was no seriousness or fear. "I can't help you much. Everything depends on your luck." Zi Chen looked at Rosefinch's soul and said. The latter looked up at Zi Chen, and there was a touch of gratitude in his lively eyes. After nodding at Zi Chen, he flapped his wings and rushed toward the round ball. Swoosh! Zi Chen opened the seal, and Rosefinch rushed in and began a head-on confrontation with the Ting serpent. The Ting serpent hissed and spat out divine flames. More than half of the round ball was filled with flames. Rosefinch's soul seal also spat out flames. The flames were golden and evolved from Rosefinch's fire and heavenly fire, which were transformed from Zi Chen's perfect spiritual thoughts. It was a unique flame that was slightly lower than the Ting serpent's fire, but it was not inferior to the Ting serpent's fire. Two flames appeared in the round ball, causing the entire round ball to turn into flames in an instant. At the same time, because of the terrifying fluctuations contained in the round ball, the energy ball, which had compressed space, began to tremble violently. Hum! Zi Chen raised his hand and released a surge of heaven-defying energy. The trembling ball was suppressed and stabilized again. The Ting serpent and Rosefinch turned into two flames and rushed toward each other. During this time, the Ting serpent wrapped around Rosefinch's body. The latter's energy fluctuated, and at the same time, he clawed at the Ting serpent's eyes. Along the way, Rosefinch had participated in many battles with the Ting serpent. He already had his own set of experience in capturing snakes. He flapped his wings and continued to fly toward the Ting serpent's head and eyes, which were the Ting serpent's vital points. At the same time, He skillfully avoided the Ting serpent's sweeping tail. Zichen stopped what he was doing and stared nervously at the battle between the Ting serpent and the Ting serpent. He was the one who created Rosefinch's soul seal. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried. Even if Rosefinch failed this time, Zichen would save his opponent's life for future battles. Peng! Rosefinch, who had skillfully dodged, was finally hit by the Ting serpent. The powerful blow almost shattered his soul. Boundless golden light emerged from his body. After suffering such a huge loss, Rosefinch did not come out empty-handed. A deep claw mark appeared on the Ting serpent's head. On the claw mark, Rosefinch's golden flames were burning. The Ting serpent, who was in pain, instantly rushed forward. It opened its mouth and bit Rosefinch's claw. Then, the Ting serpent exerted its strength and bit off one of Rosefinch's claws. But Rosefinch was not to be outdone. His other claw pierced through one of the Ting serpent's eyes. This was a battle of life and death. The battle was very tragic. Peng! The Ting serpent's tail fell again like a sharp blade. Rosefinch's other claw was cut off. He lost his balance and began to fall. During the fall, Rosefinch instantly accelerated and pecked the Ting serpent's other eye with his sharp beak. The Ting serpent screeched in pain. Its body twisted and instantly wrapped around Rosefinch's body. Rosefinch seized the opportunity and penetrated the Ting serpent's head with his sharp beak, pecking out the soul in the depths of the Ting serpent's mind. After swallowing the Ting serpent's soul, the Ting serpent's huge body dispersed into boundless flames. After doing all this, Rosefinch fell to the ground weakly. He allowed the flames to fill his body and be absorbed by his body bit by bit. This battle was tragic, but Rosefinch won in the end. All that was left was to wait for his opponent to transform. Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 2149. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Zichen suddenly sensed the energy fluctuation. His expression suddenly changed and he immediately turned around. However, there was nothing behind him. Even the energy fluctuation had disappeared as if it was an illusion. He used his spiritual senses to explore the surroundings and found nothing unusual. However, Zichen did not think that it was an illusion. Recently, because he knew the strength of the Luo sect and that the first master came from the Luo sect, Zichen's heart was full of desire for the Luo sect's treasures. This desire was almost to the point of being demonic. Therefore, he relied on some almost unrelated clues, and they were all hearsay. He thought that Xia Hand might still be here and that the Luo sect's treasures were still here. Therefore, in this almost demonic situation, Zichen's spiritual senses were spread all over the place. As soon as there was any movement, Zichen could sense it. It was definitely not an illusion. The fluctuation just now was behind him. However, at this moment, Zichen's perfect spiritual senses searched the place and found nothing unusual. How could this be? Zichen frowned as he looked around. All he could see were some decorations, nothing out of the ordinary. Could it be that the fluctuation came from these decorations? Well, a world in a flower and a world in a dust. In such a situation, it seems reasonable that there is a world in a decoration. Zichen muttered to himself and his eyes fell on the decorations. When he was searching with all his might, he certainly did not forget to put away the ball where Rosefinch's soul seal was. Xia Han's collection of decorations was very diverse. There were carved stone tools and some exquisite jade carvings. These were all works of art. There was no energy fluctuation on them. Perhaps there was once, but it disappeared with the disappearance of the energy of heaven and earth. Zichen picked up a jade plate and looked at it carefully. His perfect spiritual senses kept wandering back and forth on the jade plate. After a while, Zichen, who did not perceive any abnormalities, put down the jade plate and picked up the second thing. This repeated over and over again. Zichen did not detect any abnormalities. At this moment, Xing Chen and Dazzling walked in. Seeing Zichen playing with the ornaments, Xing Chen smiled and said, "You're actually admiring art. You seem to have a lot of free time." Guang Yarrow chuckled without saying a word. She knew that Zichen had been thinking too much about the Luo sect's treasures recently. "I just sensed an inexplicable energy fluctuation nearby, but it disappeared in a flash," Zi Chen said without turning his head, his spiritual sense constantly scanning the thing in his hand. When Xing Chen heard this, he laughed and said, "It must be an illusion. The things here don't have any spiritual energy. We've already checked before." Zi Chen shook his head and said with a straight face, "It's definitely not an illusion. My perfect spiritual senses are very clear. Don't you think it's strange? There are 9 leaders and 9 castles here. Why is the big leader's castle here?" Xing Chen was stunned at first. Then, he said, "Zi Chen, you've been a little obsessed recently. Of course, the 9 leaders have 9 castles. This is to show their status. As for why the big leader's castle is here, it's very simple. The other 8 leaders follow the big leader's lead. Of course, they have to guard this place." Zi Chen shook his head again and said, "It can be explained that way. But why is it guarding instead of guarding? It could also be to cover up this place. I suspect that Xia Hand disappeared so quickly because he came here. In this hall, there is a hidden space. All the secrets should be in this space." Listening to Zi Chen's solemn words, Xing Chen really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zi Chen was really too serious. Brilliant also shook his head. Obviously, he didn't agree with Zi Chen's words. "Don't just stand there. Come and check carefully. Maybe there really is a harvest." Zi Chen urged the 2 of them. "That's just your illusion. It's impossible to have any harvest. This time, we're already very lucky to have obtained the treasure pavilion." Xing Chen said. "You think I'm greedy, right?" Zi Chen looked back at Xing Chen and said solemnly, "It's true that I want to obtain the treasure, but this is not the reason why I'm pursuing it. My perfect spiritual senses are very sensitive to things. I feel that this place is not normal, so I made such a deduction." Xing Chen shook his head again. Perfect spiritual senses were indeed very special. However, if it was imposed on a certain will, it would still make a wrong perception. This kind of perception was called an illusion. Just as Xing Chen was thinking about how to persuade Zi Chen to give up the idea in his heart, an inexplicable energy fluctuation suddenly came from the hall. This fluctuation was very faint. It was very difficult for an ordinary person to detect it. Fortunately, the 3 of them were not ordinary people. They all had extremely sensitive soul perception. After sensing this energy, Xing Chen didn't say anything. Brilliant's eyes flashed with a strange light. "How is it? Is it still an illusion?" Zi Chen looked at the 2 of them. As expected of perfect spiritual senses. "This place is indeed abnormal. Let's hurry up and find it." Xing Chen immediately became alert and felt this energy fluctuation. Maybe Zi Chen's guess was completely correct. Xia Hand didn't run away, but stayed somewhere in this space. That should be where the biggest secret of this pirate nest was. Maybe, it really did contain the Luo sect's treasure. The 3 of them began to search here. They didn't miss a single corner. They didn't miss a single item. Even if it was just dust in a corner, the 3 of them still used their spiritual senses to investigate. But even with this method, they still didn't find anything. Soon, the faint energy fluctuation appeared again. This time, because the 3 of them were carefully investigating with their spiritual senses, their perception was very sharp. Then, they looked at a certain place in unison. That was the back of an ornamental display stand, where the wall was. Swoosh. Zi Chen waved his sleeve. A wave of energy rolled the display table to the side. The wall of the hall appeared in front of the 3 of them. There were some lines carved on the wall. Zi Chen used his spiritual sense to investigate and indeed, he felt a faint energy fluctuation on the wall. Xing Chen's spiritual senses sank into the wall. After a while, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Very clever hiding technique. It's in this wall. It should be a kind of restriction. Are you confident that you can open it?" Zi Chen asked. Xing Chen shook his head and said, "This kind of restriction is similar to a space lock. It must be opened with the correct method. It's not easy to break it by force." Zi Chen was somewhat disappointed. If LV Peng was here, everything would be easy to solve. Unfortunately, LV Peng was not here. "I have some understanding of formations. Perhaps we can give it a try." "Right, we need to find a helper." That senior should know formations as well.
Who?
Senior Cauldron Spirit of the Universal Origin Cauldron. Cauldron Spirit had existed for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, there were many formations in the Universal Origin Cauldron. Cauldron Spirit should know a thing or two about formations. Chen immediately signaled for Cauldron Spirit to appear. After explaining their intentions, Cauldron Spirit began to sense the wall. After a while, Cauldron Spirit said in a deep voice, "The restriction here is indeed similar to a space lock. Without the correct method, it will be very difficult to open it. However, there is a crack in this space lock. It should have been opened by force once. Perhaps we can use this crack to open it. There's a crack. Let me sense it again." Xing Chen appeared very surprised. He sank his spiritual senses into the wall again. After a while, he nodded and said, "That's right. There is indeed a crack. We should be able to open this restriction by using this crack. Then let's not waste any more time." Cauldron Spirit nodded and said, "We will need your perfect spiritual senses for the final stage. We will be in charge of finding that crack. You will sink your spiritual senses into it and simulate the method of unsealing it." "How do we simulate it?" Chen stared blankly for a moment. "Sink your spiritual senses into the crack and simulate it according to the crack left behind. Don't worry, this crack should have been opened many times. It should have become very obvious." After finishing those words, Xing Chen and Brilliant released their spiritual senses and sank them into the wall according to Cauldron Spirit's instructions. Cauldron Spirit then waved its hand. A beam of white light flew out of the cauldron and surged towards the wall. Seeing the somewhat puzzled expression on Chen's face, Cauldron Spirit explained, "That is the result of my many years of research. It can simulate the original form of a formation. You can think of it as the space lock." After the beam of white light entered the wall, it instantly dispersed and connected with the souls of Brilliant and Xing Chen. Under the infusion of the three souls, the wall began to distort and the energy of space spread out. A vortex gradually emerged from the wall. Energy began to surge within the vortex. There is no correct method. We can only increase the intensity of our soul energy and force it to appear. "The two of you, continue to exert your strength," instructed Cauldron Spirit. The soul energy in the duo's body once again surged towards the vortex in the wall. The vortex spun even faster. A circular restriction slowly emerged from the vortex. This was a restriction that was made up of many perfect circles connected together. It looked very complicated and densely packed. When one looked at it, they would feel dizzy. "The crack is right there. Chen, it's your turn now," said Cauldron Spirit as he pointed at the center of the circle. There was a crack at the center of the circle that could only be seen by using one's spiritual senses. Chen's perfect spiritual senses extended from his sea of consciousness. Like flowing water, they flowed into the formation through the crack. Just as Cauldron Spirit had said, Chen sensed some very familiar traces after his spiritual senses entered the formation. These traces were the correct way to open the restriction. Chen's spiritual senses extended along these traces. Fortunately, his perfect spiritual senses possessed the privilege of being able to manifest at will. Therefore, he could easily take on any form. After extending his spiritual senses to the end, Chen felt a sense of control in his mind. It was as though he had inserted the correct key into a lock. He only needed to exert a little bit of force to open the restriction. Creak. Chen's spiritual senses moved and a sound was transmitted from the restriction. Immediately after, the circles within the restriction began to disperse. Done. Chapter 2150. The seal was fully activated. Cracking sounds could be heard as the densely packed iron rings separated from the middle and dissipated in two directions. The group looked at this scene with nervous expressions. Among them, Chen was the most excited because his guess had actually come true. When the last restriction was removed, a crack appeared in the middle of the wall. White light was emitted from the crack, and the solid wall turned into a door. It automatically opened inwards, and the glaring light filled everyone's vision. "Let's go." Chen spread out his spiritual senses. He did not sense any abnormalities or danger and took the lead to enter the door. Xing Chen and Brilliant followed closely behind. Their expressions were full of anticipation. The cauldron spirit turned into a beam of light and entered the cauldron. In a mysterious space, Xia Hand and Wei Li sat cross-legged on two large rocks some distance away from each other. Their eyes were fixed on the scene in front of them. Under the radiant light, the expressions on their faces were constantly changing. Some were nervous, some were excited, some were longing, and some were agitated. Their unblinking eyes occasionally flickered with imperceptible glints. Dozens of meters in front of the two, there was a matrix composed entirely of saint energy crystals and non-attributed saint crystals. Saint crystals floated in the middle of the matrix as saint energy surged. At the core, a palm-sized sapling was absorbing the saint energy and growing. The two's gazes fell on the sapling. The sapling only had 2 leaves. 2 rays of light circulated on its surface. As the light flickered, a saint aura emanated from it. The saint aura was very pure. Xia Han's eyes were filled with fanaticism as he looked at the sapling with 2 leaves. He was a false saint. If he did not encounter a great opportunity, he would never be able to become a saint through the edict of energy. Invincible false saint was his ultimate goal. Originally, he did not have any hopes of becoming a saint. However, he inadvertently discovered this thing in front of him. His hope was rekindled. In order to let you sprout, a total of 81 planets and worlds were destroyed and turned into dead lands. It took hundreds of thousands of years. Now, it's finally time to reap the rewards. His expression was very excited, and the frequency of his heartbeat increased by a lot. In this world, apart from energy becoming a saint, there was also the saying of the physical body becoming a saint. However, the latter was relatively more difficult. There was only 1 in 100 people, and the average person did not even dare to dream of it. There were all kinds of strange things in this world. Since there was a harmonious spirit master who could almost mass-produce saints, then there would naturally be a similar heaven-defying treasure that could help one's body become a saint. The sapling in front of them was a heaven-defying treasure. Its value was much higher than that of a harmonious spirit master. This little tree was called the Rainbow Sacred Tree. It was an extremely famous treasure in the world, a treasure that all forces yearned for even in their dreams. Its value was immeasurable, and it could be said to be one of the few treasures in the world that couldn't be valued, and it was also one of the most precious treasures that couldn't be valued. It could naturally absorb the energy between heaven and earth, and then convert this energy into pure saint energy, thus promoting the cultivator's physical body to become a saint. Back then, Xia Hand had inadvertently discovered the great leader's secret. When he found out that the great leader was actually hiding the Rainbow Holy Tree's seed, he plotted everything together with Wei Li. As a result, he paid a huge price to kill the great leader and obtained the Rainbow Holy Tree's seed. In order to let the seed germinate, they spent tens of thousands of years. And before that, the great leader had been plotting for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, they were finally going to succeed. After absorbing the energy of 81 planets, the seed of the Rainbow Sacred Tree had finally sprouted recently. After that, everything became much faster. In a short period of time, 2 leaves had sprouted, and the 3rd leaf was about to appear at any time. Everything was going well, but the only thing that made Xia Hand unhappy was that this place had changed owners, and he was now acting like a thief. Damn it, why did you have to come now? This Rainbow Holy Tree can only be mine. Wait until I become a saint, then I will come out and kill you all. Xia Hand had witnessed the battle with his own eyes. Zi Chen's strength made his heart palpitate. Not to mention that he didn't have his peak strength now. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for Zi Chen. Therefore, he decisively chose to take away the forbidden item and hide here. A soft sound was heard, and another ray of light appeared on the Rainbow Holy Tree. The 3rd leaf sprouted and grew quickly. Such a scene made the two even more nervous. It's almost done. It won't be long before it takes shape, Wei Li said excitedly. Wei Li, I have to thank you for this. I, Xia Hand, owe you a favor. After I become a saint, I will definitely not forget you. Xia Hand said in a deep voice. Leader, what are you saying? Although the two of us aren't blood-related brothers, we've been together for so many years. This 7-colored holy tree should be used by leader first. Moreover, this tree isn't a one-time use item. I can use it after leader breaks through. We've already waited for so many years. Wei Li doesn't mind waiting a little longer. Wei Li smiled. Since you have said so, then don't call me great leader in the future. After all, the Black Mountain bandits have been destroyed. From now on, we will call each other brothers. I am the big brother, and you are the brother. Okay, big brother. Wei Li looked at Xia Han with an excited expression. Brother. Xia Han's expression was also very excited. At this moment, the two only had each other in their eyes, and only this brotherly affection. The rainbow holy tree was no longer in their eyes. This brotherly affection was very moving. It's a pity. If third brother was here, he would be very happy to see the rainbow holy tree sprouting. Wei Li sighed softly, and his expression became dejected. Yes, third brother is very meticulous. He was also the one who discovered Luo Wu's secret. It's a pity that the old man had too many tricks up his sleeves in the battle back then. We were both seriously injured. My injuries have yet to recover, and third brother's injuries are too serious. Speaking until here, Xia Han's face was filled with grief, and he couldn't continue. All these years, I didn't give up the position of third brother because I wanted to give us brothers something to think about. Third brother was already pitiful, but now, even his only thought is gone. It's all because of that damned Zi Chen. Of all times, he came at this time to ruin our plans. Wei Li's eyes flashed with a cold light. That person is indeed repulsive, but you've also seen his battle strength. He's extremely powerful and can't be underestimated. However, even if he occupies this place, he'll definitely not be able to find this place. We're absolutely safe now. Now, we can only wait for the rainbow holy tree to grow. Then, we'll both break through to the Saint Realm. Then, we'll kill our way out and take what belongs to us, Xia Han said. His last words were filled with cold killing intent. Wei Li nodded, and the atmosphere fell into silence again. The energy contained in the Saint Crystal in the array was constantly being absorbed by the rainbow holy tree, and the third leaf was also constantly growing. The most difficult part of the rainbow holy tree was the germination of the seed. Because it was a heaven-defying treasure, it was rejected by the laws of heaven and earth. In most cases, it would be destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth before it could germinate. Once the seed successfully germinated, because it had accumulated enough energy, its growth speed would increase by a lot in the following stages. Practically visible to the naked eye, the third leaf gradually grew. The light that belonged to the third type of energy became more and more dazzling, and then the fourth leaf appeared. Wei Li and Xia Han both stared at the rainbow holy tree, and didn't say anything. Piak! 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 Within the array, the energy of the Saint Crystals was sucked dry, and they exploded one by one, turning into dust that fell to the ground. The growth speed of the rainbow holy tree had slowed down slightly. Seems like I'll have to replenish some more Saint Crystals. Xia Han, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up and left the stone platform, walking towards the array. In order to not arouse Zi Chen's suspicions, he had only taken away all the forbidden weapons and a portion of the Saint Crystals. He had even left some for the other party. Indeed, if we were to replenish some more Saint Crystals, the growth speed would. Wei Li nodded his head, showing a calm expression. But in the next moment, a long spear appeared in his hands, and he pierced it towards Xia Han's back. Everything happened too suddenly, and the speed of the spear was so fast that Xia Han couldn't even react in time before his body was pierced through. Looking at the long spear that pierced through his body, Xia Han was stunned. The Saint Crystals in his hands fell to the ground, and fresh blood dripped down the body of the spear. He slowly turned around and looked at Wei Li, whose face had turned hideous, in disbelief. Bro, you. What's the meaning of this? Wei Li stood on the stone platform, his expression extremely cold. He looked at Xia Han and sneered, being your brother will only lead to a faster death. Don't think that I don't know how third brother died. He was killed by you. I would like to let you use this rainbow holy tree first, but I can't guarantee that you won't kill me afterward. Furthermore, with third brother's example, I don't dare to trust you. Shia Hand lowered his head and looked at the long spear in his chest. The runes on the body of the spear were flashing, and the spear wasn't a physical object. This is your forbidden weapon. You shouldn't have any more forbidden weapons. I left this behind on purpose when I was out on a mission. It was all for the sake of dealing with you today. Now, it's time for everything to end. As Wei Li's voice fell, the forbidden weapon that pierced into Shia Hand's body exploded. A terrifying energy wreaked havoc, and Shia Hand's body and the forbidden weapon exploded together. His soul was destroyed. Temph, the opportunity to become a saint, why should I give it to you? Wei Li smiled coldly, but in the next moment, the smile on his face froze, because a long sword suddenly appeared behind him and pierced through his heart. Wei Li was stunned, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the tip of the sword that pierced through his chest. He sensed a familiar aura, but he couldn't understand why. Do you think I'm an idiot? I've been paying attention to you all these years. That body I possessed was just a puppet I prepared many years ago for you to kill. The current me is my real body, said Qin Wentian. Shia Hand's mocking voice sounded from behind him. What? Blood flowed out from his mouth. After turning around, Wei Li saw Shia Hand, who was supposed to be dead. Idiot, this is my territory, and my people are everywhere. You might be able to hide some of your little schemes from me, but you're right about one thing. I won't let you go. The opportunity to become a saint is right in front of me. How can I give it to others? Chapter 2151. Shia Hand turned his head and looked in a certain direction. His eyes were filled with vigilance. Wei Li, who was pierced by a sword, heard Shia Hand's call and his eyes were filled with hope. When he turned his head again, Shia Hand revealed a cold smile. Wei Li was in complete despair. Obviously, there was no one in the dark. It was just that Shia Hand was too vigilant, so he purposely shouted. His life force was quickly draining away. Shia Hand's attack was undoubtedly fatal. Knowing his opponent's character, Wei Li had no intention of begging for mercy. He just stared at Shia Hand, and there was no despair in his eyes. This was a scheme, but in the end, Shia Hand's skill was better. The winner takes all. Before you die, do you have any last words? After all, we are brothers, so I can fulfill your wish. Shia Hand's spiritual sense locked onto Wei Li as he smiled sinisterly. Slowly shaking his head, Wei Li said, I admit defeat this time, but don't be too complacent. You may have won this time, but there will be a time when you lose. When that time comes, it will be time for you to lose your life. Shia Hand laughed, you don't have to worry about that. As long as I kill you, no one in this world will know that I have the rainbow sacred tree. I will enter the saint realm with my physical body and become a true saint. Then, I will create a family and become the overlord of the Star Road. The miracle did not happen, and Wei Li's soul dissipated. Death was not scary to him, because he had killed too many people. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was the one who planned to kill the great leader Luo Wu. In that battle, many senior figures of the Black Mountain Bandits were killed. Looking at the fallen Wei Li, Shia Hand smiled coldly, and a ray of energy fell on him. As Wei Li's body exploded, the heaven core and spiritual ring were taken away by him. After that, Shia Hand's gaze fell on the rainbow sacred tree again. At this moment, this sacred tree completely belonged to him. And he would use this sacred tree to create an era that belonged to him. Who is there? Come out. Shia Hand, who was walking forward, suddenly turned his head and stared behind him. The surroundings were quiet and only the sound of Saint Crystal's shattering could be heard. Yang Kai vigilantly smiled again. This is a secret place, no one else can perceive it, and even if they can, there is absolutely no way to open it. This place is safe. With a complacent smile, he looked at the rainbow holy tree again and saw that the fourth leaf was about to take shape. After the rainbow, the sacred tree will be mine. His expression was very excited, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. When the fourth leaf grew and the fifth leaf appeared, Shia Hand clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Come out. There's no need to hide. I've long since discovered you. He did not turn around, but put on a very arrogant look. However, the surroundings were completely silent. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Pa, As the saint crystals continued to shatter, Xia Hand continued to replenish them. These were all false saint-grade saint crystals he had taken out from the treasure pavilion. They had been prepared for today's situation by Great Leader, but unfortunately he had not been able to wait until today. Time passed, and the fifth leaf was complete. Because the seed had absorbed too much energy, after germinating, the holy tree grew very quickly. The sixth leaf had already appeared. Come out, there's no need to hide. I've already seen you. Who's hiding there? Don't be sneaky. Come out. During this period, Xia Hand was like a neurotic. Every once in a while, he would suddenly say such words. As the rainbow holy tree gradually took shape, his probing words had become more frequent. However, it was understandable. The rainbow holy tree was too precious. Not to mention how long the great leader had spent, just him and Wei Li had spent tens of thousands of years on it. Moreover, such a supreme treasure was even more precious than a harmonious spirit master. It was reasonable for them to be cautious. After the sixth leaf had taken shape, the seventh leaf appeared. This was also the last leaf. For a moment, the entire rainbow holy tree was emitting resplendent seven-colored light. The seven-colored light illuminated the entire space. It was very beautiful. Xia Hand looked at the rainbow holy tree in front of him. His eyes were somewhat blurred. He was only one step away from success. Out of vigilance or out of habit, he shouted again, "Come out, there's no point in continuing to hide." He had said such words many times before. However, no one responded to him every time. However, when he finished his sentence, he suddenly received a response. A low sigh was heard. "Ari, since you've repeatedly requested, I'll fulfill your wish." After the low sigh, a figure appeared behind him. Seeing that figure, Xia Han's expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, "It's you, Zi Chen. Or rather, it's us." Behind Zi Chen, Xing Chen and Brilliant appeared. The three of them quietly looked at Xia Han, whose expression had changed drastically. "How is this possible? How did you find this place? There's a spatial lock there. Without the correct method, it's impossible to open it." Xia Han looked at the three of them in disbelief. "If I say that we have a formation master here, would you believe me?" Zi Chen looked at him and said. Xia Han's face had lost all color. He looked at Zi Chen in despair and said, "When did you guys arrive?" "Not very early. I just happened to see you and Wei Li scheming against each other." Zi Chen smiled faintly. "Then you." Xia Han's expression changed. "What you want to say is, since we've already appeared, why didn't we appear after hearing your words?" Zi Chen smiled. "Actually, it's very simple. We have absolute confidence in our own concealment methods. We believe that you definitely won't be able to discover us. Therefore, we know that you're just playing tricks." The other party had already arrived long ago and watched his every move. However, he was like a clown who kept making noise with a complacent expression. He knew why the other party didn't take the initiative to appear. They were worried that he would destroy the rainbow holy tree. But now that the holy tree was about to take shape, it would take a lot of courage to destroy it. Knowing how strong Zi Chen was, Xia Han didn't turn his head to check on the rainbow holy tree. He knew that the rainbow holy tree was about to take shape, but it hadn't. At this moment, he didn't dare to act rashly because he was worried that Zi Chen would suddenly kill him. It was also because of this that Xia Han didn't notice that behind him, on the other side of the rainbow holy tree, there was another Zi Chen who had retracted all his aura and was looking at him silently. "Don't come over. If you take another step forward, I'll destroy this thing." Xia Han flipped his hand and a piece of talisman paper appeared in his hand. This was a forbidden weapon, a complete forbidden weapon. A horrifying holy aura spread out. The three of them stopped in their tracks as expected. Zi Chen looked at Xia Han and asked, "What do you want?" Xia Han's expression turned malevolent. "This is my item. I've spent tens of thousands of years to nurture it to this day. But you guys appeared out of nowhere. I should be the one asking you guys what you want." Xia Han's emotions fluctuated greatly. It was as if he had lost his mind and could destroy the rainbow holy tree at any time. "I admit that this thing was nurtured by you, but I don't admit that it belongs to you. You obtained it by killing others, so you should have the awareness that it will be taken away. But seeing that you didn't have it easy, I can promise not to kill you and let you leave safely. Zichen's voice was still as calm as ever. Do you think you can kill me? I have plenty of forbidden weapons in my hands. Xia Han said coldly. You know that forbidden weapons can't kill me. I might kill your companions. Do you want the holy tree or your companions? Even now, Xia Han didn't forget to threaten Zichen. Your threats are meaningless to me. Now is the time for you to make a choice. Which is more important, your life or the rainbow holy tree? Make your choice. Of course the rainbow holy tree is more important. You know this better than me. You don't have to care about my question because you are the same as me. We are both unscrupulous people. If you obtain the rainbow holy tree, you will definitely kill the two of them to keep the secret. In your heart, you can't wait for the two of them to die. Xia Han said coldly. I admire your sharp thinking even when facing a desperate situation. Your instigation is also very brilliant. But it's useless to me. Zichen shook his head. He looked at Xing Chen and Brilliant and said, Do you guys believe that I will kill them and steal their treasures? The two of them nodded their heads at the same time. Haha, look, they believe you. Xia Han laughed, thinking that his instigation was effective. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, because the two of them were looking at him with ridicule. The two of you still don't know the true use of this thing, right? This is the rainbow holy tree, a true treasure. No one wouldn't be moved by it. Once Zichen obtains it, he will definitely silence you. Xia Han roared at the two of them with an agitated expression. Xing Chen looked at Xia Han and said, The rainbow holy tree is a heaven-defying treasure that is hard to come by in this world. If the seed wants to germinate, other than fighting against the laws of heaven and earth, it also needs to devour the energy of 81 planets. During this period, it will also face many natural enemies, making it almost impossible for it to germinate. But once it germinates, it will grow 7 leaves in a short period of time and become a treasure. The rainbow holy tree will naturally fuse with the body and absorb the saint force of heaven and earth, allowing one's body to reach the saint realm. The rainbow holy tree can also be used many times. Xing Chen's explanation was very detailed, he even knew more than Xia Han. Xia Han looked at him in disbelief. What you want to say is, since you know about it, why aren't you moved? Xing Chen smiled faintly and said, Although this thing is a treasure, it's useless to me. It's also useless to my clansmen. Xia Han obviously couldn't accept this statement. Who in the world would dare to say that the rainbow holy tree was useless? Even the top-notch forces in the Star Road wouldn't dare to say that. Chapter 2152. Xing Chen's reminder was kind and sincere. Unfortunately, Xia Han did not appreciate it. He held the forbidden talisman tightly in his hand and said coldly, Don't try to lie to me. Let me tell you, even if I die today, you can forget about getting the sacred tree. His gaze swept past Xing Chen and Brilliant as he said, The two of you, don't even think of leaving alive today. Facing the threat, Xing Chen was indifferent. He shook his head and said, Once the rainbow sacred tree sprouts, it will grow faster and faster. The 7th leaf has already sprouted. Your sacred tree is really gone. No, before the final word could be uttered, Xia Han sensed that the multicolored light between the heavens and the earth had suddenly dimmed. Soon after, it completely disappeared. He knew that this was the sign of the rainbow sacred tree being restrained after it took shape. Without another word, he crushed the talisman in his hand and let the terrifying energy burst out. At the same time, he retreated and landed at the spot where the rainbow sacred tree was. He then squatted down and grabbed the sacred tree. However, he grabbed nothing but air. The holy tree that had clearly been there a moment ago had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, how could this be? Xia Han's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been staring at the three of them and spread his spiritual sense around. However, he did not notice anything unusual. At this moment, the shattered talisman in front of him turned into a saint energy palm print and headed straight for Zichen. In his plan, the forbidden talisman would entangle Zichen and he would leave with the sacred tree. This plan was perfect because Zi Chen would not be able to ignore the forbidden talisman's attack. However, he could not understand where the sacred tree had gone. While he was in a daze, the palm print exploded in front of Zi Chen. Zi Chen's body flashed with saint energy as he shattered the palm print with a punch. At the same time, his body was blasted back. However, after retreating a dozen steps, Zi Chen stabilized his body. Golden light flashed around his body and dissolved the terrifying energy that entered his body. He then walked forward. Under Xia Han's disbelief, Zi Chen once again walked in front of Xing Chen and Brilliant. At this moment, another Zi Chen appeared. In his hand, he was holding the rainbow sacred tree that should have belonged to him. Damn it, that's mine. Seeing the rainbow sacred tree, Xia Han's mind immediately exploded. He instantly lost his mind. With a roar, he rushed forward. Wang! With a slight vibration, a golden light appeared in front of Zi Chen and turned into a blur as it swept towards Xia Han. Xia Han, who was charging forward, felt a strong sense of crisis. His crazed expression immediately returned to normal. He knew that things weren't looking good. If he were to charge forward like this, he would undoubtedly be courting death. However, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. In front of the sword spirit who had been infused with saint energy, he might have been able to resist if he was at his peak, but now, puff. The sword spirit directly pierced through Xia Han's forehead. The saint energy contained in it entered his sea of consciousness and crazily destroyed his soul. Xia Han's body rushed forward. He fell at Zi Chen's feet and his life force was dissipating. He stretched out his hand and looked up at Zi Chen. His face was filled with unwillingness. But it was all over. Under his gradually dissipating gaze, the rainbow sacred tree disappeared from Zi Chen's hand. The two people beside Zi Chen just stood there quietly. They did not have any intention to snatch it. There was not even a trace of envy on their faces. Xia Han's last bit of soul disappeared with unwillingness. Looking at the dead Xia Han, Zi Chen said, "Search his body." He purposely took out the rainbow sacred tree to make his opponent lose his mind and save some forbidden weapons. Xing Chen began to search his body. Zi Chen closed his eyes and calmed his heart to feel the rainbow sacred tree. After the rainbow sacred tree landed in his hand, it fused into his body. Then, its roots spread all over his body. Then, a suction force came from the rainbow sacred tree. The saint energy in the world was absorbed by the sacred tree and spread throughout Zi Chen's body, strengthening Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen could clearly feel the changes in his body at this moment. His entire body seemed to have become a vortex. The saint energy from the void that could not be sensed or detected entered his body from all directions, strengthening his body. With the perfect body and the heart of the god, coupled with the rainbow sacred tree, Zi Chen's transformation speed was undoubtedly faster. The saint energy in his body was growing every moment. After searching Xia Han's body, Xing Chen asked, "How is it? How do you feel?" Zi Chen nodded and praised, "It's really a magical thing. With it, the time to break through to the saint realm has been shortened again. Of course it's magical. This is a true heaven-defying treasure. All factions will be jealous of it. Once you have it, as long as you have enough time, you can create a saint family," Xing Chen praised as well. "Can you enter the saint realm in a few months?" Brilliant asked with some anticipation. Zi Chen shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "How can it be that easy? It's just a little faster than before, but it still takes a long time. If I were to enter seclusion, I'm afraid I would be able to break through in 100 years. To a heaven realm expert, 100 years was just a blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Zi Chen did not have 100 years to enter seclusion. The tribe Brilliant could be in danger at any time. He naturally could not sit back and do nothing. The harvest this time is not bad. There are 3 complete forbidden weapons and more than 10 damaged ones." After taking stock of the loot, Xing Chen sighed and said, "I didn't expect to reap such a great harvest. If those overlords were to find out about this, they would probably regret it. Yeah, who would have thought that such a galactic pirate nest would be related to the Luo sect? And they even have such a treasure." The real leader of the Black Mountain Bandits, Luo Wu, was from the Luo clan. His status was probably not low. In order to let the seed of the rainbow holy tree sprout, he should have stopped at many places and carefully cultivated the seed. Because the conditions were harsh, not just any galactic region could do it. In the end, he came here and prepared to let the rainbow holy tree sprout. In order to not attract attention, he formed a galactic pirate group to act as a cover. However, he did not expect to be discovered midway. After a scheme, Luo Wu was killed. The treasury, which was also a treasure, was abandoned as an ordinary treasury. Xia Hand and Wei Li began to focus on cultivating the seed of the rainbow holy tree. Then, Zichen came. With his perfect spiritual sense, he noticed the abnormality in the treasury. He subdued Zhongdian and learned about the Luo sect. Then, he did not give up and finally discovered the secret of the rainbow holy tree. All of this could be said to be a coincidence. If the one who came was not Zichen but someone else, they would not have noticed the abnormality in the treasury since they did not have perfect spiritual senses. Naturally, they would not have followed up with anything. This was a coincidence. It could also be said to be fate. It was fate. Let's go. There's nothing else here. Retracting their perfect spiritual senses, the three of them began to return. They had been here for quite some time and did not know what the outside was like. Zichen had disappeared for 2 months. This made Darren very anxious when he heard the news. Not only did Zichen disappear, even Brilliant and Xingchen were nowhere to be found. However, no one saw them leave. Where did they go? How could they suddenly disappear from the room? Darren was currently at Zichen's residence. This place was surrounded by layers of people and there were even some false saints personally overseeing it. This was because everyone was very sure that Lord Zichen did not leave this place. After Xingchen and Brilliant went in, they did not come out either. There were no traces of fighting in the room. Nothing could have happened to Zichen. Also, knowing how powerful Zichen was, Darren knew that even a true saint would not be able to make Zichen disappear without a trace. Now that Zichen was not around, the Black Mountain Bandits were completely without a leader. No one knew what to do. Just as Darren was extremely anxious, a wave of energy suddenly came from behind. Then, a familiar voice sounded. "Darren, why are you here?" "Lord Zichen." Hearing this familiar voice, Darren's eyes suddenly lit up. His hanging heart was completely relieved. The news of Zichen's reappearance quickly spread. The others also heaved a sigh of relief. Now, Zichen had become their backbone, their true leader. This time, Darren came to Zichen to ask how to deal with the Star Bandits who had not left and intended to follow them. It could be seen that Darren was very enthusiastic about these people. At any time, power was something that people could not resist. Anyway, the space in the pill cauldron is very big. If these people are really willing to follow us, then you can be in charge of them. With so many people, once they are organized, it will indeed be a big force, Zichen said. Darren thanked excitedly. He used to be a real small figure. Even if he met someone like Luo Miao, he would still have to be polite. His biggest dream was to become friends with the fake Saint Luo Chen's son. He never dreamed that one day he could lead a group of Heavenly Realm experts and become their leader. But after following Zichen, not only did he witness the death of Luo Chen, but he also witnessed the death of Luo Fei and the destruction of the Overlord Force, the Luo family. And now, he had the chance to become a leader and lead an army. Darren felt very proud. And he was very grateful for his quick reaction because at that time, he was only a hair's breadth away from death. Between death and glory, he made a wise and correct choice. This time, the secrets of the Black Mountain Bandits were truly dug out. There were no more secrets to speak of. Zichen still did not leave. He still needed to stay for a while. During this time, he would focus on his identity as a harmonious spirit master. With the help of the Saint Force in his body, he wanted to try to break through to the harmonious spirit master realm. If he could successfully integrate the Saint Force, then Zichen's existence would not be weaker than a rainbow sacred tree. In this world, there was no one who had a rainbow sacred tree and was also a harmonious spirit master. Chapter 2153. The existence of a harmonious spirit master was not inferior to a rainbow sacred tree. In some aspects, It was even stronger than the rainbow sacred tree. However, both existences had their own strengths. It was impossible to compare who was stronger and who was weaker when put together. Zichen's physical body realm was steadily increasing. However, his soul realm had not changed. Great sage Yinzhong had said that if Zichen wanted to enter the saint realm, he could not rely on external forces. Otherwise, it would have a huge impact on his own potential. The world grew naturally. Zichen's realm would eventually break through one day. However, Zichen could not find the breakthrough point. Fortunately, his physical body was about to break through. This was not a small comfort to Zichen. "My lord." Outside the hall, a voice sounded. "Come in." The one who walked in was Huan Kai, the servant with 9 consecutive victories that Zichen met. After he was rescued, he had been following Zichen. During this period, he had participated in many battles and survived until now. His combat strength was not weak. "My lord is looking for me." Huan Kai walked in, his expression extremely respectful. "Huan Kai, how many types of laws do you have in your energy?" Zichen asked. "Ah." Huan Kai's expression froze. He clearly didn't expect that Zichen would call him over to ask this question. Seeing that Zichen didn't seem to be joking, he replied, "Reporting to my lord, I comprehended a total of 3 types of laws." "Which 3 types?" "The most important one is the metal law. The other 2 are auxiliary laws of the metal law." Huan Kai replied respectfully. 3 types of laws, huh? Not bad. With regards to Huan Kai's current achievements, Zichen was still very surprised. Because when entering the heaven realm from the mortal realm, the more laws one comprehended, the stronger their combat strength would be. In addition to combat strength, in terms of potential, the more laws one comprehended, the higher their potential would be. Their future achievements would be more limitless. Among the servants led by Zichen, almost all of them comprehended 8 types of laws or more. It was because of this that they could reach their current realm. Comprehending many types of laws was their advantage. During the Great Era, they could break through to the heaven realm. But once he wanted to break through again and become a saint, it would be much more difficult. If he had only comprehended one type of law and no other laws, it would have been easier for him to break through to the saint stage. However, one type of law proved that one's potential was too weak, and it was not enough for the other party to break through to heaven realm. There was no doubt that this was contradictory, but this was the heavenly Tao. A cultivator's cultivation was something that defied the heavens, and they were always obstructed by the heavenly Tao. However, there were also those who were favored by the heavenly Tao. They had only comprehended one type of law. Not only were they not affected by their potential, but their battle prowess was even stronger than others. Such people were unique existences. For example, the Tianwu continent's Qing Feng had only comprehended wind laws, but his battle prowess was incomparably tyrannical. For example, the 5 Elements aristocratic family had a unique 5-element system. They could only comprehend a single law, but they could fight against heaven-defying experts who had comprehended dozens of laws. Once these people reached the peak of the heaven realm, it would be relatively easier for them to break through to the saint realm. As long as they could find the corresponding saint energy precepts, they would be able to break through. However, those kinds of proud sons of heaven were in the minority. If Zichen wanted to break through to harmonious spirit master, he had to condense the saint energy precepts into a saint crystal. Of course, in the early stages, the less the better. Thus, Zichen found Huan Kai. The other party had only comprehended 3 types of laws. As long as he could find these 3 types of laws and fuse them, once he succeeded, Zichen would be a harmonious spirit master. After informing Huan Kai of his intentions, the latter's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. Then, his face revealed an expression of ecstasy as he continuously expressed his thanks. The opportunity to become a Saint Realm expert, moreover, the opportunity to become a true Saint Realm expert was right in front of him. Huan Kai had a feeling of dizziness as if he had been smashed in the head by a heavenly meat pie. Don't be in a hurry to express your thanks. You might not succeed yet. Release your energy now, let me sense your energy aura. He was only at the initial stage, so he did not have any real certainty. Forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, Huan Kai nodded and released his own energy. Zichen's perfect spiritual sense began to carefully sense the other party's energy aura, the roles played by the three types of laws, as well as the energy conversion during the period. It was as if it was tailor-made. Every minute detail had to be carefully sensed. Zichen closed his eyes and quietly sensed. Huan Kai, who was beside him, was so nervous that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. He carefully maintained this kind of energy change. Ian, it's done. After an hour, Zichen opened his eyes and nodded. These three types of laws are not hard to find. I should be able to gather a few sets here. You can leave first. If I succeed, I will call you. Many thanks, Master. Huan Kai expressed his thanks again and excitedly left. Oh, this matter must be kept a secret for the time being. Do not spread it to the public. Zichen instructed. Yes. After Huan Kai left, Zichen began to fuse the Saint Energy precepts. First, he had to pick out these three precepts. Zichen picked out these three precepts from the spirit ring, and it just so happened that he could gather 4 sets of precepts, making a total of 12 precepts. These 12 types of laws, if he was lucky enough, he might be able to create 12 false saints. But without a doubt, the fighting strength of 12 false saints was not as good as a true saint. Therefore, as long as Zichen succeeded in fusing the 4 sets of laws, it would be a huge profit. After dividing the 12 types of laws into 4 sets, Zichen raised his hand and shot out a ray of energy, directly sealing the main hall. From then on, no one was allowed to enter or leave. Obviously, the next stage was the most important stage for Zichen. Naturally, no mistakes could be made. Xing Chen and Brilliant came to the door to guard. Can he succeed? Brilliant murmured. His laws are not ordinary. Maybe he can succeed, Xing Chen said. Once Zichen succeeded in becoming a harmonious spirit master, it would not only be Zichen's fortune, but also the entire Lifestar's honor. Perhaps, the battle ending that had remained unchanged for many years would be rewritten in Zichen's hands. Both of their faces were filled with anticipation. In the room, after Zichen's spirit had reached its peak, he picked up a law chip. The aura around his body changed instantly. The unique law of a spirit devourer appeared. In Zichen's hand, there was also a pure physical saint power that appeared along with the law of a spirit devourer. The rule crystal in his hand instantly shattered, and the saint energy rule crystal appeared. It was twisting like a small snake, full of life. Zichen pointed a finger at the other party. A law and saint power wrapped around the other party. Then, Zichen picked up 2 law chips and released them one by one. The 3 laws in front of Zichen were completely revealed. Next, it was the most important step, fusing. With a single thought, the 3 precepts wrapped in saint energy began to move closer together. Due to the mutual repulsion of saint energy, when the 3 precepts gradually moved closer together, a powerful repulsive force emerged. This repulsive force formed ripples that spread out in all directions. Bang! Bang! Wherever the ripples passed, all the decorations in the room were shattered. Just the ripples alone had such power. Zichen, who was at the center of the ripples, finally understood why every harmonious spirit master had to be a saint. Because only saints could resist this repulsive ripple. On the surface of his body, saint power shone, neutralizing the waves of repulsive ripples. Zichen's eyes were fixed on the 3 saint power laws that were about to intertwine. Buzz. The repulsive force became stronger and stronger. The ripples continued to spread out, and the room was a mess. In the end, the 3 laws were connected. However, the destructive ripples that were expected did not spread out. This was because Zichen had used his unique fusion law. This law seemed to have a neutralizing effect, assimilating the 3 laws. The 3 precepts came into contact with each other and began to rotate. Zichen continued to infuse the assimilated precepts into it along with his own saint energy. The saint power in his body was quickly draining away, and Zichen was extremely shocked by the speed. At the same time, his perfect spiritual sense was also constantly depleting. This rate of depleting was even faster than the rate of saint power loss. A day passed quickly. The three Saint Power laws were still rotating without any signs of assimilation. Fortunately, the repulsive force from before had disappeared. Day after day, a week had passed. The three laws began to assimilate. The power of the laws, under the urging of the fusion law, began to merge into each other's laws. This process was very similar to refining weapons. Zichen had a deep understanding of this, so the speed of the subsequent condensation was much faster. Soon, a month had passed. The three laws had completely assimilated, becoming the same existence. Looking at the three identical Saint energy precepts, Zichen slowly exhaled. He knew that he had already succeeded halfway. The next step was to truly merge the three Saint energy precepts into one, and then condense the same kind of energy as Huan Kai. After slightly adjusting his state, Zichen began to fuse the three laws. During the fusion process, he completely needed to mobilize the fusion law. The consumption was undoubtedly greater. Zichen carefully controlled it. During this period, he did not let the fusion law increase or decrease. The three laws intertwined with each other in the rotation and began to merge into one. This process only lasted for 2 days. Without a doubt, it was very smooth. This made Zichen very happy. Speaking of which, it was already very impressive to be able to reach this step on his first attempt at fusion. The three laws fused into one and became an even bigger law. The Saint Power aura of the three laws flowed in it. However, the aura had not truly fused yet. It still needed the last step. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, he recalled the energy aura of Huan Kai that he had sensed earlier. He recalled which law was the main one, and then continued to fuse. He kept changing the order and the strength of the fusion to achieve a satisfactory result. However, during the fusion process, a powerful fluctuation suddenly spread out in all directions. Chapter 2154. Boom. With a loud tremor, the three Saint Force laws exploded, turning into a stronger wave that spread out in all directions. At the center of the tremor, Zichen was the first to be blown away by the energy. The Saint Force laws that surrounded his body only lasted for a few breaths before they were destroyed. The surging energy poured into his body. The energy restriction that Zichen set up was instantly shattered by the energy ripples. At the same time, the huge castle was completely destroyed by the energy. Outside the castle, Xing Chen and Brilliant, who were guarding the castle, were blown away by the sudden appearance of the energy. Their expression changed drastically as they stood in the air. When they turned their heads back, they saw the collapsed castle. "Seems like it's a failure," Xing Chen murmured. "Isn't this a little too big?" Brilliant's red lips slightly opened, a little surprised. The reason why only saints can become harmonious spirit masters is probably because only saints can withstand the energy ripples caused by failure. Xing Chen spread out his hands and said. The huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. One by one, figures soared into the sky. When they saw the collapsed castle from afar, they were all shocked and doubtful, not knowing what had happened. It didn't seem like an attack, but why did the building collapse? After a while, Zichen walked out of the building with his face covered in dust. The group of cultivators stared blankly at Zichen, who looked extremely miserable at the moment. Xing Chen asked, "How is it?" "Almost there." Zichen shook his head. Dust flew from his face and hair. Looking at the shocked faces of the crowd, Zichen waved his hand and said, let's go, let's go." The crowd dispersed, but their faces were filled with doubts. They didn't understand why leader Zichen, who hadn't left the castle for more than a month, would collapse the building and look so weak. If Brilliant was in the castle, it would be easy to explain. But she had been guarding outside and didn't go in at all. So what was the reason for leader Zichen to do this? Could it be that there was someone who was not weaker than Brilliant in the castle? Many of the alien space pirates thought to themselves wickedly. Ever since they were recruited by Darren, they no longer went out to rob others. In addition, Zichen did not have any new orders for the time being, so everyone had nothing to do. Since they had nothing to do, everyone was guessing what Zichen was doing. Many of them had different ideas. Zichen didn't know what those people were thinking, but he quickly found the reason for the failure. It was because the fusion of the laws was too large, and the fusion laws couldn't fill in the gaps in time, resulting in the explosion. Other than that, it was also related to the long period of condensation. His spirit and saint power were both showing signs of overdraft. Since the castle had collapsed, there was no point in building another one. Thus, Zichen headed straight for the treasure pavilion. Zhongdian opened the door and respectfully welcomed Zichen in. Before entering the treasure pavilion, Zichen turned back and said, "You two don't have to guard here anymore. Take care of the things here first. We will depart in 4 months at most." The resources he had were only enough for him to try 3 more times. At most, it would take him more than 3 months. Including the recovery time, 4 months was the limit. The two nodded and turned to leave. A few days later, Zichen's exhausted spirit and saint power were fully recovered. It was worth mentioning that in the process of the fusion of the laws, Zichen's saint power grew rapidly. During the time he stayed here, and with the help of the rainbow sacred tree, the saint power he condensed was more than 5 times more than when he came here. Soon, another month had passed, and leader Zichen disappeared from everyone's sight again. One day, in the direction of the treasure pavilion, there was a loud bang. The treasure pavilion was still intact, and the door was not opened. No one knew what had happened inside. However, there were some people who linked the tremors this time to the previous sound. After the second failure, Zichen closed his eyes and carefully recalled his previous actions, trying to find the reason for the failure. Without a doubt, this time, he went further than the previous time. During the fusion process, there was some deviation in the change of energy aura, which led to the final failure. The price of failure was the disappearance of the 3 saint power laws. After sitting cross-legged for a few days, Zichen opened his eyes again. His eyes were filled with confidence. He firmly believed that this time, he would succeed. This time, he deliberately rested for 2 more days. His spirit, qi, and essence had completely recovered to their peak state. After that, he condensed again, and the 3 laws began to fuse. Zhongdian stood behind Zichen without saying a word. When the vibrating energy passed by him, it did not cause any harm to him. Because of the filling of Zichen's soul, Zhongdian's memory became complete. He also remembered many things, including the memory of being a harmonious spirit master. He knew what kind of existence a harmonious spirit master was. Zhongdian was shocked that Zichen could become a harmonious spirit master. Soon, it was time for the 3 kinds of energy to fuse again. This time, in order to avoid a lack of energy, Zichen rested for 2 more days. After 2 days, the 3 kinds of laws merged into one, and then according to Zichen's thoughts, began to change the energy aura. The fusion of the 3 kinds of laws could evolve into many kinds of auras, but those auras were not what Zichen needed. What he wanted was the same aura as Huan Kai. If it was just a simple fusion, Zichen would have succeeded on the first try, but the saint crystal produced by such a fusion would undoubtedly not be able to maximize Huan Kai's combat strength. This kind of aura change lasted for several days. Zichen's spirit, qi, and essence were completely overdrawn. The dizziness that had not appeared for a long time hit his heart. His eyes gradually became blurry, and his spirit was completely overdrawn. This situation was far beyond Zichen's expectations. His former confidence gradually became insufficient because of the passage of time. At this moment, in the midst of the constant changes, Zichen perceived a familiar aura. Besides the quality of this aura being higher than Huan Kai's, everything else was almost identical. "Condense for me." The moment this kind of aura appeared, Zichen used the last bit of his spirit to inject more of the fusion law, causing the Saint Force law to condense into a Saint Crystal. As more fusion law was injected, the law no longer changed. The Saint Force that belonged to it began to disperse, and finally turned into a brilliant law Saint Crystal. At this point, Zichen finally advanced from a spirit devourer to a harmonious spirit master. The moment the Saint Crystal was formed, Zichen's vision turned black, and he fainted. The Saint Crystal floated in the treasure pavilion. The weather outside had already changed. A huge whirlpool appeared in the sky above the treasure pavilion, and a powerful Saint Force gushed out from the whirlpool. Such an unforeseen event caused the surrounding to be in chaos. One by one, cultivators walked out of their residences. After feeling the oppressive aura, their faces changed greatly. This is the aura of a saint, a pure saint aura. Could it be that a saint is about to descend? Why would a saint come to our place? What the hell happened? It actually attracted a saint. Everyone exclaimed. Brilliant and Xing Chen came out after hearing the news. After seeing the change in the sky, Xing Chen's face immediately had a touch of surprise. Could it be? Brilliant saw the change in Xing Chen's expression, and her beautiful face had an additional touch of light. That's right, he succeeded. Xing Chen nodded, looking very excited. He was afraid that this was the first harmonious spirit master to be born in the life star. In the whirlpool, there was no saint. What appeared was only a ray of saint force energy. It was like a bolt of lightning, falling from the sky, and directly striking the treasure pavilion below. Among the crowd, Huan Kai, who also didn't know what was going on, felt the aura of the saint force energy. His body trembled as if he was electrocuted, and his face revealed a thick sense of disbelief. Because that ray of saint force energy actually resonated with the energy in his body. It felt like the same kind of energy, but it was of a higher level. At this moment, Huan Kai's mind was clear. He knew that if he broke through and became a saint, then he would have the aura of a saint. Looking back, he found that everyone was looking up at the sky with doubt on their faces. There was no shock. Obviously, they didn't feel the slightest abnormality from that ray of saint force energy. It was as if that feeling was only for him. Could it be? In his mind, he suddenly recalled the conversation he had with Zi Chen 3 months ago. This caused Huan Kai's heart to once again burn with passion. 3 months ago, the castle Zi Chen was in collapsed. 2 months ago, there was a tremor from the treasure pavilion. At that time, Zi Chen was in the treasure pavilion. And now, more than a month had passed. There was a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth, and he felt the energy resonance. This made Huan Kai couldn't help but associate it with the matter of Zi Chen fusing with the Saint Crystal. Could it be that Master has succeeded? Huan Kai's heart became incomparably excited. At this moment, he wanted to shout out loud. But when he remembered that Zi Chen asked him to keep it a secret, he had to suppress the excitement in his heart, and then let the storm in his heart rise. Becoming a saint. It used to be Huan Kai's dream. But after coming to the star path, he realized how far away and extravagant this dream was. Let alone becoming a saint, it was impossible for him to survive normally on this star path. Moreover, he had become a slave. His fate was to die in battle, but not on the battlefield against the foreign races. He would die in battle because the foreign races were having fun. The former Huan Kai was in despair. He didn't expect Zi Chen to appear. After that, he, who was rescued, had a dream again. That was to become a false saint. He no longer had the extravagant hope of becoming a saint. However, Zi Chen gave him a big surprise. The indestructible treasure pavilion couldn't block the lightning formed by the saint force energy. This lightning directly penetrated the treasure pavilion and fell on the saint crystal in front of Zi Chen. The lightning didn't destroy the crystal. Instead, it formed the crystal. This small saint crystal absorbed the energy of the lightning at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a palm-sized saint crystal that shone brightly. The birth of the saint crystal, recognized by the rules, made Zi Chen a harmonious spirit master. Looking at the saint crystal, Zhong Dian said excitedly, "Congratulations, master, you are now a harmonious spirit master." Zi Chen had already fainted. He didn't hear Zhong Dian's words, so naturally, he didn't see this abnormality. When he woke up, it was already a week later. Xing Chen and Brilliant had been waiting outside for a long time. Walking out of the treasure pavilion, Zi Chen nodded to the two when he saw them. The two revealed a smile on their faces. Chapter 2155. Inside the Universal Origin Cauldron, there were many independent spaces. These spaces were like worlds, filled with spirit chi, but unlike a complete world, they lacked vitality. At this moment, there were many cultivators stationed in this space, numbering in the tens of thousands. Most of them came from the life stars, but there were also some alien races. Because of their different origins, they lacked mutual trust, so they deliberately kept a certain distance from each other, rarely communicating with each other. Whether it was the cultivators from the life stars or the alien races, they would inadvertently look in a certain direction frequently, revealing unconcealable envy in their eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Huan Kai, who came from the life star, occupied a space by himself. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. In front of him floated a piece of resplendent Saint crystal. They had already left the Black Mountain Bandits and entered the space inside the Universal Origin Cauldron. It was no longer a secret that Zi-Chen specially refined Saint crystals for Huan Kai. That was a real Saint crystal, one that could allow one to become a real saint, not a fake saint that would affect one's potential. Moreover, through Huan Kai's mouth, they already knew that Zi-Chen had advanced to become a harmonious spirit master. This shocked them, but what they were more concerned about was that Huan Kai didn't have to pay any price for obtaining such a great opportunity. He didn't have to pay any price. How could this not make them envious? Even the most basic Saint Force principles weren't provided to Zi-Chen. Among these people, Huan Kai's battle strength wasn't the strongest, and his ranking wasn't high either. He could only be considered above average, but he obtained an opportunity and entered the Saint realm in one fell swoop. Who wouldn't be envious of him? However, other than envy, they also rejoiced. They rejoiced that they met Zi-Chen, and rejoiced that they followed Zi-Chen all the way. Since Huan Kai could obtain such an opportunity, it was very clear that they would also encounter the same opportunity. While they were envious, their hearts were also faintly filled with anticipation. The three of them were already far away from the Black Mountain Bandits, but Xing Chen's expression was still not as calm as before. Zi-Chen had told him about the process of refining the Saint crystal, and in just 3 short months, Zi-Chen had actually refined it 3 times, each time reaching the final stage. On one hand, he was shocked by Zi-Chen's success rate, but on the other hand, he was shocked by Zi-Chen's efficiency. In the remnant memories of the Star Ancestor, there was a special introduction to harmonious spirit masters, but even the most efficient harmonious spirit master would take at least several years to successfully refine a piece of Saint crystal, yet Zi-Chen had only spent a little more than a month. Furthermore, this was under the condition that Zi-Chen had not completely entered the Saint plane. Once he had completely entered the Saint plane, the fusion speed would be even faster. However, Zi-Chen wasn't surprised. The fusion principle in his body could fuse the principles of heaven and earth of this life star and create the perfect domain seed. How could it be an ordinary principle? If your success rate is so high, doesn't that mean you can mass produce a saint in the next 3 months? Brilliant looked at Zi-Chen with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Zi-Chen shook his head and said, "You can't say that. Previously, I only fused 3 principles, so relatively speaking, the number of principles is less, so the difficulty is lower. If there were more principles, the failure rate would be higher. Furthermore, with the Saint force in my body now, I'm afraid I won't be able to maintain it for long. I believe that fusing 5 Saint force principles is my current limit." Xing Chen heard this and laughed. "That's not bad. As long as one is a saint, there is no such thing as a weak existence." Brilliant nodded approvingly. "How about it? Do you want to wait for a while and refine 2 pieces of Saint crystal for the 2 of you?" Zi-Chen looked at the 2 of them and asked with a smile. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them shook their heads at the same time. Xing Chen directly said, "No need. My opportunity isn't with you. When my opportunity arrives, I have my own means to become a saint." Brilliant also said, "This Saint crystal of yours is very magical. I don't know if it has any effect on one's potential, but this Saint crystal is useless to me. I also have my own opportunity to become a saint." Zi-Chen was speechless towards the 2 of them. Whether it was the rainbow sacred tree or the identity of a harmonious spirit master, any one of them would cause a real turmoil in the star path. It could even cause the destruction of a certain overlord force. However, these 2 things didn't have the slightest attraction in front of the 2 of them. The rainbow sacred tree was like that, and now, the Saint crystal was the same. Zi-Chen was very clear about Xing Chen's origin. He was created by the Star Ancestor and had the Star Ancestor's memory. His body was already at the Saint realm. It was understandable that he didn't care about the rainbow sacred tree, but now, he didn't even care about the Saint crystal, and Brilliant was the same. The 2 of them seemed even more mysterious. They were once recognized by Gang Lan. Worried that the Gang family would set up an ambush here, the three of them changed their appearance. Zichen used his identity as a spirit devourer, and the two of them were his followers. They came to the Nickel star field. This star field was already in the second stage of the star path. It was much more prosperous than the Rakshasa star field. Half-saints could be seen everywhere, and occasionally, false saints could be seen. In this star field, there were two great families. One was the Gang family, and the other was the Nickel family. It was said that these two families were closely related to the former Luo sect. Their main purpose in coming here was to inquire about the recent movements and see if the Gang family had taken action. However, before they could inquire, they heard about the glorious family everywhere. Have you heard? There's another clan in our star field. They're called the Glorious Family. I heard that they came from the Life Star. The Glorious Family has existed for a long time, hasn't it? It's not really a secret. It was just a rumor. But now, it's true. Many people are going there to check it out. I heard that it's popular to treat people from the Life Star as slaves now. Should we go there to check it out? Maybe we can catch some slaves to play with. Catch what? I heard that some big force is aiming at them this time. Moreover, they've already sent people to surround that area. If we go there to catch people, it's like robbing the big force. It's just courting death. People were discussing everywhere, so they didn't need to ask around. Moreover, while they were discussing, they often peeked at Xing Chen and Brilliant, who had changed their appearances. The aura of the existences from the Life Star was completely different from the alien tribes. It was like a seal that was imprinted in their bodies. They could sense it easily. Hearing these discussions, Brilliant's face turned slightly pale. Buzz. Aura surged around Zichen. The pressure of a spirit devourer diffused. This aura was also like a seal or a symbol, which belonged to the big shots of the alien tribes. After sensing this aura, the alien tribes around changed their visages and screamed hoarsely. You, come here, Zichen threw a glance at a man and said coldly. This man paled. He stepped forward carefully, his eyes filled with fear. In this star road, it was not wrong to say that strength was respected. However, the existence of spirit devourers was a special case. Their combat strength might not be strong, but their status was very noble. Even if it was a demi-saint or even a false saint, the latter would not dare to show too much impatience, let alone a mere heaven realm cultivator at this moment. Sir, you. What do you want? Asked the heaven realm expert with a trembling voice. You just mentioned the Glorious Family. What's the situation? Tell me about it, said Zichen indifferently. Sir, I just heard about it, said the heaven realm expert cautiously. The heaven realm expert said cautiously, recently, the coordinates of the Glorious Tribe have been announced. Many people have gone to check it out, wanting to take in some slaves. However, this lowly one has heard that this time, a major faction is deliberately targeting them. This action is also intended to destroy the Glorious Tribe. In this lowly one's opinion, that tribe should indeed disappear. This star road belongs to us. Why should we let them live here? Zichen waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Then, he called more people to ask. Eventually, he got some reliable information. This time, it was related to the Gang family. They seemed to have sent people to surround the Glorious Family. However, they didn't attack them forcefully. Moreover, this had happened several months ago. Perhaps they want to pressure me because I haven't returned yet. Brilliant's face became gloomy. Zichen frowned and said, Don't you think it's strange? Is it worth it to send an expert of a family just for one person's personal desire? You don't know how important a future harmonious spirit master is to a family. Not to mention Gang Yuanchi's selfishness, he might even destroy our family just to appease his anger. Brilliant's mood was somewhat gloomy. That's only if he becomes a harmonious spirit master in the future. But now, he doesn't have that kind of price tag. Besides, it's not that easy to become a harmonious spirit master. How can such a big family allow him to mess around? In fact, Zichen wanted to say that a big force wouldn't do such a crazy thing just for a woman. In the eyes of cultivators, beauty was important, but it wasn't everything. The glorious family had existed for so many years. They must have some extraordinary means. If the Geng family launched an attack, even if they could destroy the glorious family, they would suffer a great loss. There were two big families in this place. He believed that the relationship between them wouldn't be good. Just for a woman, he had mobilized so many people and possibly even hurt himself. Was it worth it? In Zichen's opinion, it was absolutely not worth it. Along the way, he had dealt with too many aristocratic families. He knew that all of them prioritized benefits. Such a thing that went against their interests would definitely be stopped. Zichen speculated that the Geng family was just trying to intimidate the glorious family. They wouldn't do anything extreme. To put it bluntly, they were just trying to scare the glorious family. Xing Chen also agreed with Zichen's speculation. If they were to attack the glorious family now, the gains would definitely not make up for the losses. They might even lose a saint expert. Such a loss wasn't something that a spirit devourer like Gang Yuanji could bear. However, on the third day, a clear news spread that the Gang family had surrounded the glorious family. It seemed that they were going to attack by force. Chapter 2156. How could this be? Zichen couldn't help but frown when he heard the news. If it were the second generation of an aristocratic family, they might really destroy everything for their own selfish desires. However, those second generations didn't have much potential. The only joy in life was enjoyment. For example, the second generation of the Wang family in the Holy Land was deeply loved by the ancestor, but he didn't achieve much. However, the people he chose were all small forces. He would offend and even destroy those who couldn't pose a threat to his family. As for the big families, he would never fight against them. This was because the Wang family knew very well that if they offended those big families, the losses would outweigh the gains. However, Gang Yuanchan was different. He was a spirit devourer and had great potential in the future. He would never mobilize so many people for a woman. In Zichen's opinion, this matter was a little strange. Zichen stayed here for 2 days. During this time, he used his identity as a spirit devourer to exchange for some saint power crystal chips. Since those people were willing to follow him and fight with him, Zichen had to be responsible for them. The simplest and most important thing was to improve their combat power. Soon, the news of the spirit devourer's appearance in this area spread. Then, representatives of other forces came to visit Zichen. A spirit devourer was a real big shot. Zichen politely declined each and every one of them. His attitude was surprisingly good. Zichen, who had come from the Rakshasa Star region, knew very well that sometimes, it was better to have a good relationship with these small forces than it was with the big forces. Then, under Brilliant's guidance, they went to the place where the Yaoji clan was. He decided to see for himself if there was something strange. On the way to the Yaoji clan, the three of them saw many cultivators who came to watch the show. They looked very excited. Why did the Nick clan come? Did they also follow Gang Yuanchan because of his potential? Xing Chen was puzzled. A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, Zichen said coldly. I believe they can't wait for Gang Yuanchan to die. Why would they support him? Unless these two families have a close relationship. And this kind of relationship is like a family. Guangyao, do you know the relationship between these two families? Brilliant thought for a bit and shook his head. I don't know. I haven't been out for a long time, but I heard that they weren't on good terms. When I escaped from the Geng clan, I happened to run into a conflict between cultivators from 2 clans. If that's the case, could it be that you've discovered a great treasure in your glorious clan? When Brilliant heard this, he let out a rare laugh. How could there be so many treasures? We've lived there for so long, if there were any treasures, how could we not know? For the past few days, Guang Yao had been worried sick at heart, and rarely laughed. Unable to guess the other party's true intentions, Zichen followed them to the glorious clan. The coordinates of this place had been made public, causing many cultivators to rush over. The place where the glorious race lived was more like a planet than a planetary system. Due to the curse, they could only live on that planet. None of their disciples were allowed to leave. All these years, you haven't been able to go out. How have you been living? Xing Chen asked the same question as Zichen. Back then, that lord left us a lot of resources, and we relied on those resources to survive. Apart from that, there were also some foreign caravans that kept trading with us. We sold them our unique Ilum crystals, and they gave us some resources in return. Seeing the confusion on the two's faces, Brilliant continued, those people had received help from Master Wuji, so they kept trading with us at fair prices. What are Ilum crystals? Zichen asked. A unique crystal that can only be mined from our planet. After infusing it with glorious power, it can increase the success rate of refining. It's said that it also has a certain effect on sacred weapons. Hearing this, Zichen was moved. A crystal that can increase the success rate of refining sacred weapons, does that count as a great treasure? I don't think so. The production of those crystals isn't high. Back then, Geng Yuanshan went to take a look, but he was very surprised and didn't show any greed. The three of them didn't encounter any obstructions, and soon entered the planet Brilliant spoke of. As soon as they entered, Zichen sensed a blazing aura coming at him. The aura was somewhat similar to extreme yang energy, but its quality was different. It should be because the glorious race had lived here for a long time. Apart from that, Zichen's heart also suddenly thumped when he arrived, making him feel somewhat nervous. This made Zichen raise his eyebrows slightly, and he had a bad feeling. Look, it's Gang Lan. At that moment, Xing Chen's voice rang out in Zichen's spiritual sea. Looking in the direction of the voice, Zichen saw Gang Lan again. The last time they met, Zichen was deeply impressed by her 3-elemental annihilation, which seriously injured Luo Fei, who was defending with all his might. Her battle strength could be said to be terrifying. Having seen that battle, Zichen faintly guessed that if she had used her full strength, perhaps Luo Fei wouldn't have been seriously injured. Under the 3-elemental annihilation, he might have died directly. Zichen didn't know that Gang Lan had appeared and wanted to take him and Brilliant away, as well as snatch Xing Chen's body. However, it was an indisputable fact that she had taken away the spoils that should have belonged to him. Looking at Gang Lan, who was still wearing her blue clothes and standing in the sky, Zichen thought to himself, shameless. A dignified saint actually snatched resources from a heavenly realm expert. This behavior was indeed shameless. At that moment, Zichen saw a young man standing next to Gang Lan. The young man was quite handsome, and his expression was very arrogant. He deliberately released the aura of a spirit devourer, which attracted many admiring and awe-inspiring gazes. His Geng Yuanshan. Brilliant's voice sounded. In fact, Zichen could sense that the spirit devourer, who could stand next to Gang Lan and deliberately release his aura, was the one who forced Brilliant to marry him. When his gaze fell on the other party, Zichen's aura changed slightly. Geng Yuanshan in front seemed to have sensed it, and his gaze fell on Zichen. After a slight pause, an imperceptible doubt flashed in his eyes, and his gaze swept over again with an arrogant expression. As for Xing Chen and Brilliant, who had changed their appearances, they were completely ignored. What's wrong? In front, Gang Lan noticed Gang Yuanshan's abnormality. Nothing. Gang Yuanshan shook his head and said. Just now, he felt like he was seen through by someone, but when he turned around, this feeling disappeared. He couldn't help but suspect that it was an illusion. At this moment, Zichen gave a real evaluation of Gang Yuanshan from afar. This person, if he doesn't have the opportunity, he will never be able to become a harmonious spirit master. The chapter is incomplete. Please fly to SU Chinese read the complete chapter. 65737A2E6F% 6D black 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 black. Chapter 2157. The moment the teleport formation lit up, it alerted the higher-ups of the Glory clan. They came here as fast as they could. There was only one person in the Glory clan who could activate this teleport formation. Light flashed, and 3 illusory figures appeared in the teleport formation. As the blazing glory energy surged, the 3 figures gradually became real. They were Zichen and the other 2. "Greetings, Holy Lady." Looking at Brilliant in the middle, they bowed to greet her. Glancing at the faces of the elders, Brilliant nodded. Her expression had returned to its usual cold and stern look. These were the higher-ups of the Glory clan. 8 of them were false saints, while the rest were Heaven Realm experts. Seeing Holy Lady return, they were surprised and worried. "How is it?" asked Brilliant. "They are guarding the outside, threatening to give us 3 months. If we don't hand over the heavenly girl, they will destroy our clan," a beautiful woman said. She was the elder with the greatest authority in the glorious clan, and also a false saint. Walking out of the teleport formation, Zichen and Xingchen observed their surroundings in silence. This place was a unique space that was completely isolated. Thus, they didn't need to worry that the Gang family outside would notice this teleport formation. There were 15 of them. 8 of them were false saints and 7 were Heaven Realm experts. Their overall strength wasn't very strong. As for individual fighting capacity, Zichen didn't know because he hadn't fought them before. However, as members of the 4 great royal clans, he believed that their individual fighting capacity wasn't weak. "These 2 are." Someone noticed Zichen and Xingchen and asked suspiciously. "Let me introduce them to you. These 2 are friends I met outside. He is Zichen from the Thunder clan. He is Xingchen from the Star clan." The Thunder clan and the Star clan were both 4 great royal clans. Hearing Brilliant's introduction, these people were shocked and surprised. Of course, they were more curious. They hadn't met anyone from the Lifestar for a long time, let alone someone from the royal clans. Brilliant continued, "The 2 of them were specially invited by me to help us resolve this crisis. They're only in the Heaven Realm. Can they really help us?" A questioning voice sounded. It was a high-ranking elder who was much younger than the elders present. At this moment, he was looking at the 2 of them, his eyes full of scrutiny. Zichen's gaze fell on the other party and he frowned slightly. "Yang Yao, do not be rude." The other party's tone made Brilliant's expression turn cold. "He's the disciple of that person. This time, he's here to try and see if he can fill the yin-yang seal with energy. That person's disciple." When the higher-ups heard this, they were shocked. When they looked at Zichen again, there was a bit more respect in their eyes. Of course, this respect was not for Zichen, but for Wuji, who had protected their race. Zichen greets seniors. Zichen cupped his hands and bowed to the group of elders. "Are you really that person's disciple? You can't be lying, right?" Yang Yao looked at Zichen skeptically. "Yang Yao." Brilliant's face was filled with anger again. Zichen waved his hand and smiled. "If you have doubts, you can come forward and try." As he spoke, Zichen stretched out one hand. "What? You want to fight me with one hand? Even if you're that person's disciple, you shouldn't look down on a member of the imperial family." Yang Yao snorted, his expression ugly. "It's not one hand, it's one finger. One finger. If you're not injured, it'll be my loss." Zichen smiled and retracted his 4 fingers. He pointed at Yang Yao with his middle finger. Blazing and violent energy surged around his body. "You're courting death." Yang Yao's eyes flashed coldly after being looked down on. "Enough, Yang Yao. Don't be rude to our benefactor's disciple. Back off." The beautiful woman from before shouted at Yang Yao. Yang Yao snorted. His expression was somewhat unwilling, but he did not make a move in the end. "I'll have to trouble you 2 little friends this time. Please follow me." The beautiful woman turned back and said politely to Zichen and Xingchen. The 2 of them nodded politely and followed him. The group of elders followed closely behind. Their expressions were filled with anticipation because they had sensed the same aura as Limitless. Under the guidance of the woman, Zichen and Xingchen arrived at the yin-yang seal. They immediately felt the 2 extreme powers within. This is the core of the yin-yang seal. Once activated, it can protect the entire glorious clan. All these years, we've been able to survive because of the seal here. Brilliant pointed at the yin-yang seal in front of them. The yin-yang seal was made up of two formations. This formation was very complicated. It was inscribed with many formation patterns that were closely linked together. At the core of the formation, there were two floating balls of light. These two balls of light contained the energy of yin and yang. This was the first time Zichen felt the presence of Wuji's energy. In the past, he only felt the inheritance and not the aura of energy. He released his spiritual senses and directed them towards the ball of light that contained yang energy. This energy was hot and violent. Although it was not lightning, its violent feeling was even more intense than the power of lightning. As his spiritual thoughts approached, the energy of yang seemed to have sensed it. The light became brighter and a powerful aura exploded. Under this aura, everyone's expression changed and they subconsciously retreated. Only Zichen stood in place. His spiritual thoughts had already entered the yang energy and he was calmly feeling the yang energy that belonged to Wuji. This energy seemed similar to Zichen's energy, but there was a big difference. The most important point was the will. Within the yang energy, there was a kind of will. It was this will that gave the yang energy its violent characteristics. It was even more violent than the lightning in Zichen's body. Yang, hot to the extreme, violent to the extreme, filled with a dangerous aura. Through this energy, Zichen seemed to be able to see that Wuji, who manifested this body, was terrifying, violent, and crazy. Everyone retreated and looked nervously at Zichen. Zichen stood there without moving. After a while, a golden light suddenly flashed around his body. This golden light was also filled with heat and violence. It could be confirmed that he also had yang energy. But whether it was heat or violence, it was too different from Wuji's yang energy. This difference was like the difference between a child and a strong man. There was a fundamental difference. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. The difference between these two energies is too big. Will it succeed? Yang Yarrow muttered. Everyone else had the same concern. Their faces were full of worry. Brilliant was also worried. Originally, she felt that Zichen and Wuji's energies were the same. But now, after comparing them, the difference was obvious. The difference between the two was too big. It was obvious who was stronger. This time, the energy injection would not succeed. Wang. Just when everyone had lost all hope, the golden light on Zichen's body suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Seeing Zichen's energy suddenly disappear, everyone was confused. Hong. After merely 2 breaths of time, an aura that was many times more violent than before was released from Zichen's body. This aura was blazing and violent, and it formed numerous dancing lightning snakes around his body. It was extremely violent. Feeling this energy, everyone was shocked. Because this energy was very similar to Wuji's energy, but there was a difference in grade. If Zichen broke into Saint Crystal with this energy, perhaps it would become Wuji's yang energy. Zichen, who had his eyes closed, opened them at this moment. He looked at the violent yang energy ball in front of him and said, "Thank you for letting me know the path I am about to take." The violent energy disappeared from his body again. Zichen withdrew his spiritual sense from the yang energy ball and then probed the yin energy ball again. It was the complete opposite of the previous berserk aura. At this moment, an extremely cold aura entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. This aura was not berserk, but cold. In Zichen's perception, Wuji in this state was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. His body exuded a coldness that prevented people from getting close to him. He was also like a cold venomous snake that made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts when they looked at him. This kind of yin aura was even more different from Zichen's aura. If Zichen's yang aura was 40% as hot and violent as the limitless yang aura, then this current yin aura was less than 10% of that. Zichen, who had closed his eyes, sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend Wuji's yin energy. If he wanted to fuse his energy, he had to comprehend it. Around his body, the yin energy was released. As he comprehended, his energy was also changing bit by bit. Don't tell me he's going to go into seclusion. We haven't come out of danger yet. He said he's here to help, but he better not help himself. Looking at Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, Yang Yarrow was dissatisfied. This worry was obviously unnecessary. After half a day, Zichen's energy had changed. It became extremely cold, and in the cold, there was an additional violent lightning. Following the appearance of this energy, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if the current Zichen had turned into a cold venomous snake, hiding in the dark and staring at them coldly, waiting for an opportunity to attack. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Yang Yarrow, who was previously dissatisfied, could not help but turn pale when he felt this energy, as if he was being watched as prey. He subconsciously retreated. This energy came and went quickly. When the light on his body disappeared, Zichen opened his eyes and stood up. He turned around and looked at everyone. "How is it? Will it work?" Brilliant asked anxiously. Everyone else was also nervous and expectant. Taking in everyone's expressions, Zichen smiled faintly. "If it's just filling the energy, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's just that the grade of energy in my body is too low, so the filling process may take a long time. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. As long as it can be filled, we will have the capital to fight against a saint. I believe the Geng family will not act rashly." A rare look of joy appeared on Brilliant's face. Everyone else also heaved a sigh of relief. "It may take a long time. The two of you, guard." During the process of transferring energy, they obviously could not be disturbed. Zichen immediately ordered,